The story begins in the emergency room of a hospital, where a sense of urgency fills the air. The doctor's assistant, visibly panicked, rushes to inform the doctor that the patient is struggling to breathe. Without hesitation, the doctor calls for a ventilator, his voice laced with urgency. On the hospital bed lies Jin Leshan, a mechanical engineer whose body has been pushed to its limits after years of relentless overwork. His heart has suffered a stroke, and now he teeters on the brink of death. From the moment of his birth, Jin's life has been marked by hardship. His parents perished in a car crash, leaving him an orphan. After graduating, he spent 2 decades trapped in a company, enduring a nightmare of a life with pitifully low wages. Love has been a stranger to him, as he has been single his entire life, untouched by the warmth of a woman's affection. The doctor calls out Jin's name, his voice urgent, but Jin's mind is elsewhere. He questions the very meaning of his life, wondering what purpose all those years of toil and suffering served. The doctor continues to call out to him, but Jin does not respond. The medical team rushes to use the AED, but Jin's vision begins to blur, and exhaustion creeps into his bones like an unstoppable tide. He feels the weight of his fatigue pulling him under, and for a moment, he considers that perhaps it is time to rest. Darkness engulfs him. The scene shifts abruptly to a grand royal mansion, where the protagonist slowly opens his eyes. As he takes in the luxurious surroundings, he wonders if he has been hospitalized and how much the medical expenses would be. Just as confusion begins to set in, a glowing window notification appears before him, welcoming him to the magical continent of Eldria. Instinctively, he tries to reach for it, but a sharp pain courses through his body, forcing him to stop. It is then that he notices his reflection in a nearby mirror, and a wave of shock overtakes him. His own face appears unfamiliar, leaving him questioning why he looks so different. A week passes, and he gradually adapts to his new reality. Seated calmly in his chambers, he is soon greeted by a maid with unbelievably gorgeous features, who enters the room and respectfully informs him that the tea is ready. Addressing him as Master, she introduces herself as Leah. Over the span of a week, Jin, now known as Rion Edgar, the third son of Duke Aldarian Edgar, comes to understand his situation. He has died and been reincarnated into a noble family of considerable status, with an elder brother and a sister. The household treats him with kindness, offering a variety of exquisite dishes at the family dining table. His mother, in an affectionate display of care, presents him with a newly tailored jacket. As the youngest member of the Edgar family, he is cherished by everyone around him. A thought lingers in his mind: perhaps this newfound happiness serves as a remedy for the misery he endured in his past life. Eldria, the vast continent he now inhabits, is a world where magic governs every aspect of existence. The Carinorial Empire stands as the largest human dominion, but humanity does not stand alone. Numerous other races, including elves and dwarves, coexist across the land. His noble lineage grants him authority over an expansive territory, home to approximately 1 million people and covering 300,000 square kilometers. With his noble status comes a life of luxury, including access to all possible comforts and the dedicated service of a personal maid. He convinces himself that this peaceful and privileged life is the reward for the hardships he endured in his previous existence. One day, Leah approaches him with a message from the lord of the household. The Duke wishes to speak with him. Upon reaching the study, the butler announces his arrival before he is allowed to enter. His father, Aldarian Edgar, addresses him with a serious tone. The discussion quickly turns to an important matter. Rain has reached the age where he must take responsibility for his own territory. When asked, he is left momentarily speechless. His father appears slightly disappointed before proceeding to reveal the details. The territory assigned to him lies in the northwest, a region that remains secure yet suffers from a severe food shortage due to a lack of mages. The conversation takes a more solemn tone as his father continues, explaining that while their family's domain remains stable, the empire itself faces an uncertain future. The decline of the royal family, rampant corruption, and growing conflicts among the lords threaten the empire's long-term stability. Rain acknowledges the truth in his father's words, recognizing the challenges that lie ahead. Since his reincarnation, he has experienced a level of warmth and care he never knew in his previous life. This realization strengthens his resolve, and he silently vows never to lose the people he now holds dear. Sensing the weight of his thoughts, his father reassures him that he is not alone and that both his siblings and the family will always support him. However, Rain's mind remains focused on the problem at hand. He considers the relationship between food supply, security, and wonders if solving the shortage would also improve the overall stability of the region. His father, however, is quick to temper his expectations, reminding him that such matters are far more complex than they seem. While his father views his concerns as those of an inexperienced child, Rain remains determined. Armed with knowledge from his past life, his understanding of industry and production, he refuses to accept defeat. With unwavering conviction, he assures his father that he will find a way to resolve the food crisis. Anseling City stands as the westernmost territory of the Edgar family. To its north lies enemy territory, while to the west stretches the domain of the elves. The vast ocean borders its southern frontier. Positioned at the intersection of three nations, the city has long been a battleground. Frequently engulfed in wars that have left its lands barren and its population drastically depleted, only a handful of residents remain. Seated inside the carriage on his way to Anseling City, Rain contemplates the challenges ahead. For an industrial revolution to take root, he requires a sufficient labor force, and to achieve that, he must first increase the population. As he ponders his next steps, a sudden notification appears before him. It is his ability. The system prompts him to activate the scanning function, an ability that allows him to assess the stats of any individual he examines. Having tested it on his family members, he has already gained a basic understanding of the people in this world. His primary objective upon arrival is clear. He must recruit talented individuals to aid in his plans. Lee silently observes him, recalling the instructions given by his father. Aldarian had tasked her with keeping a close watch on Rain, concerned that he might act recklessly. She hopes he does not cause unnecessary trouble. At the Lord's mansion in Anseling City, a figure relays information, stating that Rain will soon arrive. The figure is wary of Rain's presence and asks if they should take action. Rumors have long suggested that Aldarian is excessively doting on his youngest son, and Rain is beloved by his siblings as well. However, a masked man calmly dismisses the concern, instructing him to wait for their master's orders. The subordinate hesitates before voicing his worries. He asks what if Rain discovers the financial fraud they have been conducting. With a scoff, the masked man dismisses the notion. Convinced that a sheltered noble like Rain would know nothing about tax records, he instructs his subordinate to present Rain with misleading financial accounts upon his arrival, ensuring confusion. Satisfied with his plan, the masked man orders the subordinate to prepare for Rain's reception, a smirk playing on his lips. He mutters that it is time for Aldarian Edgar to pay for his crimes. As Rain's carriage reaches Anseling City, he immediately takes note of its desolation. Wasting no time, he requests a map, and Lee promptly hands it to him. A thought takes shape in his mind. Constructing a canal and connecting it to the seaport could revitalize the area. However, before he can delve deeper into his plans, a distressing scene unfolds before him. A young woman desperately pleads with her father, urging him to stop gambling. Tears stream down her face as she cries that the money is meant for her mother's medical treatment. But the man, indifferent to her desperation, attempts to snatch it from her grasp. He insists that this time he will win, as she struggles to stop him. His frustration boils over, and he raises his hand, prepared to strike her without hesitation. Rain intervenes, delivering a solid punch to the man. Pain shoots through his own fist, but he does not falter. Leah, visibly alarmed, scolds him for acting impulsively, insisting that he should have informed her beforehand so she could prepare his protective gear. Rain dismisses her concern, reasoning that there would not have been enough time for such preparations. Instead, he instructs her to check on the girl while he handles the gambler. Turning his attention back to the man, he demands to know if he has lost his mind. The terrified gambler stammers, demanding Rain's identity. Unfazed, Rain tells him that his name is irrelevant, instead issuing a cold threat. He warns that if the man dares to gamble again, Rain will personally see to it that his head is severed. Fear grips the man, and he scrambles away, swearing never to gamble again. With the situation diffused, Rain shifts his focus back to the girl, asking if she is unharmed. As he scans her, he is momentarily stunned. Her stats are extraordinary, possessing a wholly agricultural body. She holds the potential to revolutionize farming efforts, and Rain immediately considers recruiting her. He invites her to travel with him to town, as they are headed there anyway. However, she hesitates, expressing concern that she will dirty the carriage. Her worry is of no consequence to Rain, who remains unfazed. Instead, his curiosity turns to another matter. He wonders why a casino even exists in a city where the people are struggling to survive. The previous fall, the Duke of the enemy nation launched an attack on their town, resulting in the deaths of many soldiers. Spring brought a catastrophic flood that destroyed most of the region's crops. The people's lives descended into sheer misery, with even the basic act of finding food becoming an arduous struggle. Rain contemplates the necessity of conducting a census to assess the region's productive forces. Before making any plans, he resolves to visit the Lord's estate to determine how much cash is available for development. Turning to Lillian, he inquires about the estate's finances. But before she can respond, a sudden clatter of hooves disrupts the street. A man on horseback gallops through the town, callously shooing away pedestrians. Lee pushes Rain aside, narrowly avoiding a collision. As the rider passes, Lee fixes her gaze on him while Rain, stuck in her spectacular plot armor, struggles to catch his breath. Concerned, she asks if he is all right, and he reassures her that he is fine, regaining his composure. He turns to Lillian and asks if she knows who the rider was. Lillian discloses that the man is the young master of the Adrian family, the owners of all the casinos in the city. Rain immediately deduces that they must be extraordinarily wealthy, and a thought strikes him. His problem of securing development funds may have just been solved. Without hesitation, he instructs Lillian to lead them to the casino. However, Lillian warns him against going, cautioning that he will undoubtedly be scammed. Dismissing her concerns, he assures her that he is not worried. Watching his confidence, she sadly wonders just how powerful Rain truly is. Upon arriving at the casino, he steps inside and is immediately greeted by the lively chaos of the gambling hall. The air is thick with excitement and desperation as gamblers eagerly place their bets, some celebrating their wins while others lament their losses. Observing the scene, Rain recognizes the danger. So long as casinos exist, people will never dedicate themselves to work. Lee discreetly approaches him and informs him that they have surrounded the building. He instructs her to wait, intent on luring out the big fish. A staff member soon approaches and politely asks what game he would like to play. Rain requests something simple. The attendant promptly leads him to a table, where he is given 2 free chips to try his luck. As the game begins, the staff watches him with thinly veiled amusement. He places his bet, and as expected, the outcome is rigged. The dice are checked, and he loses. The staff member, maintaining his friendly demeanor, encourages him to continue playing. Finding the entire experience tedious, Rain decides he has seen enough and turns to leave. Before he can exit, the staff stops him, demanding payment for the money he supposedly owes. Raising an eyebrow, Rain questions how he could possibly be in debt. The staff member smugly informs him that he must pay for the 2 chips he received earlier, despite the fact that they were given to him for free. The man laughs, stating that nothing in this casino comes without a price. With a malicious grin, the staff reveals that each chip is valued at 100 gold coins, and with the addition of service charges, Rain owes a total of 250 gold coins, an amount he cannot afford to pay. The staff member suggests that Rain is welcome to leave his maid behind as collateral. Before Rain can respond, Lillian steps forward. Her voice steady as she exposes the blatant lie. She reveals that each chip is, in reality, worth only a single silver coin. The staff member's expression darkens, his embarrassment swiftly turning to rage. He orders one of the guards to silence her. Before the command can be carried out, Rain moves with lightning speed, delivering a devastating punch that sends the man flying across the room, crashing into a nearby table. Rain demands to know who permitted the man to speak in the first place. The chaos in the casino momentarily halts as gamblers scramble to collect the scattered coins from the fallen table. Observing their desperation, Rain realizes just how hopeless the people have become. At that moment, the man from earlier, the young master of the Adrian family, steps forward. Rain's lips curl into a knowing smile. The big fish has finally taken the bait. The gamblers turn their fearful gazes toward Viserlo as he coldly orders his guards to beat them. The guards comply without hesitation, striking the helpless gamblers as they beg for mercy. The atmosphere in the casino is thick with terror, and Viserlo warns everyone to behave if they wish to avoid further punishment. Lillian watches in horror, yelping in shock at the dangerous situation she has led Rain into. Determined to repay him for saving her mother, she steps forward. The onlookers whisper among themselves, convinced that she is being foolish and will only get herself beaten. Viserlo narrows his eyes at her and demands to know if she has something to say. She accuses his casino of scamming people, ruining families, and preying on the weak. She declares that she will not allow him to bully Rain. Amused by her audacity, Viserlo raises his hand to strike her. She clenches her eyes shut, bracing for impact. But the blow never comes. Rain effortlessly catches Viserlo's wrist as he scans him. Viserlo is utterly talentless, and his loyalty rating is a mere 5. The implications are clear. The Adrian family could rebel at any moment. Viserlo scoffs, remarking that Rain does not seem to approve of his methods. To his surprise, Rain calmly replies that he is, in fact, very fond of his ways. Then, without hesitation, he questions whether Viserlo even knows who he is. He asks why that would matter and, unimpressed, states that he does not care for titles. There is only one thing he wants to know. With a slow, deliberate clap of his hands, the doors burst open as soldiers flood into the casino. Rain coldly announces that his word is law. The scene shifts to a lavish banquet, where wealthy aristocrats engage in casual conversation. One noble expresses hope that his daughter might catch Rain's attention, securing a favorable connection. Another noble, Adrian, scoffs at the idea, calling him Maggie for trying to leech off Rain's success with such a cheap tactic. A woman raises her glass, offering him a toast. He wonders where Viserlo is and muses that if he arrives soon, they can work together to establish a beneficial relationship with Rain. He knows better than to place his trust entirely in the town's lord. Finally, Rain makes his entrance at the banquet. The heads of various noble families scramble to earn his favor, showering him with extravagant gifts. Uninterested, he brushes past their gestures and instead signals for the meeting to begin. Servants bring forth a whiteboard, and Rain unveils a blueprint he has drawn. The nobles peer at it in confusion, having never encountered such a design before. He explains that it is a dam, seeing their skepticism. He assures them that he will clarify everything. Turning to Leah, he asks for the map. Rain details his observations. Every year, the city suffers from devastating floods. By constructing a dam at a strategic location, they can control the water flow and prevent the floods. Adrian listens intently, his skepticism giving way to admiration. Solving the flood problem would also resolve their food shortages, and it dawns on him that Rain is not as simple as he once thought. One of the family heads interrupts, questioning what any of this has to do with them. Rain responds bluntly, he needs funding. The nobles immediately reject his request, making feeble excuses about their own supposed financial struggles. Adrian remarks that Rain is far too naive to think these nobles would ever part with their wealth voluntarily. Unfazed, Rain reveals that he has already secured funds. That very morning, he raided a casino and seized 50,000 gold coins. He inquires about the number of other casinos in the city. A tense silence falls over the room. The family heads stare at him in shock, their expressions betraying their alarm. Unbeknownst to Rain, they have all secretly invested in the casinos, and his actions have now placed him in direct conflict with them. Adrian, in particular, is livid. He had not expected Rain to move so boldly against his interests. Thinking quickly, he conceals his anger, calling Rain a fool for breaking the law. The other nobles immediately rally behind him, attempting to pressure Rain into issuing an apology. They argue that casinos are legal businesses and that raiding them is a blatant violation of the law. Adrian smugly declares that Rain's actions expose his inexperience. He does not know how to truly control people. Rain, however, does not flinch. Instead, he calls them liars, accusing them of feigning poverty while hoarding wealth. His voice is sharp as he delivers an ultimatum. Either they relinquish their corrupt earnings willingly, or you will make them. Adrian, unwilling to back down, warns him that his father will not be pleased with his reckless behavior. The nobles double down on their pressure, trying to force Rain into submission. But Rain simply smirks. If they wish to discuss the law, then so be it. Without hesitation, he orders his soldiers to seize them. With cold authority, he declares that they will discuss the law properly, behind bars. Adrian narrows his eyes as he notices Viserlo's underlings among Rain's captives. Confusion flashes across his face. These men were always by Viserlo's side, yet now they stand restrained before him. Rain questions whether Adrian recognizes them without hesitation. Adrian denies any association and demands to know Rain's intentions. Remaining composed, Rain reveals the truth. The captives had attempted to assassinate him earlier that afternoon and, under interrogation, admitted that someone from Ashling City had been backing them. A subtle wave of unease washes over Adrian, though he quickly masks it. Rain orders the soldiers to release the men, but his urgency does not go unnoticed. The gathered family heads exchange glances, each aware that these men belong to Viserlo. Adrian, for once, has found himself in an inescapable predicament, realizing the threat these men pose to his family. Adrian acts without hesitation. He draws a dagger and lunges, eliminating the assassins before they can utter another word. The banquet hall falls into stunned silence as their bodies collapse to the floor. Blood pools at his feet, composing himself. Adrian stands before the lifeless bodies in fiend's remorse, claiming he acted in a fit of rage rather than condemning him. Rain acknowledges Adrian's decisiveness, bowing his head slightly. Adrian accepts the compliment, insisting that he is unworthy of such words. However, Rain remains unimpressed. He commands the soldiers to bring forth the true culprit, eager to see if there are more nobles as exceptional as Adrian. The doors swing open as Viserlo is dragged into the hall, his expression twisted in fury. He thrashes against the soldier's grip, bellowing threats and demanding to be freed. Shock washes over Adrian as he realizes his son has been captured as well. Viserlo directs his hatred toward Rain, cursing him for daring to kill his men. He vows revenge, promising to break him and make him beg for death. Rain, unfazed, merely raises a brow at Viserlo's bravado with unwavering arrogance. Viserlo declares that no one in Ashling City can defy him, that if he wishes Rain dead, then so it shall be. Viserlo's words provoke only amusement, and Rain bursts into laughter, commending his misplaced confidence before shifting his gaze to Adrian. Before Adrian can respond, Viserlo, still reveling in his own delusions, turns to his father, mockingly addressing him. The moment his name leaves Viserlo's lips, Adrian's patience shatters with a cold command. He orders Viserlo to kneel. Confusion flickers across Viserlo's face before Adrian forcefully pushes him down. The weight of the situation finally settles upon him, and terror takes hold. Kneeling beside his son, Adrian lowers his head in submission, pleading for Rain's forgiveness. He offers everything in exchange for their lives. The realization dawns on Viserlo as his father's earlier warnings echo in his mind. Trembling, he finally understands who he has provoked. His voice wavers as he desperately inquires if Rain is the Grand Duke's son. The answer is evident, and his arrogance crumbles. Without hesitation, he kneels as well, begging for mercy. Adrian follows suit, swearing his family's loyalty to Rain. Considering the offer, Rain proposes a condition. Everything they have obtained illegally must be surrendered. Only then will he allow them to leave with their lives. Adrian, seeing no alternative, accepts the deal with gratitude, relieved that at least survival is still within reach. However, his mind remains sharp, seeking a way to shift attention away from himself. His gaze lands on Eldrick, and a plan takes shape. With feigned urgency, Adrian accuses the city lord of conspiring with external forces to betray the Grand Duke. A hall erupts in murmurs. Before Adrian can say another word, Rain's expression darkens. He coldly condemns Adrian's attempt to slander Eldrick and issues an immediate order for his execution. Panic engulfs Adrian. Eldrick, meanwhile, remains composed, though beneath his calm exterior lies a calculating mind. He views Rain's actions as reckless, impulsive, and easily manipulated. With practiced ease, he steps forward, offering gratitude and swearing his unwavering loyalty to Rain. Rain acknowledges him, stating that he will never betray him, but quietly activates his scanning ability. As he observes Eldrick, he notices his greed attribute. Inside his chamber, Rain meticulously calculates his newfound wealth, determining that he has acquired approximately 100,000 gold coins, an amount equivalent to 2 years' worth of taxes for his city. Lee approaches, offering him his usual black tea. Accepting the cup, he questions whether she truly understands just how overfed and indulgent these nobles have become. Shifting the conversation, Lee inquires about Adrian's claim, expressing concern that if the city lord, Eldrick, truly intends to rebel, Rain's life could be in jeopardy. Without hesitation, Rain reassures her, stating that there is no need for concern. He is already aware of Eldrick's treacherous intentions but is biding his time. Unable to make a move just yet, when she presses for an explanation, he reveals that he has yet to uncover whom Eldrick is working for. Unlike his adversaries who remain hidden in the shadows, Rain stands fully exposed. One wrong move could plunge everything into chaos. For now, it is best that Eldrick continues to perceive him as nothing more than a naive and ignorant rich boy. The following day, the guild master, Malcolm, scoffs at the notion presented to him, dismissing it as utter nonsense. Eldrick, however, urges him to remain calm, arguing that Rain is merely young and eager to prove his worth to his father. Malcolm, unconvinced, warns against siding with Rain, reminding Eldrick that even Rain's father would have to show deference to wizards. Eldrick, on the other hand, had been strategizing ways to bribe the wizards, yet now, Rain has unwittingly made himself a target by initiating the dam project. Malcolm contemplates confronting Rain directly, but Eldrick attempts to dissuade him. With a smirk, Eldrick remarks that Rain has managed to offend the Magic Guild, leaving himself completely isolated. Meanwhile, within Rain's mansion, he is deeply engrossed in drafting engineering schematics when Leia enters, informing him of Malcolm's unexpected arrival. Momentarily perplexed, Rain realizes that he has never encountered Malcolm before. When Malcolm steps forward, his demeanor is tense as he demands an explanation. He accuses Rain of insulting the Wizards Guild. Rain, genuinely confused, inquires about when he supposedly slighted them. With growing frustration, Malcolm tells him to drop the pretense and presents a letter. Rain takes the letter and scans its contents, questioning how constructing a dam could possibly be considered an affront to wizards. Malcolm, his patience thinning, reveals the root of the issue. The letter explicitly states that applications from wizards are not being accepted. This, he asserts, is a direct provocation against the guild. Dumbfounded, Rain finds himself momentarily speechless, silently questioning whether wizards even take on physical labor in the first place. Malcolm, unwilling to relent, demands a reasonable explanation, warning that failure to provide one will result in the guild severing all cooperation with him. Rain assesses Malcolm's stats and notes that his loyalty remains stable. This confirms his suspicion. Malcolm has been manipulated by an external influence. With a composed demeanor, Rain clarifies that the matter is a mere misunderstanding and proceeds to outline 3 reasons for his decision. Firstly, wizards possess limited mana, and their abilities may not align with the project's deadlines. Secondly, wizards are exceedingly expensive to hire. For the cost of employing a single wizard, he could hire 10 laborers. Lastly, most wizards live in comfort under the guild's protection, whereas civilians have no such safety net. Malcolm, unmoved by this reasoning, counters that magic governs this world and that the talentless are naturally destined to remain beneath wizards. Rain acknowledges the truth in his statement, but asserts that he does not accept it. From this moment forward, he declares he will ensure that everyone in Ashling understands that wizards are no more than civilians. Malcolm's eyes narrow as he warns Rain to retract his words if he does not wish to become the enemy of the Wizards Guild. Rain, unshaken, commands him to mind his tone, or else Lee will cut his throat for his disrespect. Malcolm's bravado wavers, and he demands to know why Rain is taking such a stance. Rain responds with unshakable confidence, stating that this law is absolute, and if Malcolm doubts him, he may put it to the test. He can order Lee to execute him and allow the court to decide the outcome. A cold shiver runs down Malcolm's spine as he processes Rain's unwavering resolve. Trembling, he ultimately concedes, offering a reluctant apology. Observing him closely, Rain notes that Malcolm's loyalty remains unchanged. However, he has yet to realize that he was merely being used as a pawn in someone else's scheme. Satisfied, Rain signals Lee to release him. Malcolm, regaining some composure, thanks him before departing. A notification flashes within Rain's mind. His quest is now complete, and he receives a reward along with a new mission. To scan 5 individuals with high stats, setting aside his immediate concerns, he shifts his focus toward checking his rewards. Outside, Eldrick approaches Malcolm. His curiosity piqued, he inquires about the outcome of the confrontation. Malcolm, still visibly unsettled, informs him that Rain refused to yield and even went so far as to expel him. A calculating glint flickers in Eldrick's eyes. Rather than viewing this as a failure, he formulates a new plan, one that will ensure Rain respects Malcolm even more. Eldrick shares his plan, explaining that once the people refuse to work for Rain, he will have no choice but to seek Malcolm's assistance. Malcolm questions why the people would refuse, to which Eldrick responds that the answer is simple: all of them are lazy. Malcolm, however, refuses to partake in any sabotage, stating that while he may be displeased with Rain's decisions, he has no intention of undermining him. Eldrick, undeterred, argues that these people are utterly useless and would not be starving if they were diligent workers. He questions why they would take Rain's dam project seriously when they lack the motivation to work. After some hesitation, Malcolm agrees to test the plan. At the city center, a crowd gathers around the notice board, reading the job offer. Many find it appealing, as it promises 3 meals a day along with a wage of 10 copper coins. However, some remain suspicious, suspecting a hidden scheme. Gradually, the people begin rejecting the offer outright. Lillian steps forward, chastising them for slandering Rain. She insists that he personally assured her that he would improve everyone's lives. The crowd bursts into laughter, dismissing her words, claiming she is only defending him because she harbors feelings for him. Determined, Lillian approaches the recruiter and declares that she and her father wish to apply for the project. The recruiter, however, informs her that only her father will be accepted. When she inquires why, he explains that she is underage. Rain had explicitly instructed him not to hire anyone below 18, as he would not tolerate any violations of his orders. Turning to her father, the recruiter outlines the wages and meals, instructing him to leave a handprint on the document and report to the construction site the next day. Lillian encourages her father to work hard, and he reassures her that he will not let Rain down. He reminds her to take care of her mother, who is sick and unable to work. The recruiter, overhearing their conversation, asks about his wife's condition. Upon confirming that she is indeed gravely ill, the recruiter informs him not to worry. Rain had ordered that the family members of any workers involved in the project could temporarily relocate to the workers' quarters. He explains that they may use it as a residence while the project is ongoing and return home once the construction is complete. Grateful, the man expresses his thanks, and the recruiter arranges for someone to escort them to the quarters. As the news spreads, the people begin to reconsider their stance. Doubt turns to curiosity, and soon, they start registering in large numbers, causing the crowd to grow even larger. Meanwhile, Rain reviews his rewards and discovers a blueprint for a lithium iron phosphate battery. Frustrated, he questions its usefulness without an electricity generator. He then shifts his focus to his next mission, finding 5 individuals with high stats. Initially, he considers training Leah, but after scanning her, he realizes that she has already reached her full potential. Deciding to scout for talent within the city, he prepares to venture out. Before he can leave, Lillian arrives and requests permission to enter, which he grants. She informs him that workers at the construction site are slacking off. Shocked, he follows her to investigate. At the site, Lillian confronts her father, asking why he is neglecting his work. Lillian's father denies slacking off, explaining that he has been exhausted since morning. The same complaint arises from the other workers. They all feel drained and lethargic. As a result, they decide to rest, prompting Lillian to scold them for their laziness. Determined to solve the issue, she drags Rain along, believing the workers will listen to him. However, upon scanning her father, Rain makes a startling discovery. Turning to Lillian, he informs her that they are not merely exhausted, they're cursed. Rain activates a newly acquired skill called prospecting, a technique he had initially intended to use after the construction was completed. However, given the circumstances, he has no choice but to utilize it now. This skill allows him to analyze the composition of rocks and assess the geological condition of the land. As the system begins its analysis, he finds no traces of valuable minerals or petroleum. Just as he is about to stop, he senses something unusual and instructs a worker to dig deeper. The man complies, and after some effort, they unearth a sinister-looking crystal. A sense of unease settles over the group as they wonder whether they have disturbed something that should have remained buried. Lee, taken aback by Rain's ability to detect the crystal, begins to question whether he is secretly a genius in magic. Even she, with her heightened senses, had failed to notice its presence. Rain issues an order to extract the crystal and secure it in a box. Turning to Lee, he inquires about the usual procedures for dealing with curses. She explains that the afflicted can visit a church and have a priest remove the curse or seek assistance from a high-level wizard. He absorbs the information and decisively instructs Lillian to accompany him, bringing her father along. They're going to see a priest. Lillian, still in disbelief, asks if her father is truly cursed. Rain reassures her, promising that the culprit will not escape justice. Upon arriving at the church, they are warmly greeted by a priestess who seems delighted to see Rain. He silently considers verifying her loyalty before requesting her assistance. Scanning her, he is surprised to find that her loyalty stands at an impressive 95. Even more shocking is the revelation that she is not human. She is an elf. The priestess introduces herself as Yuria and asks how she may be of service. Rain explains the situation and allows her to examine Lillian's father. As she inspects him, her eyes glow with a radiant golden light, momentarily blinding the man. After a moment, she confirms Rain's suspicions. He is indeed cursed. Rain asks if she is capable of removing it, to which Yuria responds by using her abilities to dispel the affliction. Lillian's father instantly feels a wave of relief and declares that he is well enough to return to work. However, Rain advises him to rest, insisting that they will resume work only after the underlying problem has been fully addressed. He then presents the ominous crystal to Yuria, who examines it closely. She identifies it as a common crystal in the region, though the amount of magic power stored within it is considerable. She explains that for the curse to take effect, a vast amount of magical energy had been condensed inside. However, she finds the situation peculiar. Despite possessing enough power to kill someone outright, the caster had merely induced fatigue. This seems more like a prank than a genuine curse. Rain asks if such a crystal is easy to create. Yuria responds that for a high-ranking wizard, crafting one would be effortless, and it would be just as easy to plant it at the construction site without detection, possibly on a daily basis. Suspicious, he inquires how she knows about his project. She nonchalantly responds that the church has been well aware of it, explaining that his initiative has significantly reduced the burden on their resources. Realizing that he needs to confront Malcolm, Rain contemplates his next move. Yuria, sensing his dilemma, informs him that she knows someone capable of solving his problem. However, she warns that this individual is rather eccentric. They arrive at a grand mansion, the residence of Lady Selena, the former head of the Wizards Guild. Rain knocks on the door, preparing himself to persuade her. Before he can react, Leah abruptly grabs him and pulls him back. A violent explosion erupts in front of them, leaving him momentarily dazed. Inside the mansion, a woman sighs in frustration. Selena mutters to herself, wondering why her latest experiment has failed yet again. Undeterred, she remains resolute, vowing not to give up until she achieves success. Selena refuses to help, stating that she is occupied with her research on a new magical device. Curious, Rain asks if she is developing a wand, but she scoffs at the suggestion, considering it an insult to her intellect. Leah, unimpressed by Selena's condescending attitude, warns her to watch her tone. Selena, unfazed, shifts her attention to Leah, noting the immense magical power she possesses. She proposes that Leah should stay and assist her with her experiments, promising to help Rain only after she achieves success in her research. Leah, irritated by her arrogance, asks if she even knows how to be polite. Tension escalates between them as they prepare to fight, but Rain steps in, quickly calming Leah down before the situation worsens. Turning his attention back to Selena, Rain glances at the table filled with magical tools and inquires whether she is creating a magical artifact. Selena nonchalantly informs him that the items scattered across the table are all failed prototypes. She reveals that she is attempting to develop a device capable of storing her powerful electric magic. Rain is taken aback and asks if she is trying to store electricity. Selena confirms this, explaining that every time her attempts fail, the device explodes. Dismissing them, she tells him to leave, as she needs to resume her research. However, Rain seizes the opportunity and confidently states that he knows how to create a device that can store electricity. He then asks if she would be willing to help him in exchange for that knowledge. Selena scoffs, dismissing his claim as nonsense, but Rain assures her that he is serious, pressing further. He asks if she will assist him if he succeeds in creating the device. After a brief pause, Selena agrees, promising not only to deal with Malcolm but also to make the Wizards Guild acknowledge his authority. However, she warns that if he fails, she will not be responsible for his safety. Once outside, Rain begins contemplating where he can obtain a stable source of electricity. He quickly realizes that human wizards could serve as temporary power generators until he can construct proper ones. Without wasting time, he sets to work and successfully creates a lithium-ion battery. When he presents it to Selena, she immediately criticizes it, stating that it cannot store magic and will explode if she channels even a fraction of her power into it. Rain remains unfazed, assuring her that the battery has sufficient capacity. He then hands her a wire and instructs her to charge it. Skeptical but intrigued, Selena takes the wire and releases a surge of electricity. To her astonishment, the battery absorbs the energy without detonating. Rain smirks and asks if that is all she can do, pointing out that the battery has not even reached half of its total capacity. Annoyed, Selena increases the intensity of her magic, pouring in even more energy. After some time, she grows tired and frustrated, wondering if the battery can truly store her power. Rain, on the other hand, is stunned by the results. He calculates that the energy stored so far could power an electric vehicle for 3,000 kilometers, and yet she has managed to charge it to 87% on her own. Amused, he refers to her as a convenient battery bank. Now it is time to demonstrate his ingenuity. He connects the wires, and the battery successfully produces electricity. Selena, visibly impressed, asks if he can also use electric magic. Rain confidently responds that not only can he wield electric magic, but he can also make it so that everyone in Ashling City can do the same. Perplexed, Selena questions how such a feat would be possible. Rain reveals that his magical device is far more advanced than the battery she has just charged. He proposes that if she agrees to assist him, he will introduce her to a world where everyone, regardless of their magical ability, can use magic. Selena, captivated by his words, finally acknowledges his potential. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Malcolm, who sits smugly in his office, convinced that Rain will soon come crawling to him, begging for help. However, before he can relish the thought any further, Selena suddenly appears before him. Caught off guard, Malcolm stares at her in confusion and demands to know why she is here. Selena glares at Malcolm, stating that he must have some guts to dare stand against Rain. Malcolm, feigning ignorance, nervously asks what she means, insisting that he would never think of doing such a thing. Without hesitation, she grabs him by the collar and demands that he confess. She reminds him that she has a bit of a temper, her tone laced with an unspoken threat. Terrified, Malcolm quickly agrees to spill everything. He admits that he gathered all the mages and told them that Rain looked down on them, which enraged them. Seizing the opportunity, he then instructed them to create cursed crystals and secretly placed them at Rain's construction site. The curse drained the workers' energy, making them appear lazy in hopes that Rain would assume they were slacking off. His ultimate plan was for Rain to grow desperate, apologize to him, and seek his help. Once he finishes his confession, Selena clicks her tongue in irritation, calling him an idiot for failing to realize that he was being manipulated. Malcolm, confused, stares at her in disbelief. Without explaining further, she orders him to call back the mages immediately. Panicked, Malcolm scrambles to do as she commands. Meanwhile, Selena contacts Rain and informs him that she has taken care of the Wizards Guild. Rain thanks her, but she casually asks if he would like her to make Eldrick disappear. Rain declines, stating that there is no need. He intends to use Eldrick as bait to lure in the bigger players behind the scenes. Selena understands his reasoning and, with newfound excitement, eagerly asks when they will begin working on the projects he mentioned. Rain tells her to first get the mages to charge the batteries. Selena nods, acknowledging the instruction, and sets off to fulfill her task. At the same time, Eldrick meets with a masked man and informs him that Rain has successfully taken control of the Mage Association. The masked man, however, remains unfazed, assuring Eldrick that there is nothing to worry about, aside from Selena. No one in the association poses any real threat. What truly concerns him is Rain's mysterious dam project. He mourns that if the project succeeds as Rain claims, it could drastically transform Ashling City, something that cannot be allowed to happen. Eldrick reassures him, stating that he already has a plan in motion. He has been secretly pressuring the nobles to inflate grain prices, tightening their grip on the city's food supply. The masked man narrows his eyes and asks if Eldrick is certain the nobles will align with him. Eldrick smirks, explaining that Rain has taken all their money, leaving them resentful. By offering them a chance to regain their lost wealth, he ensures their cooperation. He acknowledges the possibility of them betraying him in the future, but he is confident that they will never betray their own profits. Furthermore, he points out that Rain does not possess enough funds to sustain his project indefinitely. Meanwhile, at the marketplace, a merchant cruelly kicks Lillian aside, sneering as he tells her to leave. Furious, she demands an explanation for the sudden surge in grain prices. The merchant, indifferent to her frustration, merely shrugs and reminds her that it is his supply, and he will sell it at whatever price he desires. Lillian recalls her promise to secure the grains for Rain at the lowest possible price. She glares at the merchant and warns him that Rain will not take kindly to such blatant extortion. The merchant, unfazed, smirks and proclaims that they are honest businessmen simply capitalizing on an opportunity. To further humiliate her, he steps on her and orders her to get lost. At the church, Illyria is equally frustrated. Over the span of just 3 days, the price of grain has tripled, causing widespread concern. She turns to Illyria, her expression grim, and states that their current stockpile will not be enough for their people to survive the winter. She orders Illyria to secure the supplies they have and return them to the church, assuring her that she will figure out the rest. Additionally, she hands Illyria a bag of money. Illyria hesitates, taken aback by the amount, and protests that it is far too much. Normally, it would cost only a third of this sum to bribe the guards. Illyria remains firm and instructs her to follow orders. Reluctantly, Illyria nods in compliance. However, before she can put it, the bag of money is suddenly snatched from her grasp. Startled, she turns to see none other than Leah, holding the stolen bag with a sly grin. At that moment, Rain steps forward. He asks Illyria if she might be interested in making a deal. Illyria narrows her eyes and demands to know what kind of business Rain has with her. Rain, unfazed, advises her to relax while speaking with him. Irritated, she scoffs and asks what nonsense he is spouting, insisting that there is no way elves would be in this city. He informs her that he is well aware of their true identities and assures her that he harbors no hostility toward them. Illyria studies him carefully before finally asking what he wants. Without hesitation, he states that he requires food supplies. She informs him that such a request may be beyond his capabilities. Rain inquires why. She explains that the food supply in Ashling City is controlled by 4 major noble families who have held their influence over the city for a century. While he may have intimidated a few individuals at the banquet, those were merely small players. Curious, Rain asks if she is well acquainted with the city. Illyria nods, revealing that she has lived in Ashling City for 120 years. She further states that if Rain had not acted against the Adrian family during the banquet, negotiations might have been possible. Due to the ongoing war, food was already in short supply this year, and had grain prices remained stable, her people could have survived the winter. Listening to her concerns, Rain confidently promises that within half a month, the price of grain will drop significantly. Meanwhile, at the Klein family mansion, Augustus, the head of the household, sits at the head of an opulent table, addressing his gathered partners. He declares that, thanks to Eldrick, the 4 great families have amassed immense fortune. The assembled nobles raise their glasses in celebration, expressing their gratitude toward Eldrick for his role in their success, as they revel in their triumph. A butler enters the room and announces that Rain has invited Augustus to a banquet. A hush falls in the gathering. One of the nobles voices his concerns, speculating whether Rain intends to target them next. He admits that while his goal was merely to profit, he has no desire to risk his life in the process. Augustus, however, remains composed and reassures him. He reminds the group that Eldrick assured them everything they had done was legal. Furthermore, as long as the 4 noble families stand together, Rain will be powerless against them. With a confident smirk, he declares that they alone dictate the grain prices. No one, not even the Duke's son, can interfere. The nobles exchange glances before agreeing, convinced that if they seize this opportunity, their families will not experience poverty for the next century. Still, Augustus issues a warning. Should Rain push too hard, they will reduce grain prices by a mere 5 copper coins to pacify public outrage. However, if any among them dares to withdraw from their pact, he will ensure they pay the price. The nobles nod in agreement, reaffirming their unity. With their resolve solidified, Augustus announces that it is time to attend the banquet. Back at Rain's mansion, the butler enters the grand hall and respectfully informs his master that Augustus has arrived. Rain, seated at the head of the table, instructs him to allow them entry and to begin serving the meal. As Augustus and the nobles step inside, they greet Rain with faint courtesy. Observing them, Rain comments that they still have much to learn. His gaze sweeps over their attire, and he questions why they appear so impoverished despite their control over the seized grain market. Augustus smoothly replies that they recently heard about his project and would like to contribute to it. Another noble quickly follows suit, claiming that they have already donated substantial funds and sold their grain at the lowest possible prices. Leah, unable to contain her disgust, calls them shameless for attempting to deceive Rain. Rain, however, does not react as expected. Instead, he smiles, seemingly impressed by their supposed generosity, and expresses his gratitude for their assistance. With a calm demeanor, he reveals the true reason for their invitation. He wishes to discuss business regarding grain. Augustus, believing he understands Rain's intentions, assumes that Rain is running low on funds and preemptively states that 2 gold coins per sack is already a loss for them, feigning sympathy. The nobles attempt to maintain their act. However, Rain corrects them. They have misunderstood his intentions. To their shock, he states that he is not asking them to lower prices. He is asking them to raise them. He proposes increasing the price of grain to 4 gold coins per sack. The nobles stare at him, dumbfounded, before they can recover. Rain continues, casually adding that he will be taking 30% of the commissions. Augustus confirms whether he truly instructed the price to be raised to 4 gold coins. Rain reminds him that he will receive a 30% commission from this transaction. Smirking, Augustus remarks that he initially thought Rain was just a privileged noble brat, but now he sees that he is just as shrewd a merchant as the rest. With Rain being so cooperative, Augustus believes the road ahead will be much smoother for them. He adds that had he known Rain was this reasonable, he would have sought him out much sooner. However, he acknowledges that without an official decree, they cannot lawfully raise the price. Thanking Rain, he then inquires when he wishes to make the announcement, informing them that the document, complete with the family's seal, is ready. Augustus states that they will post it after their meal. He warns them that anyone who dares to disobey him already knows the consequences. Augustus assures him that there will be no dissent. Back at the Klein family mansion, the others question Augustus about whether they should inform Eldrick, as the situation seems highly unusual. Enraged, Augustus shatters his wine glass. Declaring that the more people who learn of this, the less profit they will make, he asserts that Rain lacks significant power and is merely using them to secure his own benefits. He insists that this matter must remain strictly between them, emphasizing that they have been presented with a golden opportunity to amass an immense fortune. One of the men admits that he has never been granted such a lucrative opportunity before, which is why he felt a moment of concern. But from now on, he will follow Augustus' lead without hesitation. Augustus laughs, declaring that from this moment onward, they will stand together. He then orders them to act swiftly, acquiring grain from the smaller merchants before the price escalates further, promising that this time, they will reap unimaginable profits. Meanwhile, at Irene's mansion, Illyria, seething with rage, denounces him as a traitor. She demands to know why he broke his promise to lower the price and accuses him of colluding with corrupt merchants. She warns him that the elves are not to be trifled with. Lillian attempts to placate her, reassuring her that Rain has vowed to bring the price down. However, Illyria refuses to believe her, arguing that his partnership with those corrupt merchants contradicts his supposed intentions. Lillian urges her to trust him, convinced that he must have a plan. Illyria, still unconvinced, directly asks Rain if he truly intends to raise the price. He calmly tells her not to worry, assuring her that the inflated price will not last long and that, within half a month, the market will collapse. Scoffing, Illyria accuses him of being naive, claiming that he has no grasp of the world's cruelty. She asserts that in her 200 years of life, she has never seen the market decline following the price hike. Unfazed, Rain questions her, asking how much the price would have decreased had he simply threatened the merchants. 1 copper coin? 10 copper coins? She argues that, even so, he cannot justify raising the price from 2 gold coins to 4, as at least some families could have barely scraped together enough to afford a single bag and survive. If the price doubles, starvation will be inevitable. Rain counters her argument, stating that even at 2 gold coins per bag, people would have starved regardless. For the common folk of Ashland City, there is no real difference between 2 gold coins and 4. They would perish either way. Furious, Illyria glares at him. He clarifies that he does not intend for the merchants to merely reduce the price by a few copper coins. His goal is to utterly ruin them. 7 days pass, and Rain is occupied with teaching Selena the fundamentals of batteries. He explains every detail of how a battery functions, captivating her with his knowledge. Once the lesson concludes, Lee enters, informing him that Illyria has come once again. Annoyed, Rain questions whether she has nothing better to do. Selena interjects, explaining that Illyria's anger stems from the fact that grain prices have soared due to his deliberate inflation. Now reaching 7 gold coins per bag, Illyria storms in, scolding him furiously and revealing that even minor nobles are struggling to afford grain. She demands to know if he is aware of the current cost of a single bag. Calmly, Rain asks Lee how many days have passed since the price hike. She promptly answers that 7 days have elapsed. He declares that the time has come to send those crook merchants to their downfall. Exasperated, Illyria demands that he stop speaking in riddles and explain himself clearly. Rain admits that the reason he refrained from telling her earlier was to avoid arousing suspicion among the nobility, but now he is ready to disclose the truth. He calmly states that a bag of grain costs 4 gold coins and then poses a question. What is Ashling City truly lacking? Illyria puzzles over this for a moment before replying that nothing is missing. Smiling, Rain corrects her. What they lack are merchants selling grain. The realization dawns upon her, leaving her utterly stunned. He asks if she understands now. In this city, what they lack is not only food but also merchants willing to sell it, and no one can resist the pull of greed. The price of grain in Ashling City has surged to 4 gold coins per bag. When this news reaches the merchants in neighboring towns, they will hastily flock to Ashling City, capitalizing on the opportunity for profit. Merchants from outside the city will bring an abundance of grain, and those 4 foolish nobles will undoubtedly seize the chance to acquire it, further fueling their insatiable desires. In doing so, Ashling City will amass the largest stockpile of grain in the entire empire. But merchants, when faced with the prospect of a 10,000% profit, lose all sense of reason, thinking only of wealth. He declares that after today, the 4 noble families will cease to exist. He instructs Leah to post another notice, stating that Illyria has decided to sell the church's reserve grain in opposition to his methods, setting the price at 1 gold coin per bag. She is to make sure that word spreads to everyone. Illyria, taken aback, questions why he has given her such a favorable reputation. He simply responds that he does not possess any grain to sell. She counters, stating that she, too, has only a limited supply and asks if he expects her to sell everything she has. Refusing outright, she insists that the grain is vital for her elven tribe's survival through the winter. Selena scoffs at her reasoning, calling her naive. If she were in Illyria's position, she would sell immediately, as delaying any further would only result in greater financial loss. Illyria, unfazed, retorts that elves have no interest in wealth and need only grain to sustain themselves. Rain, unwavering, orders her to follow his instructions, assuring her that her grain supply will only increase. He then turns to Selena and the Magic Association, entrusting them with sealing off the city. Selena confidently assures him that she will ensure no one escapes. With that, he commands them to proceed. Noticing Leah's unease, he inquires if something is wrong. She hesitates before admitting her concern. What if things do not go as planned? What if the merchants hold out for a few days, causing Illyria's supply to deplete before the strategy takes effect? In response, Rain outlines his approach, explaining that there are 2 types of schemes, a hidden plot and an open strategy. While a hidden plot can be countered, an open strategy is impossible to evade. The merchants from outside the city, blinded by their greed, will fight desperately to become rich. However, when they realize the prices will soon plummet, panic will set in. In this game, hesitation means financial ruin. At the Klein mansion, one of the men reports to Augustus that the church has announced the sale of grain at 1 gold coin per bag and anxiously asks for instructions. Another voice speaks up, alarmed, realizing that they had completely overlooked the church in their calculations. A third asks in a panic what their next move should be. Another, attempting to calm the situation, reassures them that the church likely does not have a vast reserve. Augustus, regaining his composure, orders them to send someone to the church immediately and buy as much grain as possible. At the church, a massive crowd is gathered, with everyone desperate to obtain grain. Illyria tries to maintain order, urging them not to push, assuring them that there is enough for everyone. However, the frantic crowd refuses to listen, continuing to shove forward. She commands them to line up, but her words fall on deaf ears. A man arrives, flanked by guards, and sternly orders the crowd to cease their unruly behavior. Turning to Illyria, he informs her that this grain has been provided by the Pope himself and that this is merely the first batch. More will arrive the following day. Illyria nods in agreement, but then turns to Rain with frustration, asking him not to burn her further. She demands to know what she is supposed to tell the Pope should he question her actions. The news delights the common folk, who rejoice at the prospect of more grain, while the merchants wear expressions of dismay, realizing that their lucrative business is crumbling before their eyes. One merchant clenches his fists, calculating his losses. He had purchased the grain for 60 silver coins per bag. Amid transportation and other expenses, his total cost amounted to 95 silver. Even if he sells now, he can still make a modest 10 silver profit. However, he knows that if he hesitates any longer, his losses will become catastrophic. Resigning himself to the inevitable, he begins selling his grain. The moment the crowd notices, they surge toward him, eager to purchase at a lower price. The other merchants take note, realizing the danger of delay, and in a desperate scramble to cut their losses, they, too, begin selling at even lower prices. Observing the chaotic spectacle, Lee is astonished. It is unfolding exactly as Rain predicted. Rain, unfazed, explains that this is simply human nature. The merchants understand that if they hesitate, even for a second, they will suffer immense losses. The fear of financial ruin compels them to act. Lee, amazed, remarks that at this rate, the price of grain will drop back to 50 silver coins per bag, ensuring that Rain's project will succeed in time. With a smirk, he corrects her. She is underestimating the true impact. Once individuals like Augustus begin selling, grain will become the cheapest commodity in all of Ashling City. She asks Rain if he truly believes that Augustus and his subordinates will also sell their grain so recklessly to outsiders. After all, they pay at least 2 gold coins or more per bag. And besides, his crew is united. They will not turn on each other so easily. Rain tells her she is giving them far too much credit. When it comes to profit, no one will hold back. He continues, stating that the price of grain will no longer be an issue and that they should leave to discuss the second part of their deal. Meanwhile, at Augustus' estate, the butler hurriedly informs him that the out-of-town merchants are slashing grain prices, which have now plummeted to 75 silver coins per bag. Another man scoffs, calling it impossible, insisting that they control the grain supply. Where could these outsiders be acquiring so much grain? The butler firmly maintains that he is not lying. Augustus falls into deep thought, and then, realization dawns upon him. His expression darkens with fury as he demands to know if Rain intends to ruin their families. His subordinates, alarmed, press him for an explanation. Seething, Augustus lays it out for them. Rain deliberately spread the news that grain prices were soaring, luring merchants from nearby towns. Once they arrived, he used the church's name to drive prices into freefall, triggering a panic that forced the merchants to sell at a loss. His men can hardly believe that such a cunning scheme was used against them. However, Augustus quickly regains his composure and announces that he has a counterplan. His men eagerly urge him to share it. He explains that, ultimately, the grain reserves will only last a few months. If they hoard their stock until desperation sets in, they will be able to sell it at an exorbitant price if they remain steadfast and refuse to sell now. They will recoup their money. However, if even one of them betrays the agreement and sells, the entire plan will crumble. Roland, though visibly nervous, agrees and claims that he will return to have his grain stockpiled. However, his true intentions are different. He has already decided to sell in order to cut his losses. The other nobles notice his sudden departure and immediately realize that this is now every man for himself. One by one, they all take their leave, abandoning any pretense of unity. Augustus, butler, steps forward, pledging to personally oversee their men and ensure they do not sell. Augustus' temper flares, and he kicks the butler aside, snapping that if they do not sell, the other 3 will. Without hesitation, he orders the immediate sale of all their grain. Back at Rain's mansion, he turns to Bairia and asks if the grain is now sufficient for her people. She furrows her brows, perplexed, remarking that it feels as though the more they sell, the more they receive in return. He explains that it is because they are selling at the peak and purchasing at the lowest point. At that moment, Lillian enters, reporting that prices have dropped once again. 1 gold coin can now buy 3 bags of grain. Turning back to Bairia, he asks if his words have not been proven true. If she buys now, she will gain 10 more bags. With that settled, he shifts the conversation and inquires whether they can now discuss their deal. Bairia eyes him warily and asks what kind of agreement he seeks to make with her elf tribe. His answer is simple yet audacious. He wants everything. She is momentarily stunned. Confused, she presses him for clarification. He elaborates that they can provide for all aspects of her tribe's daily needs, and whatever they require, he is willing to negotiate a deal. Bairia's expression turns nervous. She admits that such a decision is not hers to make, and Maggie must speak directly with her queen. He nods and asks her to arrange a meeting. At his request, she calls upon Illyria, instructing her to deliver a letter to their queen. As Rain watches her leave, he reflects inwardly. With the grain crisis resolved, the nobles will be powerless to stir up trouble for some time. The magic association is already under his control, and it is only a matter of time before he takes hold of the church. At this moment, Eldric's only remaining advantages are his military and tax control. If Rain can seize control of the military, Eldric will be completely within his grasp. He must find a way to infiltrate the ranks. His thoughts are interrupted by Leah, who playfully tells him to relax more. She would gladly help him unwind. He dismisses the notion, stating that he is not tired. As he speaks, a commotion outside catches his attention. A man is engaged in a heated argument with Illyria regarding the soldiers. The man's frustration is evident as he exclaims that while he can tolerate some losses within Ashling City, being robbed by soldiers on his journey back is unacceptable. What is he supposed to do now? Rain steps forward. The man turns to him warily and demands to know who he is. With a smirk, Rain replies that he is someone interested in doing business with him. At the gate, a guard halts Lillian and demands to inspect her carriage. She calmly informs him that she is a citizen of Esling City, carrying goods purchased in the city, and that she intends to travel to the elf tribe for business. Unmoved by her explanation, the guard orders his men to search the cart. Without hesitation, they begin tearing through her belongings, destroying everything in the cart. Lillian attempts to stop them, but her protests are ignored. After thoroughly ransacking the cart, the soldiers report to their superior that nothing suspicious has been found. Despite this, the officer orders her to pay the toll according to the rules, which she challenges him. Demanding to know why she should pay after they had already destroyed her goods, his patience wears thin. He gives her an ultimatum. Either she pays or she leaves. Before she can argue further, another voice intervenes, instructing her to comply. Begrudgingly, she hands over the money, only for the guard to inform her that the toll has been increased to 5 silver coins under Rain's orders. Frustration builds within her as she realizes the absurdity of the situation. Her goods are worth no more than 3 silver coins, yet they are demanding 5. The guard, however, remains unfazed and tells her to leave if she refuses to pay. Suppressing her anger, she ultimately relents, knowing that Rain will deal with him soon enough. She pays the toll, and they finally allow her to pass. Inside the carriage, Rain mutters curses at himself in self-deprecation. The merchant beside him, frowning in his words, warns him to be careful with his remarks, reminding him that Rain is the savior of Ashling City. Observing the conversation, the merchant finds him odd. Despite the soldiers' claim that Rain was responsible for the toll increase, he continues to blame the guards instead, sensing that the man is unfamiliar with the city. The merchant takes it upon himself to recount Rain's deeds, explaining that although he personally suffered financial losses due to the shifting market prices, this is the first time he has ever seen a lord who truly cares for his people. If given the opportunity, he would gladly serve under him. Rain continues to berate himself under his breath, mentioning the people he killed at the banquet. The merchant immediately realizes what he is referring to, dismissing the concern by stating that the Adrian family deserve their fate. Rain questions whether he knows them. The merchant confirms, explaining that anyone involved in business within Ashling City is well aware of the Adrian family. While many believe they amass their wealth through casino operations, the truth is far more sinister. Their true source of income is human trafficking. Rain is momentarily stunned before his expression darkens. Already managing with limited manpower, he curses at the realization that the Adrians had dared to exploit his potential workforce. His mind begins formulating the next course of action. Before anything else, he must take control of the border guards. If internal chaos erupts, the neighboring countries will not hesitate to take advantage of the situation. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a commotion outside. Lillian, her patience fraying, questions why they are being charged another toll. A soldier responds that the toll for Ashling City is separate from the one at the border fort, implying that different rules apply. She immediately accuses him of lying, but the soldier remains indifferent, giving her the same ultimatum. Either she pays or she leaves, which she demands to know the amount. He smugly states that it is 1 gold coin. Stunned, she calls it outright robbery, but Rain instructs her to pay. Though brimming with anger, she reluctantly complies. The soldier, now noticing movement inside the carriage, becomes suspicious. He demands that all passengers disembark, as this is a border fort and every traveler must be inspected. Without hesitation, Rain steps out. He calmly tells them to proceed with the search if they must. The soldier, upon recognizing him, stiffens in shock. Rain and Lillian step down from the cart. Rain shoots a sharp look at the guard and says that if they want to inspect, then they should go ahead and inspect. The guard freezes, his face pale as sweat begins to drip. He stammers, asking why they are here. The soldier glares at the merchant behind Rain and sneers, calling him an immortal old fool and asking how he dares to come back here. Rain turns toward him and asks if he is an acquaintance of the merchant. The merchant, looking uncomfortable, replies that these men used to be bandits in the nearby mountains. After forming an alliance with the Elwyn family, they were tasked with kidnapping and trafficking people. The Elwyn family brought them here. The soldier sneers again and continues, saying that the merchant didn't pay enough tolls the last time he left the city, and he got scolded for it. If the merchant doesn't make up the difference today, he shouldn't even think about leaving. As he finishes speaking, the soldier strikes the merchant across the face. But the old man doesn't dare retaliate. Stepping back in anger, the merchant shouts that he paid the full amount last time, not a single coin short. The soldier points his weapon at the merchant and snaps that just because he paid last time doesn't mean he doesn't owe now. If it wasn't for the merchant being in that carriage, they might have let it slide with a couple of gold coins. But now that they've seen his face, he's not leaving without 5 gold coins. Rain suddenly speaks up, saying that something doesn't add up. With tolls this high, why is Islin's financial income so low? The soldier looks at Rain disdainfully, asking where he came from. His gaze shifts to Leah standing beside Rain, and he smirks, commenting that Islin has a beauty like her. At this moment, the merchant pulls out a money pouch and says that if they want 5 gold coins, he'll pay, just don't make things difficult for them, as they're his business partners. The soldier accepts the pouch with a smug grin, tossing it to another soldier to store it. Then he reaches out toward Leah, asking where she is from, sweetheart. Before he can touch her, Rain steps in and blocks him, saying that he was considering whether the soldier could be useful as free labor, but now he sees there's no saving him. The soldier, enraged, thrusts his spear at Rain, but before it can land, Leah intervenes and swiftly kills him. The other soldiers, terrified, begin to back away. Rain coldly orders Leah to kill anyone who resists, and afterward, their guards will take over this post. The soldiers panic, throwing down their weapons and running while shouting for help, claiming that someone is murdering people here. However, they don't get far before Leah, moving at blinding speed, catches up and slaughters a group of them in an instant. Rain glances at the system information panel and thinks to himself that these soldiers' stats are ridiculously low. At that moment, Rain recalls his father's warning before he left, reminding him that beyond Islin lies the territory of the Ditch Kingdom, and he must be careful to avoid any conflicts between their nations. Feeling fortunate to have uncovered such a major problem, Rain knows that if a conflict with the Empire breaks out, only he will lose in the end. Just then, Leah, holding her dagger, approaches the remaining soldiers, but before she can act, a loud voice rings out, demanding to know who dares cause trouble at the borders of Islin. The soldiers see the man and react as if they've found a lifeline, shouting that General Caesar is here and they're saved. They plead with General Caesar to help them. The general frowns as he looks at Rain, asking if he is the one causing trouble at the border. Using his skills, Rain examines the man's stats and is momentarily surprised. All of his attributes are above 70, but his loyalty is only 12. If loyalty weren't a factor, Caesar would be a real asset. Rain steps forward, addressing Caesar as the general of the Hulk family and mentioning that his brother works in Prithia's territory. Caesar hesitates and asks who Rain is and how he knows about his brother. Rain replies that Prithia Edgar is his sister. Caesar is stunned, realizing that Rain is the youngest son of Duke Andalion. The soldiers, hearing this, turn pale, realizing that they've messed with the wrong person. Caesar suddenly remembers the letter his brother had sent, informing him that young Lord Rain would soon arrive in Islin and that he must ensure his safety. But a month ago, Elric had bribed him with a chest of gold, saying that Islin's future depends on him. Others had also egged him on, saying that the Duke sent him to this remote place because he doesn't value him, and his talents deserve better recognition. This is what he's entitled to, isn't it? Yes, Caesar had thought, this is what he deserves. He shouldn't waste his life in this backwater. Even now, knowing he had made a grave mistake, Caesar feels no remorse. Drawing his sword, he commands his soldiers to kill the impostor, promising to reward them handsomely. Leo is furious upon hearing this, demanding to know if Caesar is planning to rebel against the Empire. The soldiers nearby are visibly uneasy, begging Caesar not to act recklessly, as this would be a crime punishable by the execution of their entire families. Caesar, however, remains resolute, reminding them of why this action is necessary. He points out that they have blackmailed the son of a Grand Duke and broken the law themselves. Seeing the hesitation in the soldiers, Caesar reminds them of Rain's actions in Island City, the annihilation of the Ildwin family and the ruination of 4 major noble houses to the point of bankruptcy. He declares that this is the westernmost region of the Collateral Empire, and if they take the wealth they've plundered over the years and present Rain Edgar's head to the Orvis Empire, at the very least, they can live as minor nobles there. Pointing his sword at Rain, Caesar adds coldly that it's their choice to live or die, and he won't force them. The soldiers exchange hesitant glances, weighing their options. Caesar's words seem to sway them, and Leah grows increasingly alarmed as she realizes the soldiers are falling for Caesar's rhetoric. A swift decision is made, and the soldiers side with Caesar, turning their weapons on Rain. Seeing this, Caesar is elated, taunting young Master Rain and asking if he has any last words before he dies. Despite being threatened, Rain remains calm. He declares that if Caesar repents, he would be willing to spare him, but the Rain situation leaves Rain disappointed. Before Rain can continue speaking, Caesar orders the soldiers to charge forward and kill him. The soldiers immediately advance, weapons raised. Leah, enraged, tears the hem of her dress for better mobility in combat and charges toward the soldiers, taking down one with a single strike. Another thrusts a spear at her face, but with a graceful spin, she dodges the attack and counters with a precise dagger strike, eliminating the threat. Just then, Leah notices a soldier rushing toward Rain. Perhaps trusting in Leah's abilities, Rain remains calm and unmoving. Before the soldier can reach him, Leah hurls her knife, killing the attacker. Rain turns to Caesar, his expression stern, and tells him that this is his last chance to stop this madness. Infuriated, Caesar orders all his men to attack, promising a reward of 1,000 gold coins to whoever kills Rain. Enticed by the reward, the soldiers charge wildly. One soldier targets Leah, knowing that taking her down would make killing Rain much easier. But Leah swiftly dispatches him with a powerful kick. Other soldiers try to overwhelm her, but Leah defeats them with precise, calculated strikes. A spinning kick sends several of them flying, leaving them writhing on the ground in pain. Recognizing Leah's exceptional combat skills, Caesar commands the mage to eliminate her. The mage quickly conjures a spell, forming an energy orb that unleashes 3 ice arrows at Leah. Though Leah shatters the arrows with her kicks, the broken ice freezes the ground and traps her feet, rendering her immobile. Caesar seizes the opportunity and shouts that she's unable to move, ordering his soldiers to kill Rain now. The soldiers split into 2 groups, one targeting Leah and the other heading for Rain. The situation grows increasingly dire. Rain quickly tosses a hammer to Leah and instructs her to jump into the air. In his other hand, he prepares a wire connected to an electrical device. Taking the hammer, Leah smashes the ice encasing her feet and leaps into the air. The frozen ground provides the perfect conductor for electricity, giving Rain a chance to test his invention. As the wire touches the ground, a surge of electricity spreads out, paralyzing the charging soldiers. They scream in pain before collapsing unconscious. Rain, standing on broken ceramic shards to insulate himself, grins with satisfaction at the device's effectiveness. The remaining soldiers freeze in terror, wondering what just happened. Was that lightning magic? Rain smirks, thinking that if he had a camera, he'd record this moment as a safety training video on electricity for his workers. Caesar's fear turns to rage, and his desperation drives him to order the remaining soldiers forward. One soldier hesitates, warning Caesar that Rain is using forbidden magic, and anyone who gets close will die instantly. Before the soldier can finish speaking, Caesar kills him on the spot, accusing him of undermining morale. Caesar glares at the remaining soldiers, ordering them to charge now, claiming that Rain is just one man and he refuses to believe he can kill all of them. The soldiers, trembling with fear, hesitate despite Caesar's threats. Leah also grows worried, unsure why Rain's spell hasn't affected the remaining soldiers. Rain realizes that the battery powering his device has been depleted. He only brought 1 battery for this experiment. Leah is alarmed and urges young Master Rain to let her get him out of there now. But Rain smiles, saying that there's no need to rush. Caesar's little drama ends today. Seeing that Rain plans to escape, Caesar orders his men to give chase, believing that his magic has run its course. But before the soldiers can advance, a pillar of light descends from the sky, forcing them to stop in their tracks, paralyzed with fear. Caesar looks up nervously, and from above, Selena suddenly appears. Caesar is stunned, unable to comprehend why a member of the Mage Association has shown up at this battlefield during a perilous moment for Rain. Selena smiles at Rain and says that she's arrived just in time, hasn't she? Rain nods, his eyes flashing with sharp determination, saying that her timing is perfect, as his battery just ran out. Hearing this, Selena's cold demeanor gives way to curiosity. She hadn't expected Rain to rely on batteries and is eager to hear about their effectiveness. Rain chuckles confidently, saying that after they capture Caesar and his accomplices, he'll explain everything to her in detail. Understood, sir, Selena says, turning to the group of mages. She commands all mages to assist Lord Rain in eliminating the rebels immediately. The mages unleash their intermediate-level lightning magic, and thunderbolts rain down from the sky, striking the ground with deafening booms. The battlefield echoes with the rebels' anguished cries, begging for mercy and swearing they won't do it again. At that moment, Caesar, his eyes bloodshot with hatred, grits his teeth and growls that even if he dies, he'll drag Rain to hell with him. In a frenzy, Caesar charges straight at Rain, dodging all incoming attacks from the other mages. As he closes the distance, he leaps high into the air, unleashing a devastating strike with his Ice Mountain Slash sword technique. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Rain stands motionless, exuding an air of calm confidence. Just as Caesar believes his strike has landed, Lee appears before Rain, with nothing but a small dagger, effortlessly blocking Caesar's powerful blow. The force of the attack shatters the ground beneath Lee's feet, but she stands firm. Caesar is overwhelmed with dread, realizing he hadn't expected Lee to be so agile and powerful. Without giving him a chance to react, Lee closes in and delivers a powerful kick. Caesar, unable to dodge, is sent flying, his body slamming into a wooden fence, and he falls unconscious. Lee gazes coldly at Caesar and mutters, calling him trash. An hour later, Caesar slowly regains consciousness. Before him sits Rain, comfortably reading the documents he had confiscated. The light from an oil lamp casts shadows over Rain's calm yet dangerously sharp expression. Rain looks up slowly, his voice steady, asking if Caesar is awake. Over the years, Caesar has embezzled a considerable amount as the border official. Rain asks when he started collaborating with Eldrick. Caesar stammers in shock, asking how Rain knows that. Rain smirks, saying that he's known for a long time that Eldrick would betray them. He's just been waiting for the right opportunity to catch him, and thanks to Caesar, the opportunity has finally come. Caesar laughs mockingly, saying that Rain thinks a little evidence of corruption will be enough to take down Lord Eldrick. Rain shakes his head, clarifying that these records aren't meant to threaten Eldrick. He's using them to calculate the annual trade tax revenue of Islam. This information will be invaluable for his plans to rebuild the city. Caesar bursts into derisive laughter, saying that Rain is dreaming if he thinks he can rebuild Islam. Lord Eldrick controls the lives of all the nobles, and they won't listen to him. Rain smiles faintly, telling Caesar that the living are called nobles, but the dead are called corpses. His words send chills down Caesar's spine, as he suddenly realizes Rain intends to purge the city's nobility. Rain raises two fingers coldly, stating that the nobles of Islam have two choices. 1. Follow Caesar to the road of death. 2. Obey him and work diligently. He asks Caesar what he thinks they will choose. This interrogation ends here. Sometime later, Rain gazes at the crumbling city wall, deep in thought. Judging by the time, autumn is approaching. This year, Grand Duke Sorian will undoubtedly mobilize his troops. Rain knows he must repair these walls quickly. If war breaks out, these walls won't hold back any enemy. To the west lies the elven territory of the Saintis. As long as the negotiation succeeds, no conflict will arise there. To the east is his second sister's domain, which poses no concerns. The most dangerous is the northern territory of Grand Duke Sorian. As Rain contemplates, Leah approaches with a stack of documents. She informs him that all the embezzled funds have been tallied, totaling 350,000 gold coins. Rain nods and issues an order to have their guards take over the defenses there. He instructs her to distribute 100 gold coins to each soldier and send the rest back to Islam. Rain notices Selena preparing to return to the city. He expresses his gratitude for her and the Mage Association's assistance. Selena smiles and replies that it was their duty, but she wants Rain to explain more about how the battery worked. She couldn't understand how he could use it without possessing any magical power. Rain smiles and promises to explain it in detail on the way back. Selena, delighted, pulls Rain into the carriage to hurry back to the city. Just as they are about to depart, Malcolm comes rushing over, visibly alarmed. Selena frowns slightly and asks what is wrong. Malcolm informs her that Lord Eldrick has betrayed them and seized control of Islam. Selena is shocked, but Rain simply smiles, saying that Eldrick finally couldn't hold back. Selena grows anxious, asking what Rain plans to do to suppress the rebellion, especially since all the mages from the Mage Association are currently away from the city. That means there will be no reinforcements from inside. Rain reassures Selena, telling her to stay calm. From the moment Eldrick chose to betray him, his defeat was already sealed. After learning about the coup in Islam, Rain leads his soldiers along with members of the Mage Association back to the city. Seeing the tightly locked city gates, Rain slowly steps forward, his voice filled with confidence. He calls out to Eldrick, asking if he has finally driven him into a corner. Standing atop the city walls, Eldrick shows no signs of worry at Rain's arrival. Instead, he sneers and speaks mockingly, asking what brings young Master Rain to Islam today. Rain ignores Eldrick's sarcasm and instead expresses curiosity about why Eldrick would dare to betray his father. That question sends Eldrick into a rage. He roars that it is because his father cast him aside in this godforsaken place. Years ago, Eldrick and Rain's father braved countless dangers together to build this empire. But when his father became Grand Duke, he failed to reward Eldrick and instead exiled his entire family to this barren wasteland. Eldrick sent letter after letter, begging for a transfer to a more prosperous place, but every request was heartlessly denied. All of this was his father's doing. If Rain wants to blame someone, he should blame his father for being heartless and ungrateful. A group of people silently steps forward behind Eldrick. They were once loyal comrades of Rain's father, warriors who had risked their lives for the empire, only to be forgotten and denied the recognition and rewards they deserved. Eldrick confidently declares that they are not rebels but are merely taking back what rightfully belongs to them. Hearing such a meaningless excuse, Rain chuckles, saying that he thought Eldrick would at least have a noble justification, but it turns out this is just another petty power struggle. Rain gives them all a chance, stating that anyone who wants to live should leave the city and surrender immediately. If not, in 3 days, he will break down these walls and show no mercy. At this moment, Rain's eyes turn ice cold. His threat makes the nobles laugh in amusement. They jeer together, mocking Rain and asking if he even knows how fortified Islan is. If he wants to breach these walls, he will have to pay a steep price. Eldrick also laughs, saying that Rain has lost his mind from fear and is just a fool who only knows how to talk big. He then raises an eyebrow and smirks, proposing a bet. Rain finds Eldrick's words irritating, but the proposal intrigues him. He asks what kind of bet Eldrick has in mind. With unwavering confidence, Eldrick declares from atop the city walls that if Rain can breach Islan in 3 days, he will surrender himself to Rain without resistance, and Rain may do with him as he wishes. Rain responds calmly, asking what happens if he fails. Eldrick bursts into laughter, saying that if Rain fails, he must surrender to him, and Eldrick will deal with him as he sees fit. Growing even more confident, Eldrick taunts Rain, asking if he dares to take the bet. At that moment, Selena speaks up anxiously, urging Rain not to listen to Eldrick's nonsense. She suggests that they can take their time attacking. Leah also agrees with Selena, reporting that Eldrick's rebellion has already been communicated to the Grand Duke, and reinforcements from the capital will be arriving soon. There is no need to make such a reckless gamble. Eldrick continues his provocations from the city walls, taunting Rain and asking why he isn't answering. He mocks Rain, calling him a cowardly turtle and challenging him to accept the bet if he has any backbone. Rain smirks, saying that since Eldrick insists on bringing humiliation upon himself, he shall grant his request. He hopes that in 3 days, Eldrick will keep his word. With that, Rain turns and leaves. Eldrick, filled with confidence, reaffirms his promise, declaring that all present will bear witness to this wager. He also cheerfully reveals an important matter to Rain, stating that the army of the Olvis Empire has already received news of his rebellion. In about 10 days, their forces will arrive at the border. When that happens, Eldrick warns Rain not to let himself get captured alive. Eldrick is confident that Rain will never be able to take the city within 3 days. Rain orders his troops to set up camp outside the city. The atmosphere is incredibly tense. Inside the command tent, Selena can no longer contain her anxiety. She tells Rain that although Islan's city walls appear somewhat worn, with their limited forces, breaching them in 3 days would be nearly impossible. She urges him to think carefully. The commander nervously suggests that they retreat south and wait for the Grand Duke's army to arrive. Once reinforcements come, they can launch an attack without taking unnecessary risks. But Rain remains calm, studying the map carefully. He tells everyone to stay calm, assuring them that Islan will fall within 3 days. What truly concerns him at the moment is the approaching Olvis army. He then turns to Leah, asking about the task he gave her regarding gathering firewood and hay. Leah nods, informing him that everything has been prepared. Additionally, they found a nearby lake, just as he requested. Rain nods seriously and orders Selena to have the mages use ice magic to freeze the lake water, lowering its temperature to around 0 degrees. Selena is puzzled, asking if this method can really breach Islan's walls. Rain, full of confidence, replies that they should trust him. Islan's walls won't last more than 3 days. The next morning, as the sun rises, Rain leads his troops to the city gates. He commands his soldiers to carry the dry firewood and hay closer to the walls. Seeing this, Eldrick immediately orders his men to fire arrows in retaliation. But the enemy soldiers shield themselves with sturdy barriers, rendering the attack ineffective. Eldrick can't understand what Rain is trying to do. Why bring firewood instead of siege weapons? What puzzles him even more is that as soon as the soldiers reach the base of the walls, they throw down all the firewood and hay before quickly retreating. Eldrick turns to a soldier nearby, asking if he has ever seen such a ridiculous siege tactic before. The soldier shakes his head in confusion, saying that they've never encountered anything like this. But perhaps they plan to set the walls on fire. Hearing this, Eldrick angrily slaps the soldier across the face, asking if he even understands what he's saying. How can stone burn? The soldier clutches his face, looking aggrieved, but insists that he truly can't think of any other explanation. Before Eldrick can respond, another soldier suddenly shouts in panic, pointing out that fire is spreading along the walls. Eldrick is stunned. He looks down and sees flames rapidly growing and spreading across the stone walls. For a moment, he is speechless. Then, he bursts into laughter, full of disdain. He mocks Rain, saying that trying to burn stone with fire is truly idiotic. A soldier beside him anxiously asks if they should order the mages to put out the fire or shoot down the soldiers who threw the firewood. Eldrick waves his hand dismissively, saying that there is no need. The mages borrowed from the Olvis Empire are only to be used in truly critical situations. They won't waste their magic on something so foolish. He also tells them not to waste their arrows. letting Rain's soldiers do as they please. He sneers coldly, declaring that in 3 days, he will crush Rain's arrogance right here on these very walls. After witnessing Rain's army burning the city walls for 2 consecutive days, Eldrick is extremely confident in his victory. He returns to his mansion to celebrate. Time passes quickly, and as he is basking in the intoxication of triumph, a subordinate rushes in, his face full of panic. He informs Eldrick that the enemy has stopped burning the walls. Eldrick stands up, his eyes still filled with confidence. He bursts into hearty laughter, saying that they have finally burned through their entire winter stockpile. It seems that foolish Rain is about to kneel and beg for mercy. He tells the nobles to come with him to witness Rain's humiliating defeat. The nobles in the room nod in agreement. They all understand that today is the final day of the bet between Rain and Eldrick. After 2 days of continuous burning, the city walls have been heated to an unbearable degree. Even getting close to them is difficult, let alone launching an attack. Everyone is convinced that victory belongs to Eldrick. At the battlefield, atop the walls of Islan, Eldrick stands with his arms crossed, looking down at Rain's army with a mocking expression. He taunts Rain, asking if he has finally put out the fire and decided to surrender like a good boy. Rain raises his head, his face grim. His voice is deep but echoes powerfully across the battlefield. He tells Eldrick and all the nobles that he will give them one last chance to surrender, or they will die. Seeing Rain's serious demeanor, Eldrick is not afraid. Instead, he becomes even more excited. He bursts into laughter, mocking Rain and asking what makes him think they would surrender. He reminds Rain of their wager from 3 days ago, stating that today is the last day. If Rain fails to breach Islan before sundown, he will have to bow his head in defeat. He taunts Rain, asking if he plans to go back on his word in front of all these warriors. The nobles on the wall chime in, saying that if Rain can't break through, he shouldn't go back on his promise. Rain closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and murmurs that they shouldn't blame him. He raises his hand and gives the order, "Selena, do it, immediately." A figure appears in the sky. Selena, the strongest mage under Rain's command, hovers in midair, raising her hands to summon her full power. The space around her distorts, and fierce lightning bolts roar through the air. Thunder rumbles, and the wind howls violently. The entire battlefield is engulfed in an unbearable tension. After gathering enough energy, Selena lets out a powerful cry and unleashes a devastating attack. A colossal lightning bolt, like an enraged dragon, surges toward the city walls. Seeing this, Eldrick immediately shouts for the mages to deploy the defensive barrier. From all directions, countless mages under Eldrick's command appear. They chant in unison, channeling their full power to create an impenetrable shield. A brilliant magical barrier forms, covering Eldrick and the nobles entirely. But then, something unexpected happens. The lightning doesn't aim at Eldrick. Instead, it strikes the city wall below. For a brief moment, every soldier on the wall is stunned. Even Eldrick freezes, confused about what has just occurred. But after a moment of hesitation, he bursts into laughter once more, mocking Selena and saying that he thought she was terrifying, but she's just a joke. However, his laughter quickly dies as the sky suddenly darkens. Black storm clouds churn like an angry ocean, and thunder rumbles continuously. Then, a torrential downpour erupts. As Eldrick is still processing what is happening, Rain has already given the next order. His army surges forward, but they aren't carrying weapons. Instead, they carry buckets filled to the brim with ice water. With unstoppable momentum, they charge toward the city walls. After the attack, Selena feels exhausted, having drained too much of her mana. Rain steps forward, catching her as she staggers, and speaks sincere words of gratitude. He hadn't expected her to actually change the weather, an astonishing ability. If they ever face a drought in the future, they now have a way to handle it. Though weary, Selena still looks deeply concerned. She asks Rain anxiously if he really thinks his plan will work. Noticing the uncertainty in her eyes, Rain gently takes her hand and speaks reassuringly, telling her not to worry and to trust him. When the ice-cold water touches these walls, Islan's fortress will no longer stand. Leah, who has been watching the battle intently, suddenly screams in terror, pointing out that the soldiers have reached the base of the fortress walls. The raging flames that had burned fiercely are swiftly extinguished by the pouring rain and the buckets of ice-cold water. As the frigid water rushes over the scorching stone, thick clouds of white steam billow upward, accompanied by an eerie hissing sound. Before long, tiny cracks begin appearing on the fortress walls. The fractures rapidly spread and expand into large, jagged fissures. The sharp cracking sounds grow more frequent, signaling that something catastrophic is about to happen. Eldrick's face turns pale as he mumbles anxiously, asking what is happening and why the wall is making those sounds. Isn't it supposed to take immense magic to destroy it? Around him, the gathered nobles are equally terrified, wondering if the wall is about to collapse. One of them insists that it's impossible, but then a deafening explosion echoes through the battlefield. A massive section of the fortress wall shatters and crumbles into pieces. Eldrick, along with all the nobles and soldiers standing atop the wall, has no time to react. They can only let out panicked screams as they plummet helplessly into the rubble below. The scene is so shocking that it not only terrifies those on the wall but also leaves Rain's soldiers momentarily stunned. None of them had expected the once impenetrable fortress to fall apart so swiftly and catastrophically. Rain does not waste the opportunity. He immediately issues the command for all troops to advance into the city, capturing those who surrender and killing those who resist without mercy. With his decisive order, the entire army surges forward. This time, they carry gleaming weapons instead of buckets. The collapse of the fortress wall has utterly crushed the defenders' morale. Most of them fall into despair, and Rain's victory is now all but assured. Selena continues to stare at the ruins of the wall in disbelief. She murmurs that it really collapsed. This level of destruction, even if she had used all her power, she's not sure she could have done it. She wonders just how Lord Rain pulled this off. As she is lost in thought, Rain approaches her with a calm smile. He tells her not to overthink it, as the battle is over and they should go home. At the same time, Eldrick struggles to crawl out from beneath the debris. He has never suffered such a humiliating defeat. His face is twisted with rage and fear as he grits his teeth and mumbles that he underestimated Rain. But this isn't over yet. He must escape. As long as he can hold out until the Olvis Empire's northern army arrives, he still has a chance to survive. But before he can even stand, a shadow looms over him. Lifting his head, he finds three nobles staring down at him with icy expressions. One of them speaks slowly, his voice laced with mockery and malice. He asks Eldrick where he thinks he's going and if he's planning to run away. Another noble smirks, his eyes glinting dangerously, saying that they are not ready to die just yet, so Eldrick will have to suffer some indignities on their behalf. After breaching the city walls and completely annihilating the rebel forces, Rain leads his army into the city amidst thunderous cheers. The citizens jubilantly chant his name, showering him with praise for his great victory. They marvel at how incredible Lord Rain is, saying that the city walls were so sturdy, yet he brought them down in just 3 days. What's even more astonishing is that, apart from a few soldiers spraining their ankles while carrying supplies, his army suffered no casualties at all. At that moment, Selena can't contain her curiosity any longer. She swiftly flies to Rain's side and asks eagerly how he managed to destroy the city walls so effortlessly. Seeing Selena persistently following him, Rain sighs inwardly. It seems she won't leave him alone unless he explains. After a brief moment of thought, he decides to give her the simplest explanation, the principle of thermal expansion in physics. However, the moment she hears those words, Selena's expression turns blank. She has absolutely no idea what Rain is talking about. Rain patiently continues, explaining that thermal expansion is a phenomenon where objects expand when heated and contract when cool. This principle is based on the changes in the state of particles within the material, such as atoms or molecules, in response to temperature. When the temperature rises, the amplitude of the particle's vibrations increases, causing the object to expand. Conversely, when the temperature drops, the vibrations decrease, and the object contracts. Selena remains dazed, clearly struggling to absorb all this information. Seeing her expression, Rain chuckles. He tells her that he'll explain the rest after they deal with Eldrick. Not long after, Rain and his army arrive at the collapsed section of the city wall. Just as he appears, a weak voice calls out, begging Lord Rain to save them. Rain frowns slightly, his gaze sweeping over a disheveled man lying on the ground. Surprised by the plea for help, he coldly remarks that the man is trying to pull a pitiful act on him. The man flinches, his eyes flashing with panic. Immediately, another man speaks up, claiming that they were deceived by Eldrick before, which is why they betrayed Rain. A third man quickly adds that they planned to capture Eldrick to atone for their mistakes but were tricked instead. They plead for mercy, but Rain merely stares at them in silence, his eyes filled with fury. He tells them that he gave them 2 chances to turn back, yet they failed to take them. Realizing Rain's resolve, the nobleman trembles in fear and drops to their knees, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for their lives. They offer to hand over all their wealth in exchange for their lives. Rain lets out a laugh, saying that if he kills them, their wealth will belong to him regardless, so their offer is utterly meaningless. The 3 noblemen shudder, and one of them, in sheer desperation, cries out that if Rain does this, no one will dare to remain loyal to him in the future. He calls this a brutal policy. Rain responds calmly, telling them that they're wrong. People are not loyal to anyone, they are loyal to their own interests. He asks if they have lived this long and still not understood this simple truth, calling them foolish. Without hesitation, Rain orders his men to capture all the noblemen. He will deal with them later. Meanwhile, at Eldrick's mansion, the treacherous nobleman is in a state of panic. He desperately urges a masked man to help him escape, saying that Rain has broken through the city walls and they must get out of there now. The masked man is taken aback, asking how Rain managed to destroy such sturdy city walls. Eldrick stammers in fear, explaining that Rain heated the city walls for several days and then poured cold water on them, causing the walls to collapse. Hearing Eldrick's description, the masked man clenches his fists in anger and shouts that there's no way a fortress wall could be breached that easily. He insists that Rain must have used some kind of powerful magic. Eldrick doesn't want to explain further. He falls to his knees, his voice trembling as he begs the masked man to help him escape, saying that Rain is on his way with his army and they have no escape. Realizing the dire situation, the masked man immediately pulls out a scroll and begins casting a teleportation spell. But before he can finish chanting, a calm and steady voice suddenly rings out, asking where they're planning to go. As Rain steps into the room, Eldrick shudders and stammers, asking how Rain got there so quickly. Without a hint of concern, Rain slowly enters, his gaze sweeping over the two men. He mocks Eldrick, saying that it's thanks to him abandoning the city walls to flee. Seeing Eldrick run, his soldiers quickly surrendered one by one, and thanks to that, Rain had no obstacles on his way here. Rain then shifts his gaze toward the masked man, his tone filled with mockery. He asks if the masked man is the one pulling Eldrick's strings and questions why he's wearing a mask. Is he hiding a scar, or is it because he's too ugly? Angered by the taunt, the masked man snaps, telling Rain not to be too proud of himself. He warns that Rain's victory won't last long, as the Imperial army of Olvis is already on its way. If Rain hadn't destroyed the city walls, he might have survived a little longer. But now that the walls have fallen, once the Olvis army arrives, they will reclaim everything and make Rain pay for this humiliation. The moment he finishes speaking, he hastily unfurls the scroll, attempting to activate his teleportation spell. Rain orders Leah to stop him. Immediately, from behind, Leah flicks her wrist, sending a sharp dagger hurtling toward the masked man's head. However, he reacts just in time, tilting his head to evade the blade, which instead shatters his mask. The unexpected attack momentarily interrupts his spellcasting, and his eyes flare with fury as he glares at Rain. Meanwhile, Leah has already moved to stand beside Rain. As soon as she sees the man's real face, her eyes widen slightly, as if she has just realized something. The man also stares at Leah, his eyes filled with hatred. Before anyone can act, he decisively completes the teleportation spell, vanishing along with Eldrick. The only thing left in the room is his voice, echoing with resentment, saying that he will return. Leah clenches her fists and bows her head apologetically, saying that she's sorry for being too slow and letting him escape. Rain remains calm, saying that it's fine, he knew they would have an escape plan. What's troubling is that he doesn't know the masked man's true identity. Leah takes a deep breath, her expression serious. She tells Rain that she knows who that man is. Rain is surprised, asking if she really knows him. Leah shakes her head, saying that she doesn't know him personally, but his name is Revencrow Ilduin. He was once a trusted subordinate of the Grand Duke, but during the war, he betrayed his master and defected to Grand Duke Ryan of the enemy nation. Rain furrows his brows upon hearing that name, noting that Revencrow also bears the Ilduin surname. He asks if Revencrow is related to Adrian, the one who was executed before. Leah nods in confirmation, saying that Revencrow is the true head of the Ilduin family. However, because he disagreed with his father's ideals, he voluntarily left the family and followed Grand Duke Ryan. At that moment, Selena steps in, her expression grave. She quickly reports that the situation in the city has been brought under control, but the Olvis Empire's army is approaching. She asks how they are going to deal with this, her voice carrying a hint of concern. The city walls have been severely damaged due to the thermal expansion magic cast by Lord Rain. Even if they gather all the mages from the Mage Association, they wouldn't be able to repair the walls in time before the enemy attacks. Seeing the tension on Selena's face, Rain simply smiles calmly, his voice filled with confidence. He tells her that there's no need to worry, as he already has a solution. A while later, Rain summons the entire populace to the town square. Seeing this, Selena assumes he intends to reassure the people, but she has no idea what he will say to prevent them from falling into panic. Rain steps onto the platform, takes hold of a sound amplification device, and brings it to his mouth. He greets the crowd, asking if everyone can hear him. Below, thousands of eyes turn toward him, and the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. Rain pauses for a moment before continuing. He tells them that the Olvis Empire's army is marching toward them, and in a few days, they will be here. A moment of silence follows, and then the crowd erupts in horrified screams. Fear is evident on their faces, and some people begin to tremble, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. The murmuring quickly escalates into chaotic shouts and cries. Selena is completely shocked, unable to believe what is unfolding before her eyes. She spins around to face Rain, yelling in outrage, asking what he is doing. Rain frowns in confusion, asking her why he can't reveal the truth. Selena explains that when people hear about an enemy invasion, their first instinct is to rely on the military for protection. However, since they are not trained soldiers, it would be difficult for them to remain calm in the face of danger. Hearing this reasoning, Rain chuckles slightly. He believes that Selena's thinking is completely wrong. In his view, the ones who need to remain calm on the battlefield are the commanders, while the ones who don't need to be calm at all are the soldiers. This logic leaves Selena bewildered, as she can't understand why he would say such a thing. Rain does not continue his conversation with Selena. Instead, he takes out a scroll and turns toward the crowd below. Holding a voice-amplifying device in his hand, he speaks loudly, telling them that this is a letter from the Olvis Empire addressed to him. In this letter, they claim that the people of Islan are nothing but cowards and fools, too afraid to protect their own homeland. They even told Rain to abandon them all and run away. Hearing these insulting words, the crowd immediately falls silent. But soon after, their silence erupts into fury. They shout angrily, calling the Olvis Empire bastards who come to steal their grain every year. This year, they will not run. They will fight them to the death. Seeing that he has achieved the reaction he desired, Rain continues. He tells them that it seems the Olvis Empire completely misunderstands them. They are not cowards or fools. Are they? The entire crowd erupts in unison, saying that they'll fight them to the death. 1 for 1 is fair, 2 for 1 is even better. Hearing these words, Rain slowly speaks again. He tells them that if they all have the courage to fight, then he swears to lead them in driving the Olvis Empire's army out of their land. The atmosphere in the square is electrified with roaring cheers. The people's fighting spirit surges to its peak. As night falls, the lights in Rain's office remain lit. He is meticulously reviewing the city's defense map. At that moment, Leia enters the room, suggesting that he take a break and have a cup of tea. Rain smiles as he accepts the tea and softly thanks her. But he also emphasizes that they have no time to rest. They need to figure out a solution before the Olvis Empire's army reaches the border. Otherwise, Islan will fall into enemy hands. Leia's face shows a hint of confusion. She doesn't understand why Rain is so worried. In the square, he had seemed so confident about defending the city. Rain slowly places his teacup on the table and says in a deep voice that that was just a lie to stabilize the people of Islan. If the citizens fall into chaos, then forget about holding the city. Even carrying out an orderly evacuation would be nearly impossible. People in a state of panic are capable of anything. At this moment, Leia becomes extremely worried. She suggests secretly taking Rain out of the city because she can't bear to see him in danger. Seeing how much Leia cares for him, Rain feels grateful, but he tells her that now is not the time for that. He has already ordered Malcolm and Selena to lead the children, elderly, and women in an orderly evacuation. They have not reached the point of giving up just yet. At this moment, Rain gazes thoughtfully at the notebook in his hand, called Blue-Black Magic Oil. He has no idea what this substance is or whether it's dangerous, so he decides to ask Leia. Thinking of this, he hands the notebook to Leia and asks if she knows what Blue-Black Magic Oil is. Leia looks a bit confused. After a moment of thinking, she recalls that it's a type of flammable liquid, seemingly used as a material in witches' rituals. This information immediately makes Rain think of a substance known as petroleum. In nature, petroleum comes in a wide range of colors, from deep red to golden yellow, black-green, pitch black, and even transparent. Its color is determined by the amount of resin and asphalt present. The more of these substances, the darker the oil. Since this magic oil is flammable, Rain can't help but associate it with petroleum. Without hesitation, he stands up and asks Leia to take him to see the black-green magic oil because, according to the records, it's stored somewhere in the warehouse. Before long, Rain and Leia arrive at the entrance of the City Lord's warehouse. Here, he orders the servants to search for the substance known as black-green magic oil. He carefully reminds them not to let it come into contact with fire. If they are unsure of what it is, they should bring it outside so he can examine it himself. He is certain that this substance will be stored in barrels. Inside the warehouse, there are piles of gold ingots, taxes collected from the citizens of Olvis over the years, all hoarded by Eldrick through corruption. Once this crisis is over, Rain is confident that, with this massive fortune, he can complete the industrial development of the city. As long as he can build steam engines, everything will become much easier. Not long after, under Rain's orders, the servants find several large barrels. Seeing them, Rain becomes incredibly excited and rushes forward. If this really is petroleum, then his current difficulties will be much easier to solve. When the lid of one barrel is pried open, Rain is overjoyed. The substance inside is exactly what he had hoped for. He is now certain, the city of Islan has been saved. The scene shifts to the Olvis Empire's military camp, inside the tent of Count Castiel. Eldrick and Ravencrow are present, their faces full of anxiety. Ravencrow speaks up. apologizing to Count Castiel for failing to complete the mission. Count Castiel is furious, saying that he had expected them to fail, but he hadn't imagined they would be this incompetent, losing an entire city in just 3 days. He calls them disgraceful. Eldrick, terrified, quickly tries to explain, saying that they failed because Rain used a forbidden spell to destroy the city walls. If not for that, they could have held out until the Olvis Empire's army arrived at Islan. Hearing this, Count Castiel is slightly surprised. He assumes that Rain's father must have sent a powerful mage skilled in forbidden magic to protect his son. Ravencrow reassures Castiel not to worry, as a forbidden technique practitioner could not continuously use forbidden spells in a short period. Moreover, the city of Islan has already been destroyed by Rain and cannot be repaired in a short time. Therefore, now is the best opportunity to attack. Count Castiel scoffs coldly, saying that he doesn't need their reminders. He is not as incompetent as they are. He tells them that there's nothing more for them here and orders them to return to the Olvis Empire and wait for the news. Hearing this, Ravencrow feels displeased. He believes that this entire plan had been devised together with Castiel, so he wants to know Castiel's true intentions in sending him away. Count Castiel holds a scroll in his hand and looks at Ravencrow with a deep contemplative gaze. After a moment of silence, he announces that Ravencrow has been removed from the plan. With that, Count Castiel tosses the scroll in front of Ravencrow. Ravencrow bends down and picks it up, his heart filled with anxiety. When he unrolls it, he reads its contents. The letter states that this war arose solely due to Ravenlocky's personal hatred, leading to bloody conflict, displaced civilians, and a land drenched in blood. As a ruler who has always pursued peace, Count Castiel truly does not wish to see such widespread suffering. To show his sincerity in seeking peace, he has ordered the capture and surrender of Ravenlock so that he may atone for his crimes. He hopes this act will extinguish their wrath and bring an end to the war. May this bring an end to the meaningless slaughter and restore peace to all. He hopes that, from now on, both lands will enjoy prosperity and their people may live without worry. May the Almighty bless them, and may peace endure. Upon reading the letter, Ravencrow is so enraged that he cannot contain his emotions. He roars, calling Castiel a despicable traitor. Count Castiel's expression turns ice cold, and he orders his subordinates to arrest Ravencrow and hold him in custody until the war is over. Despite his furious shouting and resistance, Ravencrow is still dragged away by the soldiers, utterly powerless. Witnessing the entire scene, Eldrick's body begins to tremble. He realizes that he should have fled this place much earlier. Count Castiel turns his chilling gaze toward Eldrick and asks how he should deal with him. Terrified, Eldrick falls to his knees, his voice trembling. He pleads for his life, saying that he knows a secret that could help Count Castiel rise even further within the Olvis Empire. This piece of information immediately piques Castiel's interest. At the Lord's mansion in the city of Rand, within a grand and imposing chamber, a beautiful young woman sat engrossed in a document. She was Prithia, the elder sister of Rain and the ruler of the land. Prithia held a deep affection for her younger brother, and as she read, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. She wondered how Rain was faring in his domain, and if time permitted, she would surely visit him. However, her thoughts were interrupted when a young lady entered the room. The newcomer curtsied with noble grace and respectfully announced that a letter had arrived from Lord Rain's territory, written by Leah. Prithia's face lit up with a warm smile as she took the letter from her younger brother, but as her eyes scanned its contents, the gentleness in her expression slowly faded, replaced by a burning fury. Her gaze sharpened, and she immediately ordered Gwen to summon Bella's Hulk to see her at once. Gwen bowed quickly and hurried off to carry out her task. Not long after, Bella's Hulk knelt before Prithia, his face a mask of confusion and fear. He had no idea why his lady was so enraged. In a cautious tone, he asked what had happened. Prithia's eyes were like blades as she glared at him, accusing his family of treason. Hearing the word, treason, Bella's face turned pale, his eyes widening in horror. His voice trembled as he protested, insisting that his family had no reason to betray her. He reminded her that just last month, thanks to her support, his family had opened an important trade route. He swore that they had no intent to commit such an act of betrayal. Prithia, however, was not swayed. She furiously hurled the letter at him and bellowed that it was undeniable proof of his family's treachery. Velas trembled as he picked up the letter, cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. As he read its contents, his body stiffened. The letter detailed how Lord Eldrick had allied himself with Grand Duke Castile of the Olvis Empire, conspiring in treason and colluding with many nobles of Islan, including General Caesar Hulk of the Border Army. Thanks to Rain's wit, Caesar Hulk had been captured and eliminated, but the letter urged caution regarding the other members of the Hulk family. Prithia's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with killing intent as she stared coldly at Velas. She demanded to know if he had any last words before he died. Velas, paralyzed with fear, cried out that the betrayal was entirely the foolish act of Caesar and had nothing to do with House Hulk. He begged her to investigate carefully, swearing on his life that his family had no intent to betray her. Prithia silently observed Velas, scrutinizing his every move and expression. After a moment, she concluded that he was not lying. She decided that the betrayal might have been the work of Caesar alone. Seeing that Prithia had not yet reached a verdict, Velas prostrated himself and pleaded for a chance to prove his family's loyalty. Prithia's voice remained cold as she asked how he intended to prove his loyalty. Velas hastily proposed that he would order his only daughter, Rosalind, to lead troops to support Reign and fight against the Olvis Empire's army. This, he said, would serve as proof of House Hulk's devotion. Prithia considered the dangers of this plan. Rosalind had only just come of age and had yet to complete her training at the Knight Academy. If anything were to happen to her, House Hulk would be left without an heir. But Velas was determined to prove his loyalty. He pleaded with Prithia to trust him, emphasizing that House Hulk owed everything to her and would have fallen into ruin without her support. Ultimately, Prithia accepted Velas's request. However, after he left, she ordered Gwen to secretly monitor Rosalind. If she showed any sign of betrayal, she was to be executed immediately. Outside the city of Thrand, Eldric and Grand Duke Castile stood on a distant cliff, gazing down at the city of Islan in the distance. Grand Duke Castile inquired if this was indeed their target, and in a low voice, Eldric confirmed that it was. He stated that as long as they managed to break through this place, the city would belong to the Grand Duke. As he observed the city below, Eldric took note of the repairs made to the city walls. He remarked that the walls had been in far worse condition before, mentioning that Reign had even dug a trench to further fortify the city. Grand Duke Castile burst into laughter, ridiculing Reign for wasting the precious mana of his mages merely to reinforce the defenses. Filled with doubt, Eldric questioned whether this would not, in fact, make their attack more difficult. He asked why the Grand Duke seemed pleased about it. Castile then explained that if the city had any natural defensive advantages, such fortifications might have been useful. However, he pointed out that the area consisted only of open plains, with a small river running through it. He assured Eldric that this terrain would not hinder their army from launching a surprise assault. He further elaborated that if the enemy mages still possessed their mana, they might have been able to resist, but having squandered it on rebuilding the walls, they had left themselves nearly powerless. Upon hearing this reasoning, Eldric immediately praised the Grand Duke for his wisdom. Pleased by the recognition, Grand Duke Castile's confidence grew. At that moment, a knight stepped forward and respectfully suggested that rather than storming the fortress outright, they could simply surround it and cut off its supply lines. However, Castile was displeased by the suggestion, perceiving it as an insult to his capabilities, as though the knight doubted his ability to take the city by force. Sensing the Grand Duke's anger, the knight quickly knelt, anxiously clarifying that he did not mean to question his strength. He explained that his only concern was minimizing unnecessary casualties among their soldiers. He emphasized that this was a battle to seize a city, and that a prolonged siege might be the wiser course of action. Despite the knight's reasoning, Castile remained resolute. He asserted that casualties were an unavoidable part of war. Furthermore, he believed that most of the soldiers they had brought were inexperienced recruits. Capturing the fortress through direct combat, he argued, would serve as valuable training for them. With this decision made, he ordered a mage to accompany him to Islan, intending to personally demonstrate his might. Convinced that his mere presence would terrify Reign into surrendering, Castile proceeded toward the city. Inside his office, Reign struggled with the task of training 5 individuals with high attributes. Half a month had passed, yet the mission remained incomplete due to his lack of time to search for suitable candidates. As he pondered a solution, Leia entered the room and respectfully reported that Grand Duke Castile of the Olvis Empire had arrived outside the city with a mage, requesting a meeting. Shortly afterward, Reign appeared atop the city walls. Upon his arrival, all the soldiers bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with concern. High in the sky, Grand Duke Castile let out a hearty laugh before he could finish his sentence. Reign's mocking voice interrupted him. In a derisive tone, Reign questioned whether this fool was truly Grand Duke Castile. His soldiers immediately erupted into laughter, their expressions filled with ridicule. Standing beside Reign, Leia slowly nodded and confirmed that the so-called idiot was indeed Castile. Above them, the Grand Duke clenched his fists in fury. Veins bulged on his forehead as his voice trembled with rage. He growled that Reign was an insolent wretch, accusing him of disrespecting him in a manner even his father would not have dared. Remaining calm, Reign coldly asked the Grand Duke what business he had in West Deccath. By this point, Castile had lost all composure. He roared that he had come to grant Reign a final chance to beg for forgiveness. He declared that if Reign surrendered immediately, he would spare the city from becoming a sea of blood. Smirking, Reign's eyes flashed with disdain as he responded with his own offer. He stated that Castile had one final chance as well. If he did not wish to die, he should withdraw his forces and return to his own territory at once. Hearing Rain demand his retreat, Castile was overcome with rage. He considered Rain Edgar to be someone who did not understand his place. Pointing down at him, the Grand Duke declared that he had led an army of 100,000 men to this city. He warned Rain that if he did not wish to perish, he should surrender immediately. However, Rain found Castile's threats dull and uninspiring. Turning to Leia, he calmly ordered her to teach this loudmouth a lesson. Upon receiving the command, Leia nodded and assured Rain that she understood. Lifting her dress slightly, she revealed several small daggers strapped to her legs. Without hesitation, she seized one and hurled it directly at Grand Duke Castile. The sudden attack sent the mage standing beside Castile into a panic. Acting quickly, the mage flew forward, casting a protective barrier to intercept the projectile. However, his magic proved insufficient. The dagger easily pierced through the barrier, leaving a cut on Castile's face. At that moment, Castile trembled with fury. He had arrived to assert dominance, yet he had been humiliated instead. His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Rain. Standing below on the city wall, he desired nothing more than to strike Rain down on the spot. However, Rain remained composed. In a slow, deliberate tone, he warned Castile that this was merely a warning. He stated that if there was a next time, his maid would not miss. Though Castile seethed with rage, he knew there was nothing he could do at that moment. With no other choice, he stormed away with his subordinates. Watching them disappear into the distance, Rain's smirk faded, his expression turning serious. Turning to Selena, he issued a direct order. She was to prepare for battle. He stated with certainty that the Olvis Empire's army would launch its attack soon. Meanwhile, Castile returned to his observation post. Upon seeing the wound on his face, the knights around him immediately expressed their concern. However, Castile coldly dismissed their worries, claiming it was nothing more than a cheap sneak attack from Rain. Then, without hesitation, he issued a direct command. The assault on the city was to begin immediately. His intention was clear. He wanted to capture Rain and personally make him suffer. At this point, one knight stepped forward and cautiously voiced his concerns. He reminded Castile that they had marched for 3 days without rest to reach the borders of Islan. He suggested that attacking immediately would be unwise, as the soldiers needed at least half a day to recover and prepare their siege weapons. The knight's reasoning only fueled Castile's fury. Without warning, he stormed forward and struck the knight viciously across the head. He shouted angrily, demanding to know if 3 days of marching had already exhausted them. He questioned whether they still considered themselves soldiers of the great Olvis Empire. Despite the pain, the knight forced himself to respond, urging Castile to remain calm. He argued that even if the soldiers were still capable of fighting, they still needed time to construct a bridge over the river and prepare their siege equipment. He warned that launching an unprepared assault would put them at a severe disadvantage. The surrounding soldiers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic of his words. However, Castile remained unmoved. He roared that they knew nothing of warfare. He declared that their enemy would assume they needed time to rest and prepare. By attacking immediately, they could take them by surprise before defenses were set. Though the knights understood that Castile's reasoning was not entirely flawed, they still worried about the soldiers' exhaustion. They attempted to persuade him once more, but he remained firm. Without hesitation, he gave the order. Preparations for the attack were to begin at once. Meanwhile, at the Olvis Empire's camp, the soldiers had just finished setting up their tents and finally had a brief moment to rest. They sighed in relief, grateful to have arrived. However, their respite would not last long. After 3 consecutive days of relentless marching, exhaustion weighed heavily on the soldiers. One of them muttered in frustration that he felt as if he would collapse from sheer fatigue. Another soldier, nodding in agreement, lamented that no one had warned him how exhausting it would be to serve as a soldier. Amidst the weary grumbling, a soldier suddenly chuckled and mentioned that he had just seen something interesting. His comrades, too drained to engage in guessing games, impatiently demanded that he get to the point. Grinning, the soldier revealed that he had just witnessed someone slaughtering a sheep, which meant that they would be having a proper meal that night. At this news, the exhausted soldiers perked up. After 3 grueling days, the thought of a decent meal lifted their spirits. However, their brief moment of joy was swiftly crushed when a commander suddenly appeared, his expression stern, and announced that all troops were to assemble and prepare for an attack on the city. Stunned by the order, one soldier bravely voiced his concern. He pointed out that after marching without rest for 3 days and nights, everyone was utterly exhausted. He hesitantly suggested that the troops should be allowed to eat before heading into battle. The commander sighed, clearly understanding the soldiers' plight, but he had no choice in the matter. He declared that there would be no further arguments and reminded them that soldiers must follow orders. The attack was to commence immediately. With heavy hearts and bodies drained of strength, the soldiers silently obeyed. Not long after, the army of the Olvis Empire arrived outside the city of Islan. Their sheer numbers sent a thick cloud of dust into the sky as they advanced. The air was filled with the sound of marching and the distant cries of orders being shouted. One major obstacle stood between them and the city walls, a wide river separating the two battle lines. Inside the city, Rain stood atop the walls, carefully observing the movements of the Ulvis army. A soldier approached him respectfully and inquired about when they should begin firing arrows. Rain, keeping his gaze fixed on the soldiers struggling to cross the river, appeared puzzled by their actions. He took a moment to think before turning to those around him and asking if any of them had prior experience fighting against the Ulvis Empire's forces. One soldier immediately stepped forward, standing straight as he confirmed that he had previously engaged in battle against them. Rain nodded and gestured toward the enemy forces beyond the walls. He noted that the soldiers seemed physically weak, almost as if they had not eaten properly. He questioned whether this was simply a trait of the Ulvis Empire's people or if there was another explanation. The soldier observed the struggling enemy troops and then shared his assessment. He believed that these soldiers were likely new recruits. Furthermore, he pointed out that they appeared to be starving. Rain found this information troubling. It made no sense for an army marching into battle to allow its soldiers to reach such a level of hunger and exhaustion. Another soldier, after a moment of contemplation, offered two possible explanations. The first possibility, he suggested, was that the Ulvis Empire's food supplies were running low, forcing them to ration meals. However, he hesitated before offering the second explanation. Noticing his reluctance, Rain firmly ordered him to continue speaking. After a brief pause, the soldier explained his second theory. He speculated that Grand Duke Castile was using these recruits as cannon fodder, sacrificing them to deplete the city's defenses, forcing them to waste arrows and other defensive resources. Hearing this, Rain's expression darkened. His eyes burned with anger as he clenched his fists. He questioned how their king could allow such a strategy, asking if those soldiers were not also citizens of the Ulvis Empire. The soldier, sighing, responded solemnly. He stated that rulers who genuinely cared for their people, like Rain himself and Duke Aldalion, were extremely rare. In contrast, most lords were like Duke Castile, willing to sacrifice their own men without hesitation. Rain fell silent, deep in thought. If Castile was willing to treat his soldiers as disposable, then he had no right to demand mercy in return. At that moment, the same soldier spoke again, pointing out that with their current stockpile of arrows, they could easily eliminate the starving recruits. He asked when they should begin firing. However, Rain's expression suddenly shifted. A mysterious smile appeared on his face, and his eyes glinted coldly. He then gave his command. There was no need to shoot. The soldiers around him were shocked by this unexpected order. The battle between Islan and the Ulvis Empire was unfolding in a peculiar manner. Due to the lack of boats, the new recruits of the Ulvis army were forced to swim across the river while still wearing their heavy armor. Weak from hunger and exhaustion, many of them collapsed upon reaching the shore, barely able to stand, let alone fight. Observing this sight, both Rain and Selena were momentarily astonished. However, Rain quickly regained his composure and ordered Selena to command the mages to use wind and ice magic. Without hesitation, Selena obeyed, trusting that Rain had already devised a strategy. Gracefully rising into the air, she drew the attention of the struggling Ulvis soldiers below. Then, with a calm and composed demeanor, she cast a spell, Extreme Frost Seal. Immediately, powerful winds surged through the battlefield, carrying an intense frost that blanketed the area surrounding the city. The temperature dropped rapidly, causing the already drenched soldiers to tremble uncontrollably. Their limbs began to stiffen as the cold seeped into their bodies, further sapping what little strength they had left. From within the Ulvis Empire's military camp, Grand Duke Castile observed the scene and unexpectedly let out a laugh. A knight standing beside him, puzzled by his reaction, inquired why he was amused. With a confident smirk, Castile explained his reasoning in the tone of a seasoned strategist. He revealed that he had intentionally sent the recruits forward first in order to deplete the city's supply of arrows. However, to his surprise, Rain had not taken the bait. Instead of using archers, he had wasted his mages' mana to deal with mere recruits. Castile then declared that once the mages inside the city ran out of mana, his elite forces, composed of cavalry and powerful mages, would launch a full-scale assault. He was certain that Islan would fall with minimal resistance. Upon hearing this plan, the soldiers around him were filled with admiration. They eagerly praised Castile, hailing him as a brilliant strategist. Their praise only inflated Castile's arrogance. A smug smile formed on his lips as he envisioned his victory. In his mind, he could already see Rain captured, kneeling at his feet, begging for mercy in despair. Outside the city of Islan, the battle continued, yet strangely, not a single drop of blood had been spilled. The inexperienced recruits of the Ulvis Empire, already overwhelmed by hunger and exhaustion, were further shaken when they saw the enemy mages appear atop the city walls. To them, Mages were terrifying beings capable of wiping out entire squads with powerful spells. Fear quickly spread among them. Some recruits turned and fled in terror. Others collapsed to their knees, their voices filled with desperation as they begged for mercy. Some pleaded for their lives, crying out that they did not want to die, that they had not even had the chance to marry yet. Panic had taken hold of them, and chaos consumed the battlefield. After some time, the soldiers began to notice something unusual. Despite the chilling winds and the drastic drop in temperature, there were no actual attacks from the enemy mages. Apart from the freezing air, everything else remained eerily unchanged. Their confusion was suddenly interrupted by an angry shout from their commanding officer, who demanded to know why they were standing idly. He ordered them to pick up their weapons and fight. Forced by the command, the trembling recruits reluctantly tightened their grips on their weapons and resumed their feeble assault on the city, though their hearts were filled with unease. On the city walls, after completing her extreme frost seal spell, Selena landed gracefully. A trace of doubt flickered in her eyes as she turned to Rain. She questioned whether such a low-level frost spell could truly push back the enemy and suggested deploying a few thunder mages to increase their firepower. Rain, however, simply shook his head and smiled with quiet confidence. He stated that there was no need. Since ancient times, he explained, what truly broke a soldier's will was not weapons or destructive magic, it was hunger and bitter cold. His words soon became reality. Outside the city, the temperature had plummeted to an unbearable level. The soldiers, already weakened from wading through the river, found themselves subjected to an even greater torment. The freezing air gnawed at their bodies, their limbs trembling uncontrollably as their teeth chattered violently. Among them, voices filled with desperation began to rise. Some wailed that they were freezing to death. Others cried out in disbelief, questioning why it was suddenly so cold. Many lamented that they could no longer fight, that all they wanted was to go home. Unable to endure the unbearable chill, some soldiers abandoned their weapons entirely. Others, in a desperate attempt to preserve what little warmth they had left, even removed their armor, curling into themselves against the icy wind. The commanding officer's rage boiled over at the sight. His voice roared across the battlefield as he berated them, calling them cowards and demanding that they pick up their weapons and fight. The soldiers, however, pleaded in response. Their voices were weak and filled with despair as they explained that their hands had gone numb from the cold, rendering them unable to hold their weapons. They insisted that they had no strength left to fight. Not only were they freezing, but they were also starving. If they did not retreat soon, they feared that they would all perish on the battlefield. The commander's expression darkened with worry as he took in the miserable state of his troops. He immediately ordered one soldier to return to camp and report the situation to Grand Duke Castile, while forcing the rest to continue their assault. At that moment, Grand Duke Castile remained completely unaware of the disaster unfolding outside the city of Islan. Inside his command tent, he sat comfortably, indulging in a luxurious feast. Before him was an extravagant spread, succulent roasted lamb, fragrant wine, and an array of other delicacies. The warmth of the tent and the richness of the meal stood in stark contrast to the frozen nightmare his soldiers were enduring on the battlefield. A soldier stepped inside, bowing respectfully as he announced that there was news from the front lines. Grand Duke Castile, without much concern, nodded and signaled for the report to be delivered. However, before the soldier could continue, another man suddenly burst into the tent, one of the wounded from the battlefield. His body was covered in injuries, his breath heavy as he saluted hastily. He began to speak but faltered when his eyes fell upon the extravagant feast before him. A surge of anger swelled in his chest. As he stared at the officers gorging themselves on fine food and wine, resentment burned within him. He questioned, in silence, why they, who endured hunger and freezing cold on the battlefield, were left to suffer while their commanders feasted without a care. Yet, despite his fury, he forced himself to suppress his emotions and continued his report. He informed Castile that the situation on the front lines was dire. He explained that Rain had used frost magic to weaken their forces and that the soldiers were unable to fight, as they were freezing and could no longer hold their weapons. He respectfully requested a temporary retreat. Upon hearing this, Castile's expression twisted into one of feigned outrage. Slamming his fist onto the table, he scorned the soldiers on the battlefield, dismissing them as worthless cowards who were afraid of hardship and unfit to serve the great Olvis Empire. One of the soldiers, overwhelmed with fear, fell to his knees and desperately tried to explain. His voice trembled as he insisted that the men were not afraid of death, but that they were truly starving and lacked the strength to continue fighting. However, Castile remained entirely unmoved. His cold eyes swept over the soldier before him, and without a hint of remorse, he immediately ordered the man's execution for daring to question his decisions. Despite this, Castile was immensely pleased. His original plan had worked. Islan's defenses had been worn down. Now, he decided that it was time for him to personally lead the assault. In his mind, this would be the perfect opportunity to prove himself as a brilliant strategist. One of the nearby officers, concerned for Castile's safety, stepped forward and urged him not to take such a risk. He assured Castile that they were more than willing to sacrifice themselves for him. Castile, however, merely chuckled, his voice laced with hidden arrogance. He stated that he did not doubt their loyalty, but he wanted everyone to witness his greatness firsthand. Without hesitation, he gave the order to mobilize the main forces, including the mages and cavalry, to completely encircle the city. He commanded the earth element mages to create bridges across the river, ensuring that the cavalry could cross without difficulty. The mages swiftly ascended into the air, raising their hands as they chanted their spells. One by one, sturdy earthen bridges formed, seamlessly connecting both sides of the riverbank. As soon as the final bridge was completed, Castile gave the order for an all-out attack. He declared that whoever captured Rain would be handsomely rewarded. A deafening battle cry erupted from the all-vision soldiers as thousands of cavalrymen surged forward with overwhelming momentum, their charge threatening to trample everything in their path. From atop the city walls, Rain observed the advancing army with a calm smile. A knight approached him respectfully, reporting that the Alvis Empire had finally launched its full-scale assault. Rain gave a slight nod, his gaze sharp as he turned to Lee and issued a command. He ordered her to deploy their prepared strategy, ensuring that everything was poured into the trenches while sealing off all escape routes. Without hesitation, Lee acknowledged the command and immediately took action. The soldiers swiftly poured oil through the pipes leading to the trenches outside the city. Thick, black liquid slowly spread across the water's surface, though the Alvision army remained completely unaware. The real battle was only just beginning. Meanwhile, as the battle for Islan raged on, another force was racing toward the city. A cavalry unit, led by Rosalind Hulk, was advancing at full speed. Riding atop her trusted steed, Rosalind's expression was tense with determination. She was fully committed to reaching Islan as quickly as possible. She refused to allow Lord Rain to fall into danger. Before departing, her father had reminded her multiple times that the survival of their family depended on the success of this mission. At that moment, Rosalind had vowed to him that she would see it through. Just then, a knight rode up beside her, his voice filled with concern. He urged her to rest, pointing out that they had been marching for 3 days without pause. While she might be able to endure it, the soldiers could not. Rosalind, without slowing her pace, sternly inquired about the remaining distance to Islan. The knight quickly reported that they were only a day's ride away. Without hesitation, Rosalind ordered the mage beside her to project a map into the air. The mage complied immediately, casting a spell to create a glowing map that displayed their exact position. Fixing her gaze on the map, Rosalind analyzed the situation carefully. She concluded that the border fortress of Islan had likely fallen to the Alvis Empire and that Lord Rain must now be making his stand within the city. Just then, a realization struck her. Her eyes lit up with newfound clarity. Without warning, she pulled hard on the reins, bringing her horse to a sudden halt. Her voice rang out with authority as she called into the empty space ahead, demanding that Nox, the Shadow Mage, reveal himself and discuss strategy. A stunned silence followed. Moments later, the air in front of her rippled with an eerie distortion. A pitch-black rift tore open, and from within the darkness, a figure emerged. Nox had arrived. As Nox emerged from the dark rift, the knights instinctively raised their weapons, their eyes filled with suspicion. The knight captain immediately ordered his men to form a protective formation around Rosalind and demanded to know the identity of the stranger who had suddenly appeared before them. However, before any of the soldiers could act, Rosalind swiftly intervened, remaining composed. She locked eyes with the dark mage and, without hesitation, addressed him directly. She stated with certainty that he was Nox. The man furrowed his brows in annoyance, not responding right away. Instead, he regarded her with a cold stare before replying curtly, demanding to know what she wanted. Rosalind paid no mind to his attitude and, with calm determination, explained her plan. She declared her intention to lead a force to cut off the Alvis Empire's supply lines and then launch a surprise attack from the rear to wipe them out of Islan. Fixing her gaze firmly on Nox, she acknowledged that he had been sent by Lady Prithia to monitor her but insisted that, at this moment, she needed his help. Nox responded slowly, his voice as cold as if the matter had nothing to do with him. He stated that his orders were to eliminate her only if she took actions that would endanger Lord Rain. Nowhere in those orders, he pointed out, was there any mention of assisting her. Rosalind, unfazed, offered a slight smile and countered his argument. She reasoned that both of them wanted the same thing, to ensure Lord Rain's safety. If that was the case, she said, helping her would not be a violation of his orders. Nox remained silent, his gaze showing that he was carefully considering her words. After a brief pause, he finally nodded and asked her to explain how she wanted him to assist. Rosalind turned to the map and carefully laid out her plan. She explained that she would lead her troops around Islan and strike the rear lines of the enemy forces. Meanwhile, she instructed Nox to use his magic to seal off the upper stream of the fortress moat. Then, at the right moment, when her mages gave the signal, he was to release the water all at once, flooding the battlefield and drowning the unsuspecting Ulvis soldiers. Meanwhile, at the heart of the elf tribe, far from the battlefield, the elf saintess Eldria had returned to her homeland, carrying an important letter from Rain. In the letter, Rain proposed a full-scale alliance with the elf tribe. He offered to supply them with the resources they needed to improve their lives and ensure their survival. After reading the letter, the elf queen turned her gaze to those gathered before her. With a regal voice, she asked for their thoughts on Rain's proposal. One of the elders, speaking cautiously, voiced his concerns. He warned that humans were deceitful and cunning, and they rarely honored their word. He argued that it would be best to avoid any dealings with them. Another advisor, however, offered a counterpoint. While acknowledging the elders' concerns, he pointed out the reality of their situation. He reminded the council that the elf tribe could not sustain itself solely on its own resources. Every winter, they were forced to purchase food from humans. If they refused this alliance, he feared their people would suffer greatly. The queen took a moment to ponder the conflicting views before turning her attention to Eldria. She stated that among everyone present, Eldria was the only one who had personally met the new lord of Islan. She asked for her opinion on the matter. Eldria fell silent for a moment, as if carefully choosing her words. Then, with a thoughtful expression, she stated that Rain was a despicable and cunning man. However, realizing the weight of her words, she quickly corrected herself, stating that no, Rain was not merely cunning, he was incredibly intelligent. She then shared her experience, explaining that she had followed his advice, and as a result, their winter food supplies were not only abundant but had also saved them a great deal of money. A man beside her, surprised by this revelation, remarked that he had not expected such an interesting figure to exist among humans. A blonde-haired elf, frowning, remained skeptical. She questioned Rain's intelligence, pointing out that only a few days ago, scouts had reported him engaged in battle. With a hint of frustration, she remarked that every autumn, humans foolishly threw themselves into war, wasting their lives without reason. She then turned her sharp gaze to Eldria and stated bluntly that any potential trade agreement hinged on one condition: Rain had to survive this war. If he perished, then everything they discussed would be meaningless. The weight of her words left Eldria feeling uneasy. At that moment, the elf queen spoke again, her voice commanding attention. She told Eldria to remain calm and allow her to make the final decision. After a brief pause, she agreed that the blonde-haired elf had a point. If Rain died, then any plans for trade would be rendered meaningless. With that in mind, she announced her intention to personally head to the battlefield and observe the situation herself. Back at the battlefield, by this time, the battle for Islan had reached its most intense stage. The Ulvis Empire's forces were relentlessly attacking the city. From atop the city walls, the defending soldiers shouted orders to fire the arrows, ensuring that the enemy could not climb the walls. The battlefield was consumed by chaos, yet Rain remained composed. Standing atop an observation tower, he silently observed the unfolding battle, his sharp gaze never leaving the scene below. Beside him, Selena spoke, her voice filled with concern. She asked whether they should take action. Rain responded calmly, stating that there was no need to rush. He explained that they must wait until Grand Duke Castile personally entered the fray. The plan, he emphasized, could only be executed once. They absolutely could not allow Castile to escape. Selena bit her lip, trying to suppress her anxiety. She wanted to say more, but her attention was suddenly drawn to the large number of Ulvis soldiers scaling the walls. From his own vantage point, Grand Duke Castile was astonished to see his troops breaking through the defensive lines so quickly. Recognizing this as a sign of imminent victory, he immediately issued the order for all troops to charge into Islan and capture Rain alive. Under Castile's command, the entire Ulvis army surged forward. Their war cries echoed across the battlefield like an unstoppable tidal wave, filling the air with the sound of clashing weapons and desperate screams. From his position above, Rain narrowed his eyes. A sharp, eager glint flickered in his gaze as he watched Castile finally step onto the earth bridges, crossing into the city. Without hesitation, Rain turned to Selena and, with unwavering confidence, gave the command. It was time to act. On the walls, the defending warriors saw the Ulvis soldiers scaling up and immediately rushed to intercept them. The captain stepped quickly in front of Ryan, shielding him, and ordered the others to eliminate any enemy who managed to climb the wall. He made it clear that Ryan's safety was the priority. Ignoring the growing battle atop the defenses, Ryan decisively instructed Selena to cast a fireball spell into the black waters of the moat. Selena responded without delay. She raised her hands slightly, her eyes locked on the dark, still waters below, and summoned blazing mana into her palms. The fireball spell ignited instantly under her focused will. In moments, a storm of flaming spheres erupted from Selena's position, arcing through the air and raining down toward the moat. Across the battlefield, Grand Duke Castile spotted the sudden assault and immediately shouted a warning, telling his troops that the enemy mage was attacking with fire magic. He believed it to be a final, desperate counterstrike and quickly ordered his mages to intercept the incoming projectiles. The mages of the Olvis Empire stepped forward at once, raising a shimmering magical barrier. Fireballs exploded against it, scattering ash and embers, but Selena's relentless assault pressed harder. The barrier strained under the relentless bombardment. Some fireballs managed to breach the defenses, hurtling into the moat below. Seeing the cracks in their defense, a knight rushed to Castile's side, urgently reporting that their mages were exhausting their mana reserves to maintain the barrier. The knight warned what might happen if the enemy had another plan. Castile, however, only laughed at the knight's concerns, confidently mocking the idea that the defenders had anything left. He declared that the rats inside the city had already spent all their strength, and that the fireballs were nothing more than a last gasp of resistance. Certain that victory was secured, Castile paid no further attention to the fireballs that had fallen into the moat. He dismissed them as wildly inaccurate and meaningless. The knights surrounding him erupted in cheers, proclaiming that their Grand Duke was truly a military genius and that once the city fell, the entire empire would revere his name. Castile basked in their praise, smiling triumphantly. In his mind, Ryan was nothing but a foolish child, and Brack's entire resistance was a joke compared to his own tactical brilliance. But then, without warning, the ground trembled. The fireballs that had landed in the water had not extinguished. Instead, an enormous blaze erupted from the moat, spreading instantly, engulfing the waters and cutting off the Olvis army's retreat in a wall of fire. The confidence drained from Castile's face, replaced by sheer terror. Panic rippled through the Olvis ranks like a disease. Horrified screams rose into the night. Castile, overwhelmed, demanded to know how this was possible. He could not fathom why the moat, filled with water, had become a raging inferno, its power rivaling that of a forbidden spell. Cries for help echoed across the battlefield as soldiers too close to the flames were consumed, their bodies vanishing into the fire. Castile stood frozen, his eyes wide with horror, unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding before him. He had deployed his entire army into the city, but now, with the retreat path severed, they were trapped, left to burn alive. Trembling, Castile's gaze lifted toward the city walls, where he saw a single figure standing tall and coldly watching the battlefield. A chilling thought stabbed through his mind. That man was no human. He was a demon. A monster who would burn 100,000 soldiers alive without a shred of mercy. The terror gripped Castile's heart, making his body involuntarily shake. As the flames devoured more and more soldiers, a knight burst to Castile's side, shouting desperately that he must order an immediate retreat. Snapping out of his daze, Castile realized with a jolt that he needed to act. He commanded that a retreat be ordered at once, and instructed the mages to extinguish the flames to open an escape route. But the mages, pale and exhausted, reported that they had no mana left. Every last drop had been spent maintaining the barrier against the fireballs. Hearing this, a crushing despair settled over Castile, heavier than any armor he had ever worn. The Grand Duke stood paralyzed, his dream of victory reduced to ash, just like his soldiers. Hovering midair, Selena felt a sharp wave of fear grip her. The scene below was terrifying, an inferno raging across the battlefield. From what she could tell, the flames matched the destructive force of a forbidden-level spell. But the true horror wasn't just the scale of the destruction, it was the fact that Ren had created this chaos using nothing more than a few barrels of oil. No mana. No magic. Just pure strategy and fire. Ren stood tall on the city walls, watching the flames devour the enemy forces. He didn't flinch at the distant screams. Though the suffering below disturbed him deeply as a human being, he accepted it as the price of war. He told himself that if he wanted to prevent his people from enduring this kind of tragedy again, then the city's industrial development had to accelerate, fast. Eventually, he turned his back on the destruction. He couldn't keep watching. With a final look, he left the wall and handed over command to Selena. Without hesitation, She ordered the city's mages to begin an all-out magical assault. Moments later, the sky lit up with bolts of magic raining down like a divine judgment. The scene turned grotesque. The army of the Olvis Empire was nearly wiped out. Far from the city's edge, Grand Duke Castile survived by sheer luck, dragged out of the flames by a loyal knight who shielded him with his own body. Even then, Castile emerged barely recognizable, his appearance scorched and his spirit shattered. Eventually, he limped back to his military camp, only to be met with silence. No guards. No soldiers. Not a sound. Confused and alert, Castile tried to make sense of the abandoned outpost. That's when he saw it, something plummeting from the sky. He narrowed his eyes and realized it was a sword. A massive one. It came down fast, faster than anything natural, and embedded itself into the ground in front of him with a thunderous crash. Shocked, Castile stumbled back just as a figure appeared beside the fallen weapon. His face went pale with terror as he stammered a desperate question, asking who she was. The woman said that his clothing marked him clearly, he was a noble of the Olvis Empire. She added coldly that she had been searching for him for a long time. Still on the ground, trembling, Castile asked what she wanted. She approached him slowly, a leather whip swinging loosely in her grip. Her voice was tight with restrained rage as she demanded to know the location of his main army, and whether Lord Ryan was still alive. Before he could respond, the whip cracked through the air and landed brutally against his side. He screamed out in pain, his cries raw and desperate. He shouted that he would talk, that he would tell her everything. He confessed that Ryan had burned the entire army to death using forbidden-level magic. He declared that he was Grand Duke Castile and insisted that she couldn't treat him this way. Rosaline looked down at him in disbelief. She thought the man must be lying. The story sounded too outrageous to be real. Was he seriously trying to mislead her with such nonsense? Did he think she was that gullible? Without saying another word, she signaled her soldiers. She ordered them to seize Grand Duke Castile and continue the interrogation until he gave up the real truth. After seizing control of the Olvis Empire's military camp, Rosaline made the strategic decision to remain stationed there. Her priority was clear: extract the location of the main enemy force from Grand Duke Castile. While studying a large map with a growing sense of concern, a soldier entered the command tent. Rosaline immediately questioned him about the prisoner's condition. The soldier hesitated, then reported that Castile was proving to be unbelievably stubborn. He says that he is indeed Grand Duke Castile and insists that his entire force of 100,000 men was obliterated by Lord Ryan, who, according to him, unleashed a forbidden fire spell at the border fortress of Islan. Rosaline's expression turned cold and furious. She slammed her fist down onto the table, the sound echoing through the tent. She ordered the soldier to continue the torture until Castile stopped lying and revealed the truth. With her mind still focused on Lord Ryan's fate, Rosaline issued additional commands. The army was to rest until dusk. At nightfall, they would launch an assault on the border fortress to rescue Ryan. Intelligence had revealed that during the enemy's earlier offensive, the Olvis Empire's forces had constructed several makeshift earthen bridges over the fortress moat, structures now abandoned, but still intact. Rosaline planned to use these bridges to allow her cavalry to cross quickly and breach the fortress defenses. However, she knew the fortress couldn't be taken head-on. She had decided to lure the remaining enemy troops out into the open and then coordinate with the mages that Lady Prithia had dispatched. The operation needed precise timing and complete control. Just as she began considering whether bypassing the fortress and heading straight to Islan might be a viable alternative, her thoughts were shattered by a sudden, loud disturbance in the nearby forest. She didn't hesitate. She shouted that the camp was under attack and called her soldiers to arms. Immediately, troops surrounded her, forming a defensive wall. Several soldiers yelled for the hidden attackers to show themselves, warning that the army was now on high alert and wouldn't be caught off guard again. From the dense woods, a group of figures emerged slowly. But instead of charging forward, they advanced calmly, without any weapons raised or signs of aggression. As the figures stepped into the open, their features became unmistakable. They were elves. Among them stood the Holy Maiden Era, several high-ranking elders, and even the Elven Queen herself. Rosaline's eyes locked on the group. Her expression shifted to shock, but she kept her tone icy and controlled. She said that based on their presence, she could only conclude that the elves had aligned themselves with the Olvis Empire. She accused them of conspiring against Lord Ryan. At that, a blonde-haired elf stepped forward sharply. She declared that Rosaline's accusation was absurd. She said that Ryan had personally reached out to their queen, requesting a meeting regarding trade. She asked how Rosaline could accuse the elves of plotting anything malicious. Rosaline responded with a sneer. She said that such a story was laughable and clearly a fabrication to cover up their alliance with the enemy. The blonde elf's voice rose with fury. She exclaimed that Rosaline had insulted the honor of the entire elven race. She gave a command for the elven archers to ready their bows. In response, Rosaline gave her own order. She commanded the knight battalion to take position and prepare for incoming arrows. The air between the two forces grew thick with tension. Just as violence seemed inevitable, the elven queen stepped forward and raised her hand. A shimmering magical barrier materialized between both sides, halting the conflict before it could begin. With a calm and authoritative voice, the queen addressed everyone. She explained that their presence was not an act of war, but a diplomatic visit. She said that a young man named Ryan Egra had written to her regarding trade negotiations. If Rosaline's army was truly allied with him, then there was no need to fight. If they were his enemies, the elves would withdraw and wait until the conflict had passed before speaking further. She then asked if this arrangement was acceptable. Rosaline, still alert and suspicious, demanded proof. She said that if the queen truly came on behalf of Lord Ryan, then she needed to present evidence. Without hesitation, the queen turned to the holy maiden Era and instructed her to present the letter written by Ryan. Era stepped forward and offered the letter to Rosaline. The moment Rosaline laid eyes on the seal, her doubt gave way to recognition. The magical mark on the document was unique, impossible to forge. Rosaline confirmed the letter's authenticity. Yet despite the proof, she declared that she would only extend provisional trust. She would believe them for now, but she would not lower her guard until she verified everything directly with Lord Ryan himself. She ordered that the elven envoys be monitored throughout the journey. The elven queen, unoffended, nodded in agreement. She stated that such caution was understandable and that mutual wariness was only natural in times like these. Rosaline gave the order for her soldiers to stand down and rest, maintaining her plan to launch an assault at dusk. Back in her tent, she issued specific instructions to her officers. The elves were to be watched closely. Any suspicious movement was to be reported to her immediately. Across the camp, the elves moved quietly toward the area designated for them, making no protest. Among them, the blonde-haired elf voiced her concern. She said that the humans clearly did not trust them and questioned why they were even considering trade with such people. The elven queen responded with a calm smile. She said that if the humans truly trusted them, they wouldn't be human. Despite the cold reception, the queen harbored hope. She silently wished that this Ryan would live up to the letter he had written. Her people were facing a turning point, and survival now depended on transformation. They could no longer remain isolated or unchanged. As dusk fell, Rosaline's forces mobilized, heading toward the border city in a swift and determined march. Along the way, a scout returned with a surprising report. He said that the banner flying over the fortress was not the flag of the Olvis Empire, it was still the crest of House Edgar. The news caught Rosaline off guard. A thought crossed her mind. Was it possible the fat man's story was actually true? But there was no time to dwell on doubts. She resolved that regardless of who held the fortress, she needed to reach Lord Ryan without delay. She ordered the city to be surrounded immediately. Whether the defenders inside were friend or foe, they had to know that reinforcements had arrived. Without hesitation, she commanded all cavalry units to cross the abandoned earthen bridges and storm Islan. The objective was clear: reach Lord Ryan before the night was over. The cost was secondary. By this time, the fires that had once consumed the outskirts of the city had died out. In their place lay a field of charred corpses, the air thick with the stench of burned flesh. It was a grotesque and sobering sight. Standing in the midst of the devastation was Ryan, silent and still. His hands were clenched tightly, trembling not from fear, but from anger. His fury wasn't directed at the brutality of war, nor out of sorrow for the fallen enemy. What enraged him was the senseless waste of potential. The dead soldiers, enemy or not, represented a massive labor force. He thought bitterly that they could have worked in his factories until their last breath, producing something of value. Nearby, Leah noticed the tension in his posture and approached him with quiet sympathy. In her heart, she believed that his sorrow came from compassion, that he mourned even for those who had come to kill him. Standing beside him, she softly reassured him, saying that he should not grieve for these invaders, that they deserved what they got. Ryan cleared his throat awkwardly. He told her that she had misunderstood, that his frustration wasn't out of mourning. He was just about to clarify his thoughts when a soldier arrived in a rush. The soldier reported that a military force was rapidly approaching from the direction of the Ulvis Empire. He added that the banner they carried resembled that of the Second Lady. Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. The news left him stunned. The scene transitioned to the interior of Ryan's office inside the border fortress, where a new and significant development was unfolding. He was now hosting a very important guest, the Queen of the Elven race. With unwavering confidence, Ryan addressed her directly. He stated that the city of Islan would one day become the crown jewel of the continent. He said that those who chose to invest now would not simply be supporters of its rise. They would be remembered as its creators. His words carried vision, ambition, and certainty. The Elven Queen listened closely to Ryan's pitch, her expression calm but clearly marked by hesitation. Though she didn't interrupt, the measured look in her eyes spoke volumes. When she finally responded, her voice was gentle but firm. She said that while the business plans he proposed were intriguing, she believed they held little relevance for her people. She explained that the elves had long lived in harmony with nature, and without any of the advancements Ryan had described, their lives remained peaceful and content. Ryan frowned slightly, caught off guard by her bluntness. With a composed tone, he acknowledged her point, but didn't conceal his disagreement. He said that if this was truly how she viewed things, then the elven path forward would be an extremely difficult one. Needs, he explained, were not inherent, they were created. And it was those very needs that propelled civilizations forward, forcing people to adapt and reshape the world around them. The Queen tilted her head slightly, raising a brow in response. She said that many of the so-called needs of humankind were seen by the elves as distractions, complications rather than solutions. Her people, she said, lived simply, close to nature, and the intricate inventions of humanity were, to them, little more than unnecessary noise. Her voice grew more serious, and her gaze sharpened with regal authority. She said that she meant no offense, but she had to speak plainly. In her eyes, countless human empires had collapsed under the weight of their own insatiable desires, chasing endless progress and ambition until they destroyed themselves. Ryan slowly nodded, not offended by her words but acknowledging the truth in them. He said that she was right, many human civilizations had indeed been consumed by greed. Yet, he added, it was that same drive, that same desire, which had fueled humanity's greatest achievements. He explained that because humans wished to fly, they built airplanes. Because they wanted to explore the depths of the ocean, they invented submarines. And because they dreamed of the stars, they created spacecraft. He told her that one day, if she stood atop the highest tower in the heart of Islan and looked out at the vibrant city below, she would feel something she had never experienced before, the triumph of having helped build a miracle. The Queen seemed momentarily stunned, caught in a quiet daze as his words echoed in her mind. She thought to herself that she didn't fully understand him. Airplanes? Submarines? Spacecraft? These things were alien to her. And yet, despite her confusion, she maintained her poise. She met his gaze and said that his confidence was rare among humans. But she reminded him that the elves were not like his kind. For thousands of years, they had lived without being ruled by desire. She asked him if he truly believed they would abandon that way of life for the sake of a commercial district, no matter how ambitious or dazzling it sounded. Ryan didn't waver. He stated firmly that if the elves chose to invest now, they would witness a future unlike anything they had ever imagined. The word future struck a nerve. The Queen's heart stirred faintly at the mention. A quiet thought surfaced: what if this man could, in some way, alter the fate she had foreseen? A prophecy had once warned of a dark future for the elven people, and though she had never spoken of it openly, the weight of it always lingered. Was this Ryan, strange and bold as he was, the key to averting that path? Still guarded, she replied with a reserved nod. She said that Ryan's eloquence was impressive, but not yet enough to sway her. She added that she would need time to speak with the elders of her tribe before making any decision. Ryan received her answer with a calm smile. He said that her caution was wise, and that he respected it. He assured her that he was more than willing to wait for her investment. Then, without another word, he turned to Leah and gave a subtle nod. Leah stepped forward, poised and graceful, holding something in her hands. As she approached the Queen, she extended an exquisitely crafted invitation with both hands and offered it respectfully. Ryan spoke with quiet conviction as he presented the ornate invitation. He said that this was a formal invite to the inauguration ceremony of the island city dam, and he earnestly hoped that the Queen would attend. He added that the event would mark the first true step into a new industrial era, and he wanted her to witness it firsthand. The narrative shifted back to the day before this meeting. At that time, Rosalind was leading her troops swiftly toward the border fortress. The army was still some distance from their destination when one of her subordinates galloped forward, breathless and urgent. He reported that there was news from the front lines. Lord Ryan was alive and unharmed. Not only that, but he was personally overseeing the post-battle cleanup at the fortress. Rosalind was momentarily stunned. She repeated the word unharmed under her breath, trying to make sense of it. Her mind raced. How could Ryan have survived? The Olvis Empire had attacked with an army numbering over 100,000. She tightened her grip on the reins, her thoughts clouded with disbelief and cautious hope. Could the rumors be true? Could there really be some hidden sorcerer wielding forbidden magic on Ryan's side? She shook her head sharply, forcing herself back to focus. Now wasn't the time for theories or doubt. She had to reach him immediately. When Rosalind and her forces finally arrived outside the border city, the aftermath of the battle was still visible, though muted. Most of the field had already been cleared. Tattered flags fluttered weakly in the wind, and the blood-stained soil had been covered with pale white sand. It was a strange blend of ruin and restoration, a battlefield washed clean too quickly, as if to conceal the violence that had just unfolded. Without wasting a moment, Rosalind entered the city and made her way straight to Ryan's office. As she stepped through the door, her expression was full of worry and regret. Without hesitation, she fell to her knees before him. Her voice trembled as she introduced herself as Knight Rosalind of House Hulk, sent by Lady Prithia to support him. She begged his forgiveness for her late arrival and stated that if punishment was necessary, she would accept it without complaint. Ryan's gaze was cold and unreadable. He regarded her with a detached calm, his tone measured. He confirmed that she was the one his sister had sent. When she nodded, he narrowed his eyes and asked why she had approached from the direction of the Olvis Empire. Rosalind quickly explained, her words coming fast. She said that 3 days earlier, she had received the command to support him. At the time, she believed he had already retreated to Islan, so she led her troops on a wide flanking route through the city to cut off the Olvis Empire's retreat. It had seemed the most strategic option. Ryan looked genuinely surprised. He leaned forward slightly and asked again, 3 days? He pointed out that the distance from Lady Prithia's territory to the border fortress was over 100 kilometers. He asked how she had crossed that distance so quickly when even he hadn't completed the railway yet. Rosalind, clearly confused, asked what a railway was. Ryan paused for a moment, then dismissed the topic with a brief shake of his head. He said it didn't matter, and that she and her troops had worked hard. He told her she could stand. But Rosalind didn't rise. She insisted that it hadn't been hard at all, and that this was simply what House Hulk owed him, especially after the disgrace caused by her uncle. Ryan's expression tightened. He asked her to confirm, was she truly from House Hulk? Was Caesar her uncle? Rosalind nodded, her eyes steady. She affirmed it with pride and shame intertwined, saying that she was his niece and pleading for a chance to redeem her house. She told him she would accept any punishment he saw fit and would not complain. Ryan fell into thought. Something seemed to occur to him, and without further explanation, he told her to wait. Then he turned and left the room, leaving Rosalind alone in the silence. She remained where she was. 1 hour passed. Then another. A full day went by without a word. The quiet in the room grew heavy. Anxiety gnawed at her, and though she remained composed, her mind churned. She wondered if this was it, if her house would be denied even a chance at redemption. She sighed softly, telling herself that if she couldn't even speak to him, there would be no future for House Hulk. Then, the door opened. Ryan stepped back into the room, this time with a faint smile. His voice was calm as he apologized for keeping her waiting. Rosalind stood quickly, still unsure what to expect. But Ryan raised a hand to ease her nerves. He said there was no need for tension, he had returned because he wanted to speak with her. She nodded, her eyes serious, anticipation rising within her. In her heart, she told herself this was the moment, the chance her family desperately needed. She had to make it count. Then Ryan asked her a question, his tone steady but laced with deeper meaning. He asked whether she would be willing to become one of his. At those words, Rosalind froze. Her face turned a bright shade of red. Clearly, she had misunderstood what he meant. While Rosalind was still reeling from Ryan's proposal, her mind racing with 1,000 misinterpretations, he continued speaking, calm, composed, and direct. He explained that her performance on the battlefield had left a deep impression on him. He said that whether it was her daring maneuver to flank the enemy or her reckless solo charge forward, both acts had proven that she wasn't just brave, but skilled. He saw her as someone exceptional. Yet Ryan's decision wasn't based on intuition alone. He had access to a hidden advantage, he could see her stats. And the numbers were extraordinary. Strength: 87. Strategy: 82. Magic power: 85. Leadership: 91. But what truly caught his attention was the loyalty stat, an unwavering 100. It was rare, perhaps even unheard of. Despite his praise, Rosalind responded with composed humility. She said softly that what she had done was simply her duty, nothing more. Ryan smiled, clearly unmoved by modesty, and asked again if she would be willing to become one of his. Rosalind lowered her head, her voice growing quiet, touched with hesitation. She said she understood. If he wished to use her as compensation for his dissatisfaction with her family, then she, Rosalind, would offer herself completely. It was a statement both bold and tragic. Ryan's expression shifted instantly. His tone sharpened as he raised his voice. He said something about the conversation felt very wrong. He questioned her interpretation, especially the phrase, "make up for." He insisted he had never said such a thing. Rosalind panicked and dropped to her knees again. Her voice trembled as she declared that though her dream had always been to serve as a holy knight at his side, if he needed her body as penance for her uncle's actions, she would endure it without complaint. Ryan quickly stepped toward her, urging her to rise. His voice softened as he clarified, she had misunderstood entirely. He said that what he wanted was for her to serve him as a knight, not as a sacrifice or an object. Nothing more, nothing less. Rosalind's eyes widened in surprise. She repeated his words, seeking confirmation. Ryan cut her off with a calm smile. He added that regardless of whether she accepted his offer, he wouldn't hold her uncle Caesar Halsey's past mistakes against her, or her house. Clearing his throat, he returned to a serious tone. He asked her plainly, would she pledge her loyalty, as a knight under his command? At that moment, Rosalind was overwhelmed with emotion. Not only had he spared her family, but he had also offered her the very dream she thought was lost. She dropped to one knee and placed a hand over her chest. Her voice was steady as she declared that to serve as his knight would be the greatest honor of her life. Later, in the quiet of his office, Ryan was hunched over his desk, pen in hand. He was writing a letter addressed to his sister. He began with a brief update. The crisis in Islan had been resolved. He went on to speak of Rosalind, describing her as a truly exceptional knight and expressing his wish to retain her in his service. He ended the letter with a formal request for Prithia's approval. Once finished, he handed the letter to Leah and instructed her to deliver it the next day. He also told her to include an invitation to the upcoming inauguration of the water dam. With his tasks complete, Ryan turned to the window. His eyes wandered toward the horizon, but his thoughts were sharp and focused. He needed to find 4 more individuals, people with stats like Rosalind's, with potential, discipline, and loyalty. Time was running out for the mission ahead, and now he had found his first. Rosalind. His thoughts were interrupted as Leah entered abruptly, her voice urgent. She reported that the Grand Duke of Castile had been captured, by Rosalind's own knights. She asked what should be done with him. Ryan stood up quickly, a jolt of frustration flashing across his face. He muttered that he had completely forgotten about the man. He asked where the Grand Duke was now. Leah answered immediately. The prisoner was being held in Islan's city prison. The scene shifted to that prison, a dim, cold chamber where the Grand Duke of Castile sat, locked behind a heavy iron door. The light that filtered through cast harsh shadows across his face, making his grim expression even more severe. The door creaked open, and Ryan entered the cell. His tone was cool and even as he greeted the man. The Grand Duke responded with a snort of disdain and venom. He said that Ryan was pathetic and assured him that his downfall was coming. Ryan's expression hardened. He asked what the Duke meant. After all, wasn't he the one in chains? The Grand Duke's eyes opened, glinting with mockery. He said that clearly Ryan's father hadn't taught him anything. He explained that forbidden spellcasters across the continent were highly regulated, and under strict laws, they were forbidden from intervening in mortal wars. He warned that Ryan had broken that sacred rule on the battlefield, and it wouldn't be long before every powerful spellcaster turned their wrath toward Ryan's family. Ryan paused, the threat catching him off guard. He furrowed his brow and asked if the Grand Duke was referring to Lady Selena. The Duke laughed cruelly and said that Selena was just a high-ranking mage, not even close to the level of forbidden. He claimed the destruction witnessed during the battle could only come from a true forbidden spellcaster. Only then did realization seem to dawn on Ryan. He chuckled lightly and said that if the Grand Duke was referring to the explosions, then he was mistaken. There had been no spellcaster, just barrels of oil and clever placement. He added that he could create a dozen more such blasts without touching a single rune. The Grand Duke's face twisted in rage. He shouted that Ryan was lying. He insisted that only a forbidden-level caster could summon such force. Such destructive power couldn't possibly come from a pampered noble boy. Ryan sighed, unimpressed. He said that whatever people wanted to call it, spell or strategy, it didn't matter. He wasn't here to argue. His voice dropped lower, colder. He asked the Grand Duke one question: who was backing him? What was the real plan behind these invasions? For a moment, the Grand Duke hesitated. Then, recovering quickly, he insisted that there was no one behind him. He claimed that the Alvis Empire didn't need anyone's help to crush weaklings. Ryan didn't buy it. He had already reviewed the records. Every year, the same pattern played out. The Alvis army would cross the border in spring, attack recklessly, then withdraw in autumn. Never leaving behind garrisons, never trying to hold territory. Ryan stepped closer and asked again, was their king insane, or were the invasions really tests for something else? The Grand Duke paled. Sweat gathered on his brow as he stammered a vague excuse, that the Empire had no interest in occupying barren land, and only sought to show strength. But Ryan's voice darkened further. He asked if this was truly about showing strength, or if they were testing something no one knew about. That question shattered the Grand Duke's composure. His jaw clenched. He looked away, refusing to answer. Ryan didn't press further. He simply turned and said the man could stay locked up and think it over. Leaving the prison, Ryan's mind raced. The invasions, the retreats, it all felt scripted. He was being manipulated, and he hated that. If there was a deeper game at play, he needed to expose it, and fast. 10 days later, a letter from Ryan reached his sister's hands. After reading it, Prithia gave a knowing smile. She turned to her aide and said that tomorrow, Gwen should inform Velas that Ryan had taken an interest in his daughter. He could finally relax. She flipped the invitation card over in her hand, her eyes scanning the elegant print, inauguration ceremony of the water dam asterisk. She asked Gwen if she even knew what a dam was. Gwen bowed her head and admitted she did not, adding humbly that her mind could never hope to grasp Lord Ryan's genius. Prithia let out a soft laugh, curiosity glinting in her eyes. She said they would visit Ryan's territory in the coming days and see this dam with their own eyes. Then, almost as an afterthought, she added one last order. She told Gwen to gather a few girls around Rosalind's age. She wanted to know what kind of girl her little brother was actually drawn to. In the grand hall of the Orvis Empire's palace, the emperor sits on his throne, his expression dark with frustration. The nobles stand before him, tension thick in the air. One noble exclaims that the capture of the Grand Duke of Castile is bound to shake the morale of the army. Another noble mutters under his breath, questioning who let Castile insist on his own way and end up in such a predicament. The emperor slams his fist on the armrest of his throne and demands solutions, not quarrels. His voice booms through the hall as he declares that pursuing responsibility now is pointless. A cautious noble steps forward and suggests that perhaps the emperor could send someone to Esselin City to negotiate with the enemy. Someone else roars that the Orvis Empire cannot stoop to negotiating with such a barbarian land. Another noble quickly agrees, exclaiming that bowing to the Caradorial Empire would be a disgrace. The first noble, however, interjects with urgency, warning that if Castile leaks the Empire's secrets, all their plans over the years will be ruined. He pleads with the emperor to make the right judgment. The emperor falls silent, considering the words. After a moment, he concedes that peace talks could be acceptable, but he questions whether they have suitable candidates for such a delicate mission. He states that the envoy must not only have sufficient status to represent the majesty of the Orvis Empire but also possess enough courage and wisdom. The noble notes that the emperor's words are strange, hinting at deeper implications. The noble, named Craven, thinks that a simple matter like peace talks won't be difficult as long as the lower limit of compensation is determined. He stares at the emperor with narrowed eyes, realizing what the emperor is truly thinking. The emperor turns his gaze to Craven and asks if he has thought of a suitable candidate. Craven bows respectfully and says that he would like to recommend someone, Miss Wilvina, the only daughter of Duke Richard. A murmur spreads through the hall. One noble points out that Duke Richard was recently imprisoned for offending the emperor. The Emperor observes Craven closely, noting his shrewdness. Craven continues, listing 3 reasons for his recommendation. First, he says that Miss Wilvina, as the only daughter of Duke Richard, carries noble status that can demonstrate the Empire's sincerity. Second, he adds that although Miss Wilvina has just reached adulthood, she is eloquent and decisive. Third, and most importantly, Craven explains that this mission would give Miss Wilvina an opportunity to redeem herself and her father's crime. He suggests that the Emperor could pardon Duke Richard in exchange for her service. Another noble nods in agreement, admitting that Craven's reasoning makes sense. The Emperor, after a moment of contemplation, entrusts the matter to Craven. He sternly orders him to ensure the safety of Miss Wilvina, Duke Richard's only daughter. Craven bows deeply and declares that he will carry out the Emperor's will without fail. In the dimly lit chambers of the Orvis Empire's palace, a shadowy figure kneels before the Emperor. The Emperor's voice is low and commanding as he states that Wilvina and Castiel are on their way back. He coldly adds that the kneeling figure knows what to do. The subordinate bows deeply and assures the Emperor that they will die in the despicable Caradoril Empire. A cruel smile twists the Emperor's lips as he muses aloud that the envoy of Orvis being killed by the mob of Caradoril gives him another reason to use military force. The scene shifts to a bustling marketplace in Selena City. Vendors call out their wares, fresh fruit and fish, as townsfolk weave through the stalls. A merchant cheerfully greets Master Ryan, asking if he's here to buy something. Ryan laughs awkwardly and says he just came to wander the city and see if the people need anything else. The townsfolk express their gratitude, proclaiming that thanks to Master Ryan, their lives are much better. One man enthusiastically declares that he used to live worse than an animal but now finally lives like one. Ryan winces at the phrasing and mutters that if the man can't talk properly, he should say less. Flustered, Ryan urges them to return to their work. The crowd bids him a cheerful farewell as he departs. Elsewhere, Ryan reviews a series of status screens floating before him, his expression grim. He notes the stats of several individuals. He sighs heavily, thinking to himself that it's indeed too difficult to find high attribute talents among the common people. He reflects on how he's been traveling around various places in Selena City for a long time these days, yet hasn't found a single suitable candidate. A system notification glows in his vision. Cultivating 5 high attribute characters, 1/5 in progress. Current: Rosalind Holker. Ryan rubs his temples, wondering aloud if he should consider asking his second sister and eldest brother for some talented individuals. But he quickly dismisses the idea, reminding himself that they have their own problems in their territories. He resolves to rely on himself. In his quarters, Ryan's maid, Leah, watches him with concern. She tells him that he's too tired after the past 3 days and insists he rest. She informs him that she's sent people to post notices in the city, asking those who believe they have talent to come to him. Ryan gives a weary smile and remarks that those who recommend themselves are indeed talented, but they're all excellent laborers for his factory. His expression darkens as he laments that his factory can't open at all. The elves, investment hasn't made progress, and the dam will take another half-month to complete. It's a sin to let magicians study chemistry. Ryan laments as he hugs his maid tightly. He sighs, thinking about the system's latest task as an extremely difficult one. He mutters that it's too much. Suddenly, a commotion erupts outside. A voice shouts angrily, calling someone a liar and demanding how they dare come to the city. The man grins confidently and declares that there will be absolutely no problem this time. Checking his stats, Ryan's eyes widen as he realizes that this boy is highly talented in strategy and magic. He's found the talent he's been searching for. Meanwhile, Armando was still trying to win over the shopkeeper. He pulled a small vial from his coat, a bottle of shimmering green liquid, and declared with full confidence that this time, the formula was flawless. He said that a single drop would keep any plant vibrant and thriving for an entire year. The shopkeeper remained unimpressed, his face locked in a scowl. He snapped that Armando should quit spouting nonsense and get out. He reminded Armando that the last time, his so-called pesticide had destroyed an entire crate of apples. Armando looked visibly flustered, his voice rising in desperation as he tried to explain that the mishap was an accident. He insisted that his pesticide simply wasn't suited for soft fruits like apples. Before he could finish, the shopkeeper shoved him hard and shouted that he was done being conned. He told Armando to stop scamming people and that he wouldn't fall for his tricks again. Armando stumbled, trying to hold his ground, pleading with outstretched hands for a moment to explain. But his words went unheard. The shopkeeper refused to listen. With no other option, Armando stepped back and walked away in defeat. Rain, who had been observing from a short distance, felt a strange mix of amusement and curiosity. He hadn't expected to come across someone like this in such a rundown corner of the city. Leah noticed the shift in Rain's expression. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced toward the retreating figure of Armando. She wondered if Rain was actually showing interest in that loud-mouthed alchemist. The idea made her uneasy, and she quietly vowed not to let some trickster fool him. Meanwhile, Armando sat slouched at the edge of the street, clearly dejected. He let out a heavy sigh, thinking bitterly to himself that there were no worthwhile customers today and he was starving. Suddenly, a hand reached out toward him. It was Rain. With a calm smile, he introduced himself and said that he was intrigued by the potion Armando had mentioned. He asked if Armando could tell him more. Armando's eyes lit up instantly. In his head, he thought he had finally found a promising mark. He stood up with newfound energy, responding with exaggerated enthusiasm. He claimed that Rain had a rare eye for quality and that he carried every kind of potion one could need. As he spoke, Armando pulled several small vials from his bag, each filled with vibrant, swirling colors, and held them out for display. But Rain showed no interest in the vials. Instead, he calmly asked for Armando's name and why he had never seen him in Island before. Armando cheerfully introduced himself as an alchemist and said he rarely visited the city. Rain then asked if he'd come solely to sell potions. Armando nodded and assured him that whatever he needed, he could create something to meet his needs. Leah took a step closer and whispered into Rain's ear that he shouldn't trust an alchemist. She warned that most of them were just clever con artists. Rain smiled faintly and responded that time would reveal who was truly fooling whom. Leah was confused by his confidence. She didn't know what Rain was thinking. Rain then pointed at the vials and asked how much the potions cost. Armando eagerly picked up one of the bottles and praised Rain again for his sharp eye. He explained that the yellow potion could make any object glow at night. Another could boost the drinker's speed. And one, he claimed with a sly grin, would bring a woman joy for hours. Rain's face soured. He dismissed the potions as worthless and asked if Armando had anything of real value. Armando bristled at the insult. He could accept skepticism, but mocking his potions was too much. He muttered that if that was how things stood, then he wouldn't hold back. Leah caught the tone in his voice. Her gaze turned cold, and she began studying Armando carefully, ready to act at the first sign of hostility. Armando noticed her intense stare and nervously pointed out that her glare was unnerving. He asked Rain if his maid always looked like she was about to kill someone. Rain ignored the comment. He remarked that the glowing potion was just beryllium zinc silicate phosphor, a compound with low luminescence and dangerous toxicity. He recommended using calcium-based phosphors instead, pointing out that they were safer, brighter, and cheaper. Armando's eyes widened in disbelief. He exclaimed that there was no way Rain could know that. He insisted that the formula was a closely guarded secret known only to him. Rain shrugged calmly and said that calling it a secret formula was absurd. It was basic chemistry. If that was the extent of Armando's alchemy, then the discipline wasn't all that impressive after all. Enraged, Armando jabbed a finger at Rain, his hand shaking. He accused Rain of stealing his notes and demanded to know where he had learned the formula. Rain answered with an amused smile. He said he had no interest in stealing from a starving alchemist who couldn't even sell his own wares. Then, more seriously, he offered Armando a chance. Swear loyalty to him, and he would teach him the true science behind alchemy. Armando scoffed and asked who Rain even was. Leah stepped forward and announced his full title: Lord Rain Edgar, second son of Grand Duke Aldalian of the Caradoria Empire. But instead of backing down, Armando laughed. He said he had mistaken Rain for a plump little sheep, only to discover he was actually a fat fish. And then, with a defiant tone, he declared that he would rather starve than serve a noble. Rain's face darkened. He remarked that Armando clearly had issues with nobility. Armando responded sarcastically, claiming he dared not offend Rain. After all, a man couldn't be angry with a dog. Leah's eyes flared with fury. She ordered Armando to apologize immediately or face the consequences. Armando cut her off before she could finish. He asked if she planned to kill him and mocked her for choosing violence over reason. He sneered that her noble pride clearly didn't extend to restraint. Leah prepared to strike, but Rain raised a hand and calmly told her to stand down. Rain addressed Armando directly. He admitted he didn't care what wrongs Armando had suffered at the hands of the aristocracy. He was offering a chance, a real chance, to learn the truth of chemistry and physics, to make a lasting impact on the world. But if Armando preferred to waste away on the outskirts of Islan, that was his choice. Armando didn't budge. He saw the offer as nothing but an eloquent trap. He stated firmly that nobles cared only for status and wealth, while commoners were expendable. He vowed that he would never serve one. His rejection was final. With that, the loyalty value Rain had been tracking dropped sharply, from 50 to 30. Rain felt the weight of the failed negotiation. Not only had he failed to recruit Armando, but he may have made him a hostile force. Armando pointed at Rain, his voice steady and full of conviction. He said that he would never trust a single word from the mouth of a noble. The tension was thick when a young girl came running toward Armando, her voice light and cheerful. She called out to him, asking when he'd arrived in the city. Armando was caught off guard. He asked the girl why she had come to such a dangerous place and warned her to leave immediately. Her name was Irina. She looked at Armando with confusion and asked why he seemed so anxious. Armando glanced toward Rain and told her that the man was a dangerous noble, and that even children weren't safe around people like him. But Irina ignored the warning. Her face lit up with recognition and joy when she saw Rain. She asked excitedly if he was really the same Mr. Rain she knew. Rain was taken aback but smiled and approached her. He asked if she knew him. Irina beamed. She said that everyone in the city knew who he was. Her mother always said their lives had improved because of him. If not for Rain, things would have been much harder for their family. Rain asked if her father had worked on the city's dam project. Irina nodded eagerly and explained that her father used to be addicted to gambling. But after Rain gave him a job, he changed completely. Their home was peaceful now. Her mother and she always encouraged him to work hard for Rain, because the better he did, the better their lives became. The cheerful moment didn't last. Armando grabbed Irina and pulled her behind him, glaring at Rain with undisguised fury. Armando stood his ground, voice sharpened with anger as he accused Rain of exploiting the city's people. He claimed that Irina's father had been forced to work like a slave for meager wages. Rain's expression shifted. What began as surprise quickly turned to irritation. He asked what had led Armando to such a conclusion. He wanted to know who had told him that Irina's father had been coerced into labor. But Armando, already poisoned by deep distrust for nobles, needed no source. He said that exploitation wasn't just a possibility. It was a defining trait of their class. He gestured to Irina's clothes, worn and frayed, and pointed out that despite Rain's grand promises, she was still wrapped in rags. He accused Rain of hypocrisy, claiming that nobles would never touch such filth, yet the common folk had no choice but to live in it. That was the last straw for Leah. She stepped forward, her voice rising with fury. She said Armando had gone too far and demanded he stop slandering Lord Rain. She insisted he had no idea what Rain had done for the city, that it was through Rain's faith in his people that Island had risen from despair. Irina, once gentle and trusting, now faced Armando with a firmer expression. She told him that everything Leah said was true. She asked him not to speak unfairly about Rain, whom she called a truly kind person. She explained that he had provided jobs, shelter, and food for everyone. Because of him, they no longer shivered through cold nights. They had roofs over their heads. They had warm meals. She paused for only a second before continuing, her tone resolute. She warned Armando that if he kept saying such things about Rain, she wouldn't speak to him anymore. She reminded him that he'd never lived in the city. He couldn't possibly understand what Rain had done for them. Her words hit like a slap. Armando stood frozen, stunned by the rejection. For the first time, doubt crept into the fortress of his convictions. Rain recognized the opening and stepped in. He calmly explained that Irina and the other children still wore old clothes not because they were poor, but because the city's textile production hadn't yet developed. He said that food and shelter were just the beginning. Once their light industry expanded, not only would they have prosperity, they'd have proper clothing, jobs, and dignity. But Armando wasn't swayed. He said that he didn't care about something called light industry. He didn't need to understand it. All he knew was one unshakable truth. Nobles had never, and would never, care about the people. Every action they took, he claimed, was rooted in greed. That was when Irina snapped. She cried out that he hadn't listened to a word she said. She insisted that Rain was different, that he was a good person, and demanded that Armando stop insulting him. Armando turned away, disappointment deep in his gaze. He muttered that he didn't want to see another noble wearing a mask of kindness. He warned Irina to be cautious, claiming that behind their smiles lay dangers she couldn't even imagine. Rain watched silently as Armando walked away, the tension thick between them. In his mind, a new resolve took shape. He thought that it had taken him so long to find someone with that level of raw talent. He couldn't let Armando disappear, not like this. He took a step forward, ready to call out to him. But his body betrayed him. A sudden tremor surged through him. His vision dimmed, and before he could speak, he collapsed. When Rain opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a familiar room. Leah sat beside him, relief flooding her face as she saw him awake. He offered a tired smile and told her not to worry. But Leah burst into tears. She reminded him how often she had warned him not to push himself so hard, not to go out alone in search of talent until he collapsed from exhaustion. She accused him of never listening, of always taking everything on his own shoulders. Rain gently took her hand and apologized. He promised that from now on, he would take better care of himself. Then he asked the one question that still lingered in his mind. Had Armando already left? Leah shook her head, surprise in her voice. She revealed that after Rain had passed out, they had rushed him back to the city lord's estate. But to her astonishment, Armando had returned. She said that he had given her a vial of medicine, saying it would help Rain recover. Then, just as quietly as he had come, he left again. Rain's eyes widened. He asked if she had actually used the medicine on him. Was that why his fever had vanished so quickly? Leah chuckled softly and said that of course she hadn't. She told him she wouldn't give medicine from an unknown source to her lord, no matter how well-intentioned it seemed. Instead, she had summoned the city's best doctors. It was their care, and their prescriptions, that had brought him back. As for the vial, she said she had placed it safely on his desk. Rain requested to see it. Leah offered to retrieve it, urging him to stay in bed and rest. When he finally held the vial in his hand, he studied it closely. Its color, clarity, and the detailed craftsmanship told him one thing. It had been made with great precision and care. He suggested they have the city's doctors analyze its properties the next day. But Leah hesitated. She asked carefully if Rain truly intended to recruit Armando. She said he was arrogant, especially when dealing with nobles, and clearly had no respect for their status. Rain responded without hesitation. He said that yes, he still wanted Armando. He wasn't just talented, he was the kind of rare genius who could push the city forward. If guided the right way, Armando could achieve things no one else could. But in Rain's heart, he knew there was more to it. That kind of hatred Armando carried. It didn't come out of nowhere. Something terrible had to be behind it. If Rain truly wanted to win him over, he would first need to uncover that pain. Far away, in a small and quiet room, Armando stood alone. His eyes were locked on an old photograph. Pain flickered in them, deep and raw. He whispered to himself in a voice barely audible. He spoke of the noble he had met, someone strange and different. He said that with just one glance, the man had seen through his entire alchemical formula. He admitted he didn't understand much of what had been said. Even Irina, someone he trusted, seemed to like the noble. His grip tightened. His voice dropped to a whisper. But he swore to his master, not to worry. He said he would never fall for a noble's tricks. He promised to finish the research they had started. And he vowed to make the nobles pay for what they had done. Hatred burned in his eyes. At that same moment, in the holy temple, Rain sat in silence. Beside him, Saintess Eldria shared the truth. She explained why Armando despised nobles so deeply. She spoke of a woman in the photograph, Lizzle. 15 years ago, Lizzle had been the most brilliant alchemist in Islan. A genius, yes, but also an idealist. She believed alchemy should serve all people, not just the rich. She had adopted Armando when he was a homeless orphan. She had fed him, taught him, and passed on every piece of her precious knowledge. The bond between Armando and Lizzle was far more than that of student and teacher. To him, she had been a mother in every sense except blood. What she taught him extended far beyond potion recipes and mechanical schematics. She had instilled in him a moral compass, the importance of balancing invention with compassion, science with humanity. But that fragile world shattered. Lizel's humanitarian research drew the ire of a powerful noble in Islan. Unable to accept her ideals, the noble orchestrated a raid on her home, seized all of her work, and accused her of practicing forbidden magic. The accusations were false, but they stuck. In the end, Lizel perished in what was publicly called an accident, though it was anything but. Armando had been only 15 when he watched the one person he cherished most torn away from him by cruelty and greed. After her death, he salvaged what little remained: her notes, unfinished designs, theories scrawled across torn pages. He made a vow then, one carved deep into his soul. He would complete her work, even if it cost him everything. As Saintess Eldria recounted the story, tears streamed down her face. The weight of Armando's grief still lingered after all these years, pressing down on him like stone. He bore not only Lizel's legacy, but also the crushing loneliness of a boy robbed of the only family he had ever known. Rain listened quietly, brows furrowed, then finally broke the silence with a flat question. He said that while it was indeed a tragic tale, it didn't answer what he really wanted to know. He asked Eldria directly if she knew where Armando was now. Eldria flared with anger. She demanded to know if he had no compassion at all. But Rain remained cold. He stated that compassion wouldn't feed people, wouldn't rebuild infrastructure, wouldn't bring progress. He said that regardless of yesterday's pain, the world kept moving forward, and with every sunrise came the obligation to act. Her outrage faded into resignation. She sighed deeply, then said he was likely at Lizel's old house, his most frequent refuge. The notes, the equipment, everything that mattered to Lizel still remained there. Satisfied, Rain stood and remarked that things had just become easier. Now that they knew where Armando was, there was no time to waste. They would go immediately. Just before stepping out, Rain turned back and asked Eldria if she knew what Lizel had been working on before her death. The question gave her pause. After a long moment, she answered that it had something to do with steam. That single word struck Rain like lightning. His eyes widened, his composure cracked. He stepped toward Eldria quickly, his voice tense, demanding she repeat what she just said. She stammered, startled by his intensity, and confirmed she remembered the word, steam, though she confessed she had no idea what it truly meant. Rain's grip tightened on her shoulders. He stared into her eyes, voice full of urgency and hope. He said that if what she remembered matched what he suspected, then they might be standing at the threshold of revolution. A revolution not in politics or war, but in how the world functioned. He spoke of transforming industry, changing how people lived, how they worked, how they built their future. Still dazed, Eldria asked if it could truly be that powerful. She mentioned someone once calling it a toy. But Rain was done talking. He ordered her to take him to Lizel's house at once. She agreed, pleading only that he not rush her so much. Rain dashed ahead, his thoughts racing. If Lizel had indeed studied the steam engine, if her work included detailed blueprints and experimental logs, then this was no small discovery. In his former world, steam engines were ancient history. He had never needed to study them in depth, but as a mechanical engineer, the concepts lived in his bones. He knew the theory, the physics. What he lacked were the initial breakthroughs, proofs of concept, refined designs. If those were buried in Lizel's notes, then he had everything he needed to unleash a new industrial age. At that very moment, inside Lizel's old home, Armando was bent over a crude, whirring device. The engine on the ground hissed faintly, its valves twitching as if alive. But before he could adjust it, his senses snapped to alert: someone was coming. Without hesitation, Armando flung a cloth over the device and stepped outside. His eyes were cold, his voice sharp. He demanded to know why Rain had come. He said this place was off limits, that Rain had no right to be there. Rain, undeterred, stepped forward slowly. His eyes were unwavering. He asked where Lizel's research was. He said he wanted to see her notes, to understand her work. Armando's entire body tensed. He stepped in closer, suspicion dark in his gaze. He said he didn't care how Rain had learned about the notes. He warned that no matter what, he would never hand over Lizel's writings. Not to him. Not to any noble. Sensing the escalation, Eldria moved quickly to intervene. She told Armando that they weren't there to steal anything. She explained that Rain only wanted to see if Lizel's work could help improve the lives of the city's people. But Armando wasn't listening. He reached into his coat and pulled out a knife designed for combat. He pointed it directly at Rain and growled that nobles like him had no place here. This was sacred ground. Leah's hand immediately went to the dagger hidden beneath her cloak. Her eyes burned with fury. In her mind, one thought repeated. She would not let anyone harm Lord Rain. Not even a genius. Before she could act, Rain raised a hand and moved to her side. His voice was low but firm. He told her to stay put, that he would handle this himself. Ignoring the threat, Rain took another step forward. He looked Armando directly in the eye. His words were cutting. He called him a fool. He said that Armando didn't understand what the steam engine truly was, or what it meant. He accused him of failing Lizel's dream by hoarding her research instead of sharing it. He said the brilliance she left behind was being wasted, buried beneath fear and pride. Armando clenched his jaw, eyes blazing with fury. He demanded to know what gave Rain the right to lecture him. He asked what made Rain think he understood Lizel's research better than someone who had devoted his life to it. In response, Rain's lips curved into a cold, calculating smile. He proposed a wager. Realizing he wouldn't sway Armando with logic or sentiment, Rain decided a gamble might be the only way to earn his trust. Or at least his cooperation. Armando scoffed and asked what the wager was. Rain remained composed as he explained the terms. If he could successfully activate Lizel's alchemical device, Armando would serve him, no complaints. But if he failed, he would leave Island City forever and never return. Armando burst into laughter, incredulous at the audacity. He mocked Rain, saying it was the funniest thing he had heard in a while. A pampered noble brat who couldn't even name half the tools in an alchemical lab was now claiming he could bring Lizel's invention to life. It was laughable. But Armando's laughter was exactly what Rain had counted on. In that outburst, he saw the challenge accepted. Still, Armando wasn't satisfied. He added a final clause. If Rain failed, he wouldn't just leave the city. He would also kneel at Lizel's grave and offer a formal apology. Eldria, furious, protested the terms. She believed Armando was being excessive. Rain hadn't harmed him. He didn't deserve that level of disrespect. But Armando didn't care. To him, it didn't matter what Rain did or didn't do. All nobles, by their very nature, were guilty. Looking Rain straight in the eyes, Armando demanded to know if he dared accept those terms. Without hesitation, Rain agreed. If he failed, he would bow at Lizel's grave himself. With that settled, he turned toward the machine hidden beneath the cloth and asked Armando to step aside so he could examine it. Though calm on the outside, Rain was nearly trembling with excitement. He whispered to himself with a smirk that once he fixed the steam engine, Armando would have no choice but to fall in line, and he would make sure to put him to work. Lighting furnaces, maintaining pressure valves, Rain already envisioned it. Armando yanked the cloth off the contraption, revealing an enormous, ungainly machine. He warned Rain not to break it. The machine, he said, was priceless. Leah and Eldria both stared at the device, their eyes wide with awe and confusion. Neither had seen anything like it before, and neither understood why Rain was so obsessed with a lump of gears and pipes. Alchemy had never seemed this strange. Rain, running his hands across its surface, could hardly contain his joy. This was it. The machine he had dreamed of, a functioning, or almost functioning, steam engine. After a long moment of silent admiration, he finally exclaimed that Lizel had truly been a genius, not just in theory but in execution. Hearing Rain speak so highly of his mentor stirred something in Armando. His pride softened into a rare flicker of shared excitement. He declared that of course Lizel was a genius. Unlike those pretenders who paraded around in alchemical robes without understanding a single principle. Lizel had been the real thing. Rain then asked if Armando had been living here all this time just to get the machine working. Armando nodded. He explained that Lizel had never shared instructions on how to operate it. Her notes contained theory and concepts, but not the practical process. Rain suggested opening the shell to examine the inner workings. He suspected the issue could be mechanical, but Armando immediately objected. He called Rain crazy for wanting to dismantle it, warning that if it couldn't be reassembled, everything would be ruined. Rain's expression hardened. He asked if Armando understood who he was talking to. He insisted there wasn't a machine in existence he couldn't repair. Then he held out his hand and told Armando to get him a screwdriver. Armando stared at him blankly. He had no idea what a screwdriver was. Rain sighed in disbelief. He asked how the machine had even been assembled if Armando didn't know what basic tools were. Armando, completely unbothered, explained that it had been assembled using magic. He added, almost condescendingly, that all the components had been forged by dwarven craftsmen under Lizel's commission. It was something far beyond what a pampered noble like Rain could ever hope to grasp. Rain rolled his eyes and told him to shut up. If there were no screwdrivers, he'd just find another way. Turning to Leah, he asked for her dagger. With the blade in hand, Rain began dismantling the machine, working carefully through the foreign yet familiar mechanisms. As he removed the first few pieces and inspected the precision of each component, his excitement grew. He declared again that Lizel had been an unparalleled genius. Everything was so precise, so advanced. But the further he went, the more concerned he became. Something wasn't right. Critical components were missing. He paused, brows tightening, and turned to Armando. His tone sharpened as he asked where the internal pieces were. The ones that should have been seated at the machine's core. Armando froze. He hadn't expected Rain to notice. He struggled for a response, then brushed it off, suggesting that Rain was imagining things. As far as he knew, the machine had always looked that way. Maybe Rain was just making excuses in anticipation of failure. But Rain wasn't buying it. He pointed directly at the empty mounts and demanded answers. He said it was clear the control system had been removed, something essential to the machine's operation. He wanted to know who had taken it. Cornered, Armando went silent. Then, with visible pain and resentment, he admitted the truth. He said the missing components had been stolen by a noble. Rain stood stunned. He asked why. What could that noble possibly want with specialized alchemical parts? Armando explained bitterly that the pieces had been made of a rare, valuable mineral. Once the noble heard of it, he seized them and had them melted down, not for research, not for development, but to create a gaudy statue of himself. Rain's eyes darkened, fury simmering beneath his skin. He cursed the arrogance of turning something so critical into a monument of idiocy. He demanded to know who this noble was and where he could be found. But Armando's expression turned grim. He said the man was someone high above, someone Rain couldn't touch. Rain stepped closer, trembling with rage. He declared that no one, no matter how high their status, was beyond his reach. He ordered Armando to speak. He demanded to know who dared stand in the way of his industrial revolution. Armando finally spoke the name with clenched fists and barely restrained anger. It was Duke Eska. The moment the name left his lips, Saintess Eldria gasped, her face flashing with shock. Her reaction didn't go unnoticed. Rain turned to her immediately and asked who this Eska was. Eldria explained that Duke Eska had once been a low-ranking noble from the city of Aislinn. Known for his skill in alchemy since childhood, Eska had built a reputation over the years with a string of impressive alchemical breakthroughs. Eventually, his achievements earned him the Emperor's favor. The reward was more than just praise. He was granted the title of Duke and awarded his own territory. Rain asked where that territory was, and Eldria replied that it lay in Grands, positioned to the upper right of the city of Etherin. Leah, listening in, added another layer. She mentioned that Grands fell under the jurisdiction of Grand Duke Teres Elra, not the Edgar family. It was outside of Rain's sphere of influence. As the pieces came together, Rain's expression grew dark. The name Teres Elra stirred something in his memory. He remembered his father once mentioning that relations between their family and Elra's had grown tense. Leah confirmed this, explaining that Grand Duke Elra and Rain's father held opposing political views. The two had clashed frequently within the imperial court. It wasn't just personal, it was part of the Emperor's strategy. A balance of power, engineered from the top. One duke to check the other. Rain understood immediately. This wasn't a battle he could fight now. Not directly. Not with so many moving pieces around him. For the time being, he shifted his focus back to the one responsible for melting down Lizel's invention. Duke Eska. He swore then and there that Eska would pay for the destruction of those gears, 100-fold. Eldria, concerned, cautioned him. She asked if he really intended to go against Duke Eska. Her voice was careful, but worry ran beneath her words. Rain's reply was sharp and venom-laced. He said that Eska wouldn't just pay, he would suffer for what he had done. Tenfold wasn't enough. 100-fold wasn't either. There would be justice. Leah flinched at the fury in Rain's voice. She didn't speak, but her eyes showed hesitation, tension building behind her composure. Armando, still harboring doubts, challenged Rain. He asked if he was seriously planning to oppose someone as powerful as Eska. Rain looked him in the eye, unwavering. He said not only would he repair the steam engine, he would make Eska understand the value of what he destroyed. His tone was final. There was no room left for disbelief. Rain then turned back to Armando and asked if Lizel's notes included the design schematics for the missing gears. Armando shook his head, saying they didn't. Lizel had likely discussed the gear designs with a dwarven master craftsman instead. But that craftsman, he added with visible frustration, had always refused to meet with him. Rain placed a reassuring hand on Armando's shoulder. He said to leave that to him. He would give it a try. Armando warned him not to get his hopes up. The blacksmith wasn't just stubborn, he had a notoriously foul temper. Later, Rain and his group arrived at the workshop of the dwarven master, Bram. The moment they stepped through the door, Bram's scowl met them like a hammer. He barked at them to leave, his voice rough, loud, and soaked in disdain. He growled that he had no time to waste on little brats, and glared at them as though they'd insulted his forge just by walking in. Eldria quickly stepped forward and tried to reason with him. Her tone was pleading, her words sharp with urgency. She reminded Bram of all that Rain had done for the people of Esalen, driving out corrupt nobles, ensuring food reached the poor. She begged him not to dismiss Rain like he was just another aristocrat. Bram sneered. He muttered that he already knew who Rain was. A noble boy playing hero. Sure, he'd done a few good things, killed a few rotten nobles, fed a few mouths, but Bram wasn't impressed. He declared that lords were supposed to do those things. That feeding the people wasn't an achievement. It was the bare minimum. Just like a blacksmith's duty was to forge for others, a ruler's job was to serve. No one praised a smith for doing his job, so why should Rain be any different? Rain surprised him by agreeing completely. He said Bram was right. It was a lord's duty to care for the people. And that was exactly why he was here today. That response gave Bram pause. He didn't show it, but something shifted behind his eyes. Bram then asked bluntly if Rain was here to request a forging job. Rain didn't hesitate. He laid everything on the table. He explained that he needed the gear designs Lizel had once commissioned, or, better yet, for Bram to recreate the gears himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Bram's face hardened. His scowl deepened into something darker. He exploded with anger, shouting at them to get out. His voice cracked with fury as he said he wouldn't give them a single damn thing. Rain, confused, asked why. Bram's answer was filled with pain. He said those gears had gotten Lizel killed. He blamed himself. If he hadn't pushed Lizel to use dragon crystal ore for safety, she might never have caught the attention of the noble who eventually destroyed her. The guilt poured out with every word. His hands trembled slightly as he said he would never build anything like that again. Armando jumped on the contradiction. He reminded Bram of his earlier words, that a blacksmith's job was to forge for others. So why was he refusing now? Wasn't that hypocrisy? Bram snapped at him to be quiet. He said no meant no, and even if they had the rare dragon ore, it wouldn't work. Rain didn't back down. He latched onto Bram's mention of dragon crystal ore and reasoned that it had to be essential. That only gears forged from that specific material could make Lizel's steam engine function. Bram's eyes flickered at the deduction. Just for a moment, but he quickly masked it behind another layer of scorn. Rain pressed further. His tone turned sharp, challenging. He asked if it was really impossible for someone like Bram, a master blacksmith, to forge functioning gears from ordinary iron. Couldn't he did, even without the dragon ore? Provoked by the question, Bram pointed a finger at him and shouted that a brat like him knew nothing, and that he should stop spouting nonsense. He then gestured toward the pile of iron ore in the corner of the room and said that only the ancient dragon tribe on the entire continent had the means to smelt raw iron ore into liquid form. He warned Rain not to go chasing foolish fantasies. Upon hearing this, Rain paused and appeared to be lost in thought. It seemed he had just reached some sort of conclusion. He then pointed toward the forge and asked if Uncle Bram's forge was incapable of reaching the temperature needed to melt iron ore into liquid. At that, Bram shot Rain a look of pure contempt, as if he were a complete idiot. He said there wasn't a single forge on the entire continent that could melt iron ore into liquid, and that it was basic knowledge Rain clearly didn't know. Rain smiled again and asked what if he could build a forge that could melt iron ore, would Bram believe him then? At those words, a flicker of excitement flashed across Bram's eyes, though he quickly shut them and pretended as if he had heard nothing special. He warned Rain to stop boasting and said that if such a forge could really be made, it would completely revolutionize the metallurgy of the entire empire. He questioned what gave a young noble's child the right to speak so arrogantly. Having grown used to being underestimated, Rain wasn't offended. Instead, he made a request. He asked to set that matter aside for the moment. What he really wanted to know was, if he truly could build a forge that could melt iron ore, would Bram then agree to forge the missing parts for his steam engine? Thinking that Rain couldn't possibly succeed, Bram nodded with confidence and said fine. If Rain could actually build a forge like that, then he would forge the gears. Upon hearing this, Rain felt a surge of joy inside. He had finally gotten Bram to agree, but then he grew serious again. Looking at Bram, he said that it was settled and asked him to prepare the iron ore for smelting. Bram slowly walked out the door, but not before turning back and warning that if Rain failed, he should get out and never return. Once Bram had left, Rain remained standing there, eyes locked on the forge. He began to calculate. Iron melts at 1538 degrees Celsius, and clearly the Kerr-Raint forge couldn't reach anywhere near that temperature. The forge lacked a system to supply oxygen, and under those conditions, the fuel's thermal efficiency couldn't be maximized. With that in mind, Rain picked up a large hammer and slowly walked toward the forge. Then, with powerful strikes, he brought the hammer down 4 times, creating a sizable opening in the forge's structure. The sight horrified Eldria. She rushed over, grabbed Rain's hand, and asked with deep concern what he was doing. Behind her, Armando had completely lost his composure. He shouted that Rain was a lunatic and that he had just wrecked the old man's forge. How was Bram supposed to forge the parts now? But Rain smiled and reassured them that he wasn't acting blindly. He explained that the holes were secondary oxygen inlets he had designed himself. With them, the forge's combustion efficiency would at least double, and the temperature would reach what was needed to melt the iron ore. Eldria didn't understand a word of what he was saying. She still worried whether what Rain claimed could really work, and if such a simple modification could truly allow the forge to reach the required temperature. Rain once again advised her not to underestimate the power of science. He said that once more fuel was added, the furnace would absolutely be able to melt iron ore into liquid. At that moment, Bram returned, carrying a large basin of iron ore in his hands. He announced that the ore was extremely hard, but before he could finish his sentence, he stopped cold at the sight of his furnace, now with 2 large holes in it. Furious, he shouted that Rain was a little brat who had dared damage his furnace. He asked if Rain had any idea how much effort had gone into building it. He declared that he would risk everything to take Rain down that day. Rain calmly told him to relax and that it wasn't the time to be angry. He assured him the furnace could now melt iron ore into liquid. Still not believing a word, Bram shouted that Rain thought forging was a joke. He accused him of believing he knew more than the blacksmith himself. He questioned if Rain even understood how tough the ore was. He explained that a regular furnace couldn't reach the necessary temperature and that the holes would just let heat escape, causing the temperature to drop even more. Not wanting to explain further, Rain simply replied that they should begin the smelting process. He said that they already had the materials and fuel, and all they needed to do was toss them in and the truth would reveal itself. Trying to suppress his anger, Bram agreed to go through with it. He wanted to see exactly what kind of trick the young man was trying to pull. He growled that if it didn't melt, he would beat Rain to a pulp. Bram then began loading the materials into the furnace and started the smelting process. Everyone in the room, except for Rain, watched intently, holding their breath to see whether Rain's claims would come true. It didn't take long before their eyes lit up with excitement. The iron ore inside had begun to melt, and streams of hot liquid metal slowly flowed out of the furnace. Eldria gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that it was really melting. The iron ore had actually turned to liquid. She asked how that could even be possible. Armando turned to Rain, his eyes filled with curiosity. He was eager to understand how it worked. Without rushing to explain, Rain smiled and looked toward Bram. He asked what Bram thought. Bram looked as though he had just woken from a dream. He stammered and then, a second later, his face shifted from shock to exhilaration. He asked the young man how in the world he had done it. He marveled that just by making 2 holes, Rain had gotten the furnace hot enough to melt iron ore. Rain replied casually that, roughly speaking, it had to do with aerodynamic principles. He added that if Bram was interested, he could explain it in detail later. But for now, he asked if Bram could help him forge the gear that Miss Lizzle had left behind. Hearing this, Bram's excitement slowly faded. He let out a long sigh and finally nodded, saying that he would help forge the gear. He acknowledged that Rain had won the bet. Still, he didn't forget to issue a warning. He said that if that noble returned to cause trouble, he wouldn't take responsibility for what happened. Rain's eyes turned cold, and he responded calmly, saying not to worry. If the noble didn't come looking for him, then he would go find the noble himself. After Rain had modified the furnace to reach the required temperature to melt the iron billets, Bram also completed the missing component of the steam engine. With the gear finally in his possession, Rain and his team hurried back to Lizzle's laboratory. Rain carefully examined the gear's structure, an excited smile stretching across his face. At last, he held the core component needed to complete the steam engine, an enormous breakthrough that would open the door to an industrial era in a world dominated by magic. Standing beside him, Leah couldn't hide the concern in her voice. She said that while the gear looked solid, she wasn't sure it could withstand the intense operation of the steam engine. If it cracked or broke during use, it could place him in danger. From behind her, Eldria quickly added her voice, stating that perhaps she should ask her tribe to search for some dragon crystal ore instead, since it would offer more reliable safety. As an experienced industrial engineer, Rain responded with a confident smile. He explained that there was no need to worry. He said that Lizzle had only used dragon crystal ore because her understanding of industrial engineering lacked depth. Hearing that, Armando furrowed his brow, the frustration barely hidden in his tone. He said that Rain shouldn't speak so disrespectfully about his master. Rain chuckled lightly, his sharp gaze cutting toward Armando. He told him that he should be more concerned about himself and reminded him of their agreement. If Rain successfully repaired the steam engine, then Armando would obediently become his subordinate. Though clenching his fists in frustration, Armando still stood firm. He responded that he would keep his word. As long as Rain truly completed the repairs, he would honor every condition of their wager. At that moment, Rain slowly placed the gear into the empty section of the machine. As each mechanical piece locked into place with a perfect fit, a powerful wave of satisfaction surged through his chest. Once everything was firmly secured, Rain called everyone over. He told them to get ready, that they were about to witness a miracle. With that, he pulled the lever. Just as he expected, the steam engine trembled faintly at first before gradually finding a steady rhythm. Thick white steam hissed from the boiler, accompanied by a loud, roaring sound. It was like the birth cry of a new age. Eldria couldn't hold back her excitement. She exclaimed that it worked, praised Lord Rain, and shouted that the machine was running. Standing amid the thick white mist, Armando remained silent. His heart overflowed with emotion. He had never imagined that he would live to see the miracle his beloved master had poured her life into brought back to life. In that instant, a rush of memories flooded his mind. Visions of his teacher, the journeys they had shared across unknown lands, the intense metallurgy lessons, even the scoldings for his many mistakes. Every single moment, joyful or painful, had become a treasured memory he would never let go of. The moment Lizzle had completed the steam engine, her face had still shown the fatigue of days without rest, but her eyes had gleamed with unwavering excitement. From that day forward, the lives of the people would slowly begin to improve because of that invention. Yet, this very machine had also led to the misfortune that ended her life. Years of repressed emotion surged up like a flood, and Armando could no longer stay on his feet. Collapsing to the ground, he cried out between sobs that his master's wish, her dream, had finally come true. Watching the emotional scene unfold, Eldria looked slightly worried. She turned to Rain as if seeking instruction, but Rain simply shook his head and told her to let Armando cry. He explained that these were tears built up over many years, and releasing them would help him find peace again. 3 hours later, Lizzle's laboratory received a new visitor. Bram entered, curiosity having gotten the better of him. He had come to understand how an ordinary iron component could possibly bring the steam engine to life. After watching the machine with his own eyes, Bram wore a puzzled expression. To him, it looked like the engine served no other purpose than producing smoke. Eldria agreed with Bram's assessment, although she admitted to being somewhat excited to see a machine running without the aid of magic. But in terms of actual usefulness, she noted that beyond releasing steam, the machine didn't appear to accomplish anything significant. Hearing these remarks, Rain let out a quiet sigh. Just as he was about to respond, Bram shook his head and spoke with a trace of sarcasm. He said that the contraption appeared to do nothing but puff out smoke and startle people. Unable to tolerate the dismissive tone, Rain stepped forward. His voice remained calm, but it carried firm conviction. He stated that what they were looking at was called a steam engine. It wasn't just a machine that spat out steam, it was the foundation of an industrial civilization. His use of unfamiliar terminology left everyone staring at him wide-eyed, as though he had just spoken nonsense. Gently placing his hand along the machine's frame, Rain continued. He explained that this device generated powerful force, turning gears and driving other machines. It could power textile mills, transport vehicles, and even weapons of war in the future. He declared that the steam engine was the greatest invention in human history. Even if she couldn't grasp everything Rain had said, Eldria still felt the weight of the future Rain described. Bram crossed his arms, nodding in partial admiration, though a sliver of doubt remained. He said it all sounded impressive, but questioned if the machine was really as miraculous as Rain claimed. Rain smiled with confidence in his eyes. He said he understood their skepticism, but that in time, they would witness its value for themselves. From that moment forward, he promised to lead them step by step into the industrial world, so they could see firsthand the true strength of progress. His words seemed to inject new energy into the space, sparking animated discussions among the group. However, just then, a voice rang out from a distance, urgent and loud. Someone called for Lord Rain. The shout came from Rosalind, who was galloping toward them on horseback. Upon arrival, she quickly dismounted and bowed respectfully before Rain. She reported that Lady Priscilla had just entered their territory. Hearing that his sister had arrived, Rain lit up with joy. He shared a particularly close bond with Priscilla. With the dam he had designed nearing completion, this was a perfect opportunity to encourage her to invest further in his industrial endeavors. Rosalind then continued, her voice slightly rushed. She explained that Lady Priscilla had sent a specific message. She had prepared a special gift for Rain and asked that he return immediately. Rain's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He began mentally calculating, hoping that it was gold or banknotes, and thinking he might not have to ask her for money this time. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Rosalind if she knew what kind of gift it was. Her expression turned more serious. Her gaze dimmed slightly, and her voice dropped. She said that the gift was a group of newly of age young women. At those words, Rain's eyes widened in shock. His face showed disbelief and confusion. He had never expected something like that from his sister. In that instant, only one thought crossed his mind, that this sort of gift wasn't for him at all. Upon hearing that his sister had arrived in Island City, Rain immediately made his way back to the Lord's mansion. As soon as he stepped into the grand hall, a soft figure rushed toward him and threw her arms around him. She was so overjoyed that she wrapped him tightly in her embrace, showing no hesitation in squeezing her beloved little brother close. The hug was so enthusiastic that Rain's face was pressed directly into the soft hills of her chest, causing his cheeks to flush a deep shade of red as he awkwardly tilted his head to look up at her. He said that he missed her too, but stammered that he had a really important question to ask first. Before finishing his sentence, he pointed toward the group of young women standing quietly in the corner of the room. Each one of them looked radiant and undeniably beautiful. With a more serious tone, he asked why they were there. Priscilla responded with a smirk and a teasing glint in her eyes. She asked what was wrong and teased if he was feeling shy, then added with mock innocence that perhaps none of them were his type. Rain scratched the back of his head and let out a sigh of exasperation. He said that wasn't the point, but ever since they had shown up, the servants and guards had been giving him strange looks, and it was honestly starting to make him uncomfortable. Priscilla widened her eyes in genuine surprise and asked seriously if the people here truly dared to show disrespect to the city lord. Rain's eyes drifted toward Leah, who stood silently in the back. What troubled him most was her unreadable expression, so cold and distant that it left him deeply unsettled. He couldn't help but wonder whether she now believed he was some kind of pervert. That thought led him to lean in closer to Priscilla and whisper that Leah's face looked unusually stern, and that she, who was usually so gentle, now looked like she wanted to kill him. Priscilla, in contrast, found the situation amusing. She chuckled softly and said that Leah was probably acting that way because she cared about him. She added that maybe Leah had feelings for him and was reacting out of jealousy. Priscilla's impulsive personality and simplistic view left Rain feeling completely helpless. He let out a long sigh, realizing there was no way he could ever change his sister's way of thinking. He straightened his expression and spoke sternly, asking her to stop joking around and just tell him the real reason she had brought all these girls here. Seeing that her younger brother was finally being serious, she calmly replied that it was because of the letter he had sent her. Rain furrowed his brows in confusion and asked what it was about his letter that made her think bringing an entire group of girls was necessary. Priscilla responded with a mysterious smile. She explained that in his letter, he had mentioned being distracted by Rosalind. Based on that, she figured he might need some new options to broaden his perspective. She then gestured toward the group of women and said that each of them came from different backgrounds and had different personalities. She had brought them because she wanted to see what kind of woman Rain truly liked. Rain interrupted her, clearly panicked. He said she had completely misunderstood, and that he never claimed to have feelings for Rosalind. He insisted that this was just a big miscommunication. Priscilla quickly covered her mouth in mock embarrassment and said that perhaps she had misread the situation. But then, with a sly smile, she added that Rosalind was a great girl and asked if he was sure he didn't want to reconsider. Before Rain could respond, Priscilla turned her attention toward Leah and addressed her directly with a mischievous grin. She asked if Leah would mind if Rain decided to take a few more wives. The question clearly caught Leah off guard, but after a short pause, she regained her composure. She replied calmly that Lady Priscilla must be joking, and added that she was merely Lord Rain's servant. She explained that she had no right to interfere in such personal matters and that whatever he chose to do was entirely up to him. Rain let out another sigh, full of helplessness, and turned toward Leah to reassure her. He told her not to take anything his sister said seriously. But just as he spoke, Priscilla's eyes narrowed slightly. She had noticed something. Leah's hands were clenched tightly, her knuckles faintly trembling, as if she was trying to suppress a wave of anger. Priscilla thought to herself that perhaps she had taken the joke a bit too far. Her gaze shifted toward her subordinates, and with a cooler tone, she announced that the joke was over and gave an order to escort the girls downstairs to rest. One of the women immediately bowed and responded with a respectful, "Yes, my lady," quickly carrying out the command. Back in the office, the atmosphere began to relax, and Rain and Priscilla were finally able to sit down and have a proper conversation. Rain was the first to speak. He shared that in just a few days, the Island City Dam would be completed. He explained that the project wouldn't only help control the water supply, but it would also provide irrigation for nearby farmlands. In addition, it had the potential to serve as a large-scale hydroelectric power source. Upon hearing this, Priscilla looked slightly flustered. She admitted inwardly that she had no idea what a dam, a generator, or even a steam engine was. To her, it all sounded like some kind of advanced magical formation. Rain noticed her confusion and smiled. He patiently explained that these were tools designed to harness the power of moving water to operate mechanical systems. He said that they generated a new form of energy that could be used to light buildings, run machines, and improve productivity in daily life. He emphasized that it wasn't magic, nor was it mechanical runecraft. It was a completely different system grounded in engineering. Priscilla still didn't fully understand, but she nodded, her eyes showing genuine curiosity. She asked if what he was doing could really help solve the food crisis affecting their nation. Rain confirmed this with firmness in his voice. He said that while it might sound hard to believe, it wasn't some wild fantasy. It was simply a different path, one built on knowledge and science, not strength or magic. Priscilla sat back in her chair, her gaze sharpening as her tone grew colder. She asked where exactly he had learned all of this. She said she clearly remembered that back then, he couldn't be bothered to read a single book, always obsessed with sword training. Her eyes narrowed further, and her voice became more intense than ever. She asked him directly who he really was and what had happened to her little brother. Rain froze instinctively, a cold sweat breaking at the back of his neck. On the surface, he tried to maintain his composure, but internally, he was spiraling. He thought to himself how she had always been sharp. He remembered the day he transmigrated into this world, waking up in terrible pain, probably from a sword training accident. Faced with her piercing gaze, Rain made the decision to play the part of the pitiful little brother. He slumped his shoulders, lowered his head, and looked utterly defeated. He told her that he was indeed her brother, and that about half a month ago, after waking up injured, he could no longer train with a sword. Stuck at home with nothing to do, he had started reading just to pass the time. Priscilla frowned slightly but seemed to recall something. She murmured that Leah had mentioned it in a letter, that after he had recovered, he had begun reading obsessively because of his health condition. The doubt in her expression began to fade. A soft smile crossed her lips, and she asked if those books had come from their household library. She said she couldn't recall seeing anything quite like what he was describing and wanted to know what the book looked like. At that, Rain reached into his coat and pulled out an old, worn notebook, the Journal of Lizzle. He handed it to Priscilla and told her that what he read was something like that. Priscilla opened the book and flipped through the pages. Her eyes gradually widened in astonishment. The strange theories and wildly impractical diagrams unfolded before her like a glimpse into a new universe. She turned to look at her younger brother again, but now her gaze was full of pride and affection. She said that she was impressed and remarked that only her little brother could turn a few strange books into something real. Rain scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. He admitted that he had only dived into the material because he couldn't train in martial arts anymore. Priscilla walked over and stood beside him. Her voice softened as she said that she understood what he had gone through, and that she knew he hadn't given up swordsmanship out of weakness, but rather to survive. She urged him not to push himself too hard and assured him that no matter what happened, she would always be there for him. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, a deep familial bond he had never experienced in his previous life washed over Rain. He smiled faintly and said that he really was okay. He told her that he was alive and well, and he had even come up with ideas that might actually help others. Priscilla responded gently that it was good to hear, and she reminded him again that she would always stand by his side. She said that if there was anywhere in the territory that needed support, all he had to do was ask. She would give him everything she had. Rain smiled without meaning to, thinking to himself that this sounded a lot like a request. Immediately after, he spoke up with confidence. He said that as it happened, there was indeed a special place where he truly needed her help. Hearing that Rain had something important to ask, Priscilla smiled, deliberately drawing out the moment. She teased him, saying that it hadn't been long and already he was asking for her help again. She leaned back in her chair, telling him to go on and explain what it was this time. Rain stepped forward, his voice steady and sincere. He said that he hoped she would invest in him, clarifying that what he was planning involved the future development of Islan and was of critical importance. Priscilla raised an eyebrow at that. Deep down, she already had a sense that Rain wouldn't be asking unless it was truly serious. She tapped her chin thoughtfully, then gave a soft chuckle. She pointed out that he had already managed to secure a number of resources from the nobles in the city and asked whether that wasn't enough. Rain calmly shook his head and clarified with a small smile that it wasn't money he needed. He said what he needed now was people. He lifted his gaze, his eyes steady with purpose. He explained that Islan had suffered extensive damage from both war and natural disasters, and that the population had declined severely. He went on to say that skilled individuals, artisans, experienced farmers, competent administrators, were now scarce, and these were the essential elements needed to rebuild. Priscilla's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She asked if what he was really requesting was for her to send people from her domain to Islan. Rain nodded and said he hoped she could send a number of craftsmen, farmers, and administrators to help support the reconstruction. He quickly added that he would handle all the costs involved. He promised that these people would be provided with housing, food, clothing, and even access to the advanced technologies he was developing. Priscilla played with her hair rhythmically, lost in thought. The people Rain was asking for weren't just any citizens. They were the foundational members of her territory, not something she could easily let go. Hearing that, Rain's face tensed slightly with anxiety. He reminded her that she had said she would support him. He pressed further, asking if she was now going back on her word. He added that if Islan were to prosper, the benefits would reach her too. Priscilla laughed softly and shook her head. She told him not to accuse her so quickly. She said she would send the people he asked for, but under one condition. Rain asked what that condition was. Priscilla leaned forward slightly and said he would have to prove himself first. She explained that he would need to show real results. Evidence that sending those people would not be a waste of time, energy, or her trust. Rain's lips curved into a faint smile. His eyes lit up with confidence as he stated that he had no doubts. He would prove how industrial power could reshape their future. Time passed, and in a luxurious room, Priscilla sat alone in her chair, eyes gazing through the tall window at the night beyond. Standing quietly before her was her loyal servant, Gwen. Priscilla spoke with quiet pride, saying that in the end, what she had feared didn't happen. Rain had not turned into some puppet of the king. He was still the little brother she remembered. Gwen replied in a slow, respectful tone. She said she was right, that Lord Rain was a clever man, and now that he was devoting himself to rebuilding Islan, its future looked increasingly prosperous. Priscilla's eyes suddenly narrowed, her voice dropped, seething with fury. She said that she would never forgive what the king had done. Poisoning her brother was something she could never let go. She gripped the armrest of her chair tightly. Her voice grew low, cold, and full of killing intent. She said that because of the king, Rain could no longer train in martial arts. Because of that man, her brother had been poisoned. She declared that to make it fair, the king should lose one of his own children. Without hesitation, she gave the order. Her voice turned icy as she told Gwen to investigate the whereabouts of the royal heirs. She instructed her to find the one who would be easiest to target and make the king pay. Gwen dropped to one knee and bowed in the formal style of a noble retainer. Her expression was firm and unwavering. She assured her that everything would be handled cleanly and efficiently. Even as the wheels of revenge were set in motion, Priscilla's eyes still blazed with rage. In her heart, she cursed the king over and over again. She thought that if he dared to touch the person most precious to her, he had only himself to blame for what came next. She promised herself that she would return the pain tenfold if she had to. Far away, the scene shifted to a remote forest. The terrain was dark, damp, and heavy with night. A group of people moved quickly and quietly through narrow paths littered with wet, rotting leaves. Behind them were 3 horse-drawn carriages, each one covered tightly with coarse cloth, concealing whatever, or whoever, was inside. One of the men walking behind the wagons turned and grinned. He said to the leader that they had caught some real prime goods this time. He added that once they made the delivery, they'd be raking in a fortune. Another man, walking a few paces behind, clicked his tongue in annoyance. He complained that most of the money would still go to that old bastard Elbert, who never did anything but sit around collecting the largest share. A third man joined in, his tone full of scorn. He said that they were the ones risking their necks while Elbert only had to mumble a few words to see the gold roll in. He grumbled that working under those conditions really sucked. Hearing the complaints, the leader suddenly snapped. His voice cut through the air like a whip. He barked at them to shut the hell up. He turned to face them, his gaze cold and piercing. He reminded them all that while Elbert might be greedy, he was still their backbone. Without him, he asked, did they really think they could have moved freely through Island these past few years, acting like it was some open market? He stressed every word, making it a clear warning. If they didn't want to cooperate anymore, they were free to walk away right now. The air turned thick with tension, like a bowstring pulled taut. No one dared to speak. Just then, a scout came running back toward the group, pale and out of breath. He stumbled up to the leader and gasped that something was wrong. The leader asked sharply what had happened. The scout struggled to speak, still catching his breath. He said that there was a new lord of Island. The leader stared at him, stunned. He repeated the words in disbelief. There was a new lord? Since when? The scout swallowed hard and explained that when he approached the city gate, all the guards there were unfamiliar. He said he had tried probing them with small talk and slipped them a few coins, but instead of accepting the bribe, they questioned him, demanding his name, his purpose, and why he was arriving at such an hour. He said he had to lie about visiting family just to avoid suspicion and leave without incident. Later, while staying at a small inn near the city gate, he picked up on whispers that chilled him to the bone. Elbert was no longer the lord of Island. The news threw the entire group into disorder. One of the men, panic clearly on his face, spoke up and said maybe they should turn back. He warned that things were too unstable now and pushing forward might lead them straight into disaster. The leader glared at him and growled in frustration. He shouted that they couldn't turn back. Turn back with what, exactly? He said there was no going back anymore. He took a deep breath and said that the women they were carrying had already been pre-ordered by Duke Eska and one of the Empire's older clients. He said the deal was for 3,000 gold coins, and if they failed to deliver, they wouldn't have anything left to offer. He warned them that if they failed the deal, none of them would live to see another day. Still uneasy, the same man asked what would happen if the new lord refused them entry. The leader scoffed, eyes hard with contempt. He said that it didn't matter who was in charge, everyone had a price. If necessary, he said, they'd just pay more. He claimed that money always talked. Then he turned and gave out orders, telling them they'd camp there for the night. Tomorrow, they would disguise themselves as merchants and smuggle the women into the city. If everything went smoothly, he said, they could keep doing these runs. Just then, a fat man among them spoke up, clearly unbothered by the risk. He asked the leader if he'd let the boys have some fun that night. He reasoned that who knew if they'd live to see tomorrow. Another man chimed in, laughing crudely. He said they had already gone this far, so they might as well enjoy a taste of sweetness before walking into hell. The leader looked over his men, clearly disgusted by their lack of discipline. After a moment's pause, he sighed and spoke quietly. He gave in but warned them not to touch the red-haired girl. As for the others, he said, they could do as they please. Two of the thugs lit up with excitement, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Their eyes drifted hungrily toward the wagons, predatory gleams in their gaze. Not long after, the traffickers set up a crude camp near a hidden cave within the forest. Two of the thugs rushed to one of the wagons and pulled out a young woman. She screamed in terror, tears pouring down her cheeks, begging them to let her go. The fat man licked his lips, desire burning in his eyes, drool threatening to spill from his chin. He told her to relax, promising he'd be gentle. Ignoring her desperate cries, the two men forced her to the ground. Firelight flickered across their twisted faces as the girl thrashed and sobbed. Her screams rang out, filled with horror and helplessness. Then, slicing through the night like a blade, came a voice, sharp, cold, and unmistakable. The command was clear. Let her go. Instantly, everyone froze. From the thick mist of the forest, a lone figure stepped forward. It was Rosaline. Her hair tied back, her eyes sharp as twin arrows, locking onto the scum before her. In her hand, a gleaming spear reflected the firelight. She demanded to know who they were and what they were doing in that place. The temperature in the air dropped, and silence swallowed the camp. Seeing that the one confronting them was just a woman, the bandits didn't appear concerned. Their expressions turned mocking as they approached her slowly, eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Rosaline, however, stood firm. Her voice was steady, her gaze cutting like a blade as she repeated her demand, asking what they were doing to the girl. The fat man didn't even glance at the fury on her face. What caught his attention were her curves, not her presence. With a lewd smirk, he spoke in a greasy tone, suggesting that she must know what they were up to and that maybe she'd like to join them. He added that she'd have a good time if she did. In that instant, everything became crystal clear to Rosaline. Her expression turned to stone, her eyes igniting with silent fury. Without a word, she burst into motion. In a blur, she charged straight at the two bandits. They barely had time to react before her spear cracked into the skull of the skinny one. The sound was sickening, bones shattering, his head twisting grotesquely as he dropped, lifeless, to the ground. The fat one stumbled backward, panic on his face, clutching his head and stammering, but Rosaline didn't slow. Her spear lashed out again, this time piercing deep into his bloated torso. Blood sprayed outward, his agonized scream rising into the night before his body hit the earth with a heavy thud. He didn't even get the chance to regret his sins. The sounds of the brief but brutal fight rang through the cavern. Startled by the noise, the rest of the bandits rushed out to see what had happened. Their eyes widened in horror when they found the corpses of their comrades sprawled on the ground, blood soaking into the dirt. Rosaline stepped forward, spear in hand, her presence commanding. She moved like a warrior born, every motion pulsing with strength. A faint, almost sacred glow shimmered subtly around her, as if some divine force watched over her. The bandits glanced at each other, paralyzed by fear. Not one dared to move. Instead, they turned and bolted deeper into the cave, scrambling to alert their leader. Hearing the cries of panic, the leader emerged, irritation twisted across his face. But after only a few steps, he froze, eyes locking onto the bloodied corpses and his men fleeing in terror. One of them shouted desperately for help, claiming the woman was a demon. Behind them, the fat man's body lay motionless, drenched in blood. The leader's expression darkened. Rage sparked in his voice as he bellowed, demanding to know what she wanted from them, and what they had done to deserve such an attack. Rosaline didn't flinch. Her voice was icy, her gaze steady. She asked calmly whether the girl they had just assaulted had been kidnapped. The bandit leader stepped forward, trying to regain control of the situation. He straightened his posture and with forced seriousness, said she was mistaken. He explained that they were slave traders working under the authority of Duke Eska. He claimed they were there to deliver those slaves to legal buyers and insisted that everything was above board. As proof, he produced a permit and held it out toward her. The moment she heard the name Duke Eska, Rosaline narrowed her eyes. A memory surfaced, Rain's voice during patrol briefings, instructing her to be alert for anyone tied to Duke Eska. At the time, she had asked if there was a specific reason. He had only smiled and said that if she ever encountered people from that region causing trouble, she would know what to do. While Rosaline was still weighing her options, the bandit leader pulled out a gold coin and held it toward her. His smug smile made it clear he believed the issue could be resolved with a simple bribe. Though she didn't fully understand the details of Rain's warning, Rosaline's loyalty to him was absolute. She trusted his judgment more than any permit or explanation. Without a second thought, she slapped the coin away. Her voice rang out, sharp and fierce, demanding to know who Duke Eska even was and how they dared cause trouble on Lord Rain's territory. She declared that unless they all kneeled before her immediately, she would show them no mercy. Realizing the matter would not be settled peacefully, the leader's face twisted with fury. He snarled at her, calling her a filthy brat, and warned her not to think they were afraid. If she wanted to be stubborn, he threatened, she shouldn't expect to leave the forest alive. At that command, more bandits stepped from the shadows surrounding her. Yet Rosaline remained unfazed. Calmly, she spun her spear in a smooth arc before slamming its base into the ground with force. Her eyes swept across the group, and she gave one final warning. She said they had one chance left, surrender or die. But the bandits were confident. Their leader raised his blade and ordered them to attack. They charged, encircling her completely. Leading the charge himself, the bandit leader aimed a deadly swing at her. Rosaline didn't blink. With a single sweep of her spear, she knocked him off balance, sending him tumbling. In the same instant, she lunged forward and delivered a brutal kick to his chest that hurled him across the cave. He hit the ground hard, groaning in pain, completely overwhelmed. She walked toward him slowly, the tip of her spear pressed against his throat. Her voice, cold and commanding, cut through the air as she warned them, if they valued their lives, they would kneel. At that moment, the patrol knights arrived. They rushed forward, concern etched across their faces. Rosaline told them she was unharmed and immediately issued orders. She instructed them to tie up the remaining bandits and lock them in the dungeon. She added that she would report directly to Lord Rain, and he would decide their punishment. Within minutes, the knights rounded up the entire group. The bandits, broken and stunned, were restrained without resistance. Night deepened, but the work continued. Meanwhile, back at the Lord's mansion, Rain remained in his study, candlelight flickering over scattered documents. Though late, he was still hard at work, eyes focused on blueprints and plans. Then came a sharp knock on the door. A voice called out, "Rosaline, reporting something important." Rain gave permission to enter. Rosaline stepped inside with firm strides, then dropped to one knee in full respect. She reported that she had just captured a group of merchants from Duke Eska's territory. Rain's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at the unexpected opportunity to confront Duke Eska. He praised her for her work and asked what they had been transporting. Rosaline's expression darkened. She said that they had been trading slaves, trafficking them, and that they even had official documents bearing Duke Eska's seal. She was about to continue when a loud crack rang out. Rain's fist slammed into the table, fury contorting his face. He exclaimed that those bastards had dared to steal his labor force and sell it as property. He shouted that those miserable worms had a death wish. After receiving confirmation that the slave trafficking group had been captured, Rain's fury boiled over. He immediately ordered Rosaline to escort him to the dungeon to confront them directly. At that moment, the ringleader was being kept in a separate cell, his demeanor calm and arrogant. Cunning by nature and hardened by years of crime, he didn't so much as flinch at the sound of approaching footsteps. Confident in the protection of Duke Eska, he was certain no one would dare harm him. Rain entered the cell with cold intensity in his eyes. He glared at the bandit, his voice sharp with anger as he demanded to know how they dared to traffic human beings on his land. The ringleader sneered in response, mocking Rain for having the guts to challenge Duke Eska. He added that he wasn't sure how Rain had managed to replace the fool Eldrick and become the new lord, but advised him to cooperate instead of resisting, otherwise, his end would be miserable. Those words made Rain pause. His expression shifted slightly as he pieced things together. The possibility that the former city lord Eldrick had been colluding with these traffickers all along began to solidify in his mind. Sensing Rain's silent revelation, the ringleader smirked with satisfaction. He then boasted that they had been delivering hundreds of women annually to the Obi's empire and that what Rain saw earlier was just a small part of the operation. Rain's eyes burned with outrage. He repeated the words with disbelief, just a small part. That meant there were still more captives hidden somewhere. He demanded to know where the rest of the women were being kept. The ringleader's smile twisted into a snarl as he burst into cruel laughter. He said that if Rain wanted to know, he could get on his knees and beg. Even then, he added, with venom in his voice, he still wouldn't reveal anything. Rain tried to remain composed. He reminded the man that his life was now entirely in his hands, and warned that keeping silent would only bring him unbearable regret. But the ringleader showed no fear. He repeated that he was under Duke Eska's protection and claimed that if Rain laid a hand on him, he would be condemning himself as well. At those words, Rain let out a dry laugh. He found it ridiculous that someone would try to threaten him with political protection, here, in his own territory. The suggestion held no weight, not under his rule. The ringleader's confidence faltered slightly at Rain's reaction. Still, he insisted that Rain was bluffing and that such words wouldn't scare him. Unwilling to waste any more time with meaningless threats, Rain turned toward Leah, who had been standing silently behind him. With a simple signal, he gave her the order. Without hesitation, Leah flicked her hand, sending a small dagger sailing through the air. It buried itself deep into the ringleader's shoulder, eliciting a sharp cry of pain as he staggered back, blood pouring down his arm. Rain, watching calmly, spoke again. Now, would the man behave and talk? The ringleader, breath ragged and drenched in sweat, finally broke. He confessed that the rest of the slaves were being held in an abandoned hunter's cabin in the southern forest. With that information secured, Rain turned to Leah and told her to contact Rosaline at once. The cavalry was to be mobilized immediately, and they were to rescue the captives without delay. Before leaving, Rain cast a final, razor-sharp glance toward the ringleader. His voice was low and dangerous as he warned that if the man was lying, he would make him wish he had never been born. After Rain departed, the ringleader chuckled under his breath. He whispered to himself that the boy was already dead. That cabin, he thought smugly, was guarded by a squad of assassins trained under Count Eska. No matter how many troops Rain brought, they would never make it out alive. Shortly after, Rain and a unit of knights reached the cabin, hidden deep in the southern forest. As Rain waited outside, Rosaline advanced cautiously, her squad of heavily armed knights following close behind. She thoroughly inspected the area and soon returned with a report. She confirmed that the cabin did indeed show signs of suspicious activity. He hadn't been lying. Rain gave the order without hesitation. The knights quickly surrounded the perimeter, ensuring that no one could flee. With the area secure, Rain entered the house alongside Rosaline and Leah. Rosaline stepped ahead, her weapon drawn, and announced that she would open the door. The moment the wooden door creaked open, all three of them froze. Inside, cages lined the walls, each covered with rough cloth. From beneath the fabric came trembling voices filled with fear, pleading not to be hit, begging for mercy, swearing to do anything if only they'd be spared. As they stepped further into the room, the horror deepened. There weren't just a few cages, there were dozens. Each cage held multiple young women, locked inside like livestock. Rain quickly gave the command to begin rescue operations immediately. Rosaline rushed forward to unlock one of the cages, but as she did, an arrow shot out from the shadows. Reacting instantly, she drew her sword in a flash and struck the arrow down mid-flight with a powerful swing. She raised her voice in alarm, warning Rain that it was an ambush. Almost immediately, the cavalry stormed into the cabin and formed a tight protective ring around Rain, surrounding him with large shields like an impenetrable wall. From the shadows, the assassins began to emerge. Leading them was a tall, cold-eyed man with a ruthless aura. He looked over the assembled knights and asked if they were subordinates of Grand Duke Aldalion, stating that they didn't want conflict. He suggested they talk things through instead. Rosaline snapped back that there was nothing to discuss with filth like them. She was prepared to give the order to attack when Rain unexpectedly raised a hand, signaling her to hold. He turned to the assassins and asked what exactly they wanted to discuss. The leader smiled slyly, clearly pleased to have a chance to speak. He explained that over the years, they had been selling slaves to Duke Eska. A high-quality female slave, he said, could go for thousands of gold coins, sometimes more. He proposed a deal. If Rain agreed to cooperate, they would share a portion of the profits with him annually. In addition, he added with a grin, they could provide him with a few slaves tailored to his personal tastes, free of charge. Rosaline's eyes blazed with fury at his words. She looked ready to cut the man down on the spot. But what caught her off guard was Rain's unexpected reaction. He almost smiled. His expression was calm, composed, even intrigued. He said that it was an interesting offer and asked casually how much money they were planning to give him. The question stunned everyone in the room. Even Rosaline stood motionless, her anger momentarily replaced with confusion. None of them could quite understand what Rain was trying to do. After hearing Rain ask what he would gain from such cooperation, the leader of the Slavers smirked with smug confidence. He replied that if Rain agreed to work with them, they would provide 10,000 gold coins each year. Rain, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, though it was not out of amusement but disdain. He found the offer laughably small, an insult rather than a bargain, as if the man thought he was some beggar in need of scraps. He remarked that his sister gave him more pocket money than that every single month. The leader's expression faltered, flustered by the retort, yet he pressed on and asked calmly how much Rain desired. Without hesitation, Rain gave his number. He said 100,000 gold coins per month. The words struck the slaver like a blow. He stared in disbelief, stunned by what he had just heard. He thought that Rain had to be joking, for such a demand was absurd beyond measure. Even if they sold slaves for an entire year, they would never amass that kind of fortune. Rain sighed, his voice tinged with mild frustration. He said that if they were unwilling to pay, then there was no need to continue. His eyes turned cold as he issued an order to Rosaline. He told her to turn them into porcupines. At once, the knights raised their bows. Dozens of sharp, gleaming arrows were pulled back, their points aimed squarely at the Slavers. ready to rain down in an instant. The leader panicked at the sight and shouted desperately for Rain to wait. He insisted that he could not make such a decision on his own and pleaded for permission to return and report to Duke Eska. Inside, however, his thoughts were darker. He told himself that if he could just escape, he would return with troops from the Duke, and there would be no way a small group like Rain's could withstand the onslaught. To display sincerity, the leader hurriedly took out a heavy pouch of coin, claiming that it contained 10,000 gold coins. He begged Rain to accept it and let him leave. But Rain remained cold and unmoved, his expression unchanging. He rejected the plea and once again gave the order for Rosaline to attack. The firmness in his tone sent terror through the slavers. In an instant, they abandoned the building and fled as quickly as their legs would carry them. They scrambled toward the rugged mountain behind the cabin, hoping its terrain would conceal them from pursuit. Rosaline's voice cut sharply through the night as she commanded her knights. She ordered that not a single one was to be allowed to escape. At her words, the knights loosed their arrows. Bolts of steel cut through the air at blistering speeds, streaking toward the fleeing targets. The leader, seeing his men in danger, called upon water elemental magic. With a wave of his hand, a shimmering white barrier formed, shielding his subordinates from the deadly arrows. But that momentary pause to cast the spell gave Rosaline her opening. She surged forward with incredible speed and unleashed a powerful slash. The strike nearly ended him then and there, but at the last second he narrowly twisted aside, escaping with his life. Rosaline's eyes narrowed coldly. She declared that all of his men were already under their control and told him to accept his death. The slaver leader turned, his gaze darting toward his subordinates. They were crumbling under the relentless pressure of Rain's knights, their strength failing fast. Dread filled his eyes, for he knew that if things continued like this, all of them would be slaughtered. In his desperation, his gaze locked onto Rain. A sinister thought formed. He realized the only chance of survival was to seize Rain as a hostage. With that decision, he shouted to his men, ordering them to draw the knights' attention while he made his move. The plan unfolded instantly. The slavers lunged in a sudden, reckless assault, throwing themselves against the knights to create chaos. Seeing this, Rosaline shouted urgently for Rain to be careful. She commanded her soldiers to protect their lord at all costs and warned that not a single enemy should be allowed near him. The outer ring of knights closed in quickly, forming a protective circle with their shields, but it seemed already too late. The slaver leader had covered the distance, his eyes filled with triumph. Seeing his chance, he roared that Rain had brought this upon himself. But just as victory seemed within his grasp, a cold voice cut through the clamor. It declared that he was asking for death. The leader's eyes widened in shock, for in that instant, a massive fist appeared before him. Leah had moved like lightning, placing herself at Rain's side, and her punch slammed squarely into his face. The impact sent him flying, his body crashing against the ground with bone-jarring force. His eyes were wide with disbelief, panic etched across his features. He had never imagined interference would come so suddenly, least of all from her. Dragging himself from the rubble, he shouted angrily at her, demanding to know how a mere maid could strike him down. Humiliation burned in his chest. Being defeated by a woman only inflamed his rage further. Ignoring his injuries, he charged once more, not to capture, but to kill. But his intention would never be realized. As he closed the distance again, Leah struck once more. This time, her leg lashed out in a devastating kick. The sheer force of it reduced his fighting ability to nothing. He flipped violently through the air, his body rolling helplessly across the ground before crashing at the feet of the knights. The knights exhaled with relief, quickly moving to restrain him. To them, he was already defeated, little more than refuse waiting for disposal. Yet Leah was not finished. Fury burned in her voice as she charged at him again. She shouted that he dared to lay a hand on Lord Rain. Lying broken on the ground, the slaver leader slowly forced his eyes open. In that fleeting instant of terror, desperation took hold. He made a frantic decision. With trembling fingers, he pulled a small knife from his belt and hurled it straight at Rain. The blade sliced through the air with blinding speed, too quick for Leah to intercept. She turned her head in alarm, eyes widening, but it was already too late. The knife buried itself deep into Rain's shoulder with a sickening thud. Gasps of horror erupted around him as panic rippled through the knights. Yet Rain, despite the searing pain, remained composed. His voice was steady as he urged them not to panic, ordering the formation to hold strong. But his words did little to calm the hearts of those who cared most for him. For Rosalind and Leah, his safety eclipsed all else. Both of them rushed to his side immediately, commanding the knights to form a tight wall around him. Amid the chaos, the slaver leader seized his chance. Crawling to his feet, he slipped quietly into the shadows, retreating from the battlefield with every ounce of strength left in him. Rosalind's gaze dropped to Rain's wound, and her heart clenched. Blood was already soaking through his clothes. She quickly gave the order for the knights to abandon the chase and instead focus on escorting Lord Rain back to the city at once. She shouted for Leah to treat his wounds quickly, but when Rosalind turned her head to check on her, she was startled. Leah was no longer there. Far deeper in the forest, the slaver leader ran desperately, branches tearing at his arms as he forced his body forward. His lungs burned, but survival was all that mattered. He told himself he had to live. He had to bring word of this disaster to Duke Eska. He could already picture reinforcements crushing Rain's forces. But his frantic escape came to an abrupt halt. Standing in his path was a woman who had appeared without warning. She was tall, elegant, her presence commanding despite the serene smile on her lips. She greeted him softly, as if the night were nothing unusual. She said, "Good evening." The leader froze, heart hammering. Fear twisted in his chest, but after taking a closer look at her delicate appearance, he convinced himself she wasn't a threat. That illusion shattered the moment she spoke again. She introduced herself with calm authority. She was Priscilla Edgar, eldest daughter of Grand Duke Aldalion, ruler of the Thrand territory. The man staggered backward as the words struck him like a thunderbolt. The eldest daughter of Grand Duke Aldalion. Here, in this forsaken forest? His stomach knotted with dread. If she was here, then their schemes for Duke Eska might already have been uncovered. Priscilla's gentle smile did not fade. She told him plainly that the one he had fought earlier in the valley was none other than her younger brother, the second son of Grand Duke Aldalion. His name was Rain Edgar. At that revelation, the leader's face drained of color. His mind reeled in horror. The man he had struck down, the boy he had dared to wound, was the son of the Grand Duke. No punishment could save him from the noose that now hung over his head. Yet Priscilla's voice remained light, her composure unshaken. She declared that to her, the night's events had been a success. Through the chaos, she had witnessed her brother's growth, his resilience, his composure even under mortal threat. The slaver leader, bewildered by her words, stumbled back further, unable to understand. Why was she praising Rain's calmness in the middle of his own collapse? Her tone shifted suddenly. Her steps grew heavier, her voice sharp as ice. She said her brother had not let her down. He remained clever, controlled, even when facing filth like him. Then, with a smile once more, she told him not to worry. She said she would not lay a hand on him tonight. Confusion flooded his mind. If she meant no harm, why had she revealed so much? What did she mean by such cryptic assurances? Priscilla answered casually. She said she had only come as a spectator, but she left no doubt in her next words. He had already committed an unforgivable mistake, and what awaited him inevitably was death. At that moment, the leader's breath caught. A wave of killing intent swept over him, sharp and suffocating. He spun around, heart pounding. Leah stood there. No one had seen her approach. One moment she had vanished, the next she was behind him, eyes glowing with murderous fury. His body began trembling uncontrollably as he realized the truth. This maid was no ordinary woman. She radiated power that was both physical and magical, an aura so overwhelming it devoured all resistance. Her voice thundered with rage. She declared that he had dared to harm Lord Rain, and now he thought he could run. Her eyes glowed with a strange violet light, as though some hidden force was awakening within her. The man dropped to his knees, begging desperately for mercy, but his words dissolved into screams as his body suddenly lifted into the air. Leah had raised her hand, weaving invisible magic. He writhed and twisted helplessly above the ground, crying out, his voice breaking with fear. His mind screamed questions. What kind of magic was this? How could a servant wield such devastating power? She had already proven herself unmatched in combat, but now she revealed strength in sorcery that defied reason. With a simple flick of her finger, Leah unleashed her wrath. A glowing sigil streaked toward him, wrapping the air around his body. In an instant, space itself compressed violently, crushing him into grotesque shapes. His screams cut off abruptly as his body exploded into a horrific sphere of blood, suspended in the night sky. The droplets fell like crimson rain, painting the ground in gore. Leah, untouched by the carnage, waved her hand casually. A barrier shimmered to life around her, preventing even a single drop from soiling her garments. Her face remained cold, but inside her fury still burned. To her, his death was nothing compared to the crime he had committed. He had dared to lay a hand on Rain. For that sin, even obliteration was not enough. Once everything was finished, Leah turned respectfully toward Priscilla. She said that young Master Rain was injured and that she must return to his side immediately to tend to him. Priscilla smiled faintly and nodded, granting her leave. Having witnessed Leah's unwavering loyalty with her own eyes, she felt more than satisfied. As Leah departed, Priscilla's smile lingered. She murmured softly to herself, wondering aloud whether she should remind her brother never to make Leah truly angry. At that very moment, the air in front of her rippled, a current of violent energy gathering before condensing into a dimensional portal. From it, Gwen emerged gracefully and bowed before her lady. Gwen spoke with calm assurance, saying that Lady Priscilla need not worry. No matter how young Master Rain treated Leah, that girl would never raise her hand against him. Priscilla chuckled lightly, finding Gwen's remark suspiciously like an accusation that her brother behaved like a frivolous playboy. Gwen immediately panicked, waving her hands as she hurried to explain herself, begging for forgiveness and insisting she would never dare imply such a thing. Priscilla gave her a sly smile and teased instead, asking how she would feel if she married Gwen off to her younger brother. At those words, Gwen's face turned crimson. Flustered, she waved her hands frantically, begging her lady not to joke in such a manner. After enjoying the teasing for a brief moment, Priscilla let her expression return to its usual calm seriousness. She issued her command. Gwen was to send a message directly to Duke Eska. She was to ask him whether he had been too idle lately. Was that why he dared to grow so bold? He needed to be reminded that provoking the Edgar family was not a weight he could ever hope to bear. Gwen lowered her head and replied solemnly that she understood, promising to carry out the order at once. Priscilla added that they must return quickly, before Rain discovered she had slipped away. Meanwhile, back at his residence, Rain had already been treated and bandaged by Leah's careful use of magic. Seeing the deep worry in her eyes, Rain gave a gentle smile. He told her that it was nothing but a minor wound and that she need not worry so much. Yet, when he lifted his arm to prove he was fine, a sudden jolt of pain shot through his body, forcing a quiet groan from his lips. Startled, Leah quickly stopped him. She said firmly that he must not move, or he would make the injury worse. Her gaze softened with genuine concern as she told him that until he was fully healed, he must not leave the house. Rain smiled again, insisting he was fine, attempting to reassure her with gentle words. But Leah would not accept his dismissal of his own health. Her tone grew firm as she insisted that once she finished dressing his wound, he must rest immediately. The warm and concerned exchange between them was suddenly interrupted. The door to the room burst open with a loud crash. Priscilla strode in quickly, her face filled with worry. She rushed to her brother's side, asking anxiously how he was and whether the wound could affect his future health. Rain reassured her with a smile, saying that it was nothing serious, merely a surface injury. Leah, standing beside him, was unconvinced. Her voice was filled with worry as she explained that he should not take it lightly. She said that if the dagger had been only slightly off, Rain's life could have been lost. Priscilla's expression hardened, her eyes serious as she agreed with Leah. She told Rain that he could not treat his life so carelessly. Then her gaze grew cold as she asked what had truly happened. With a sigh, Rain explained. Rosalind had apprehended a group of bandits involved in human trafficking. Upon investigating further, he had discovered that more captives were hidden in a valley. He had personally led a patrol to rescue them, but when negotiations failed, a violent conflict erupted. It was during the chaos that he had been wounded by a dagger thrown in the darkness. Priscilla already knew these details but chose to continue her pretense. She pressed further, asking about the origin of the bandits. She asked why they would dare to traffic women when slavery was strictly forbidden within the Edgar family's domain. Leah answered in his stead, explaining that according to their interrogation, those bandits were operating under Duke Eska's command. Priscilla's eyes grew sharp though her smile remained calm. She remarked with icy disdain that the coward Eska dared to commit such acts within their territory. Rain added that it was likely due to Eldric's past cooperation with Eska. From their words, it seemed they had profited greatly in recent years. Priscilla nodded and sighed, remarking that Eldric had left behind no small amount of trouble, but, she said, he was no longer an issue. She then asked her brother what he planned to do with the rescued women. Rain replied that he would personally investigate their situations. Given the city's current shortage of manpower, if they had nowhere to return to, he would allow them to remain in the city. He would arrange for them to receive basic education and eventually assign them work within the territory. Priscilla considered this a wise plan. It not only aided the women but also provided additional labor for the city. She praised Rain, saying that his thinking had grown increasingly thorough. Rain answered modestly that it was nothing to praise, only a small effort to contribute to the family. Noticing that Rain looked fatigued from his injury, Priscilla softened her tone. She said she would not disturb him further and told him to rest. Yet she firmly reminded him that from this moment onward, he must take greater care of his safety. She said she never wished to see him hurt again. Rain felt warmth rise in his heart from her concern. He said with a faint smile that he would take good care of himself. At that moment, Priscilla turned her gaze toward Leah, her eyes carrying a meaningful weight. She said clearly that she was entrusting her brother's safety to her in every possible way. Leah froze at those words, her cheeks flushing red. She understood precisely what Priscilla meant. Embarrassed yet resolute, she lowered her head and answered softly that Lady Priscilla could rest assured she would never allow Rain to be harmed again. Satisfied, Priscilla turned and left the room with a smile of quiet contentment. Outside, Gwen was already waiting. The moment she saw her lady emerge, she rushed forward and asked about Rain's condition. Priscilla replied calmly that it was nothing serious, merely a small wound. Yet despite her words, her expression showed that she was far from pleased. At that moment, Priscilla's eyes glimmered with restrained fury. She turned her sharp gaze toward the empty hallway and commanded aloud that Nox should appear before her. The air around her rippled, space itself trembling as a portal opened with violent energy. From within, a cloaked mage stepped forward and immediately knelt. He bowed low, addressing her with respect, and asked her to give her command. Priscilla ordered him to descend to the dungeon and interrogate the captured bandit leader, demanding that every secret be wrung from him. She instructed him coldly that torture could be used if necessary, but under no circumstances was the man to be killed. Her brother would still need to question him tomorrow, and she would not allow the criminal such an easy escape. Nox accepted the order without hesitation and departed swiftly to carry it out. The next morning, Rain's office received an unexpected visitor. It was Armando. The young man bowed deeply, his posture filled with cautious humility, and declared that he admitted defeat, that he was willing to serve Rain. Hearing this, Rain smirked, his voice dripping with mockery as he quoted Armando's own words back at him. He reminded him that once he had proudly declared he would rather die than serve a noble, that he was a man of ideals and conviction, and that he would rather starve to death than submit. The mocking tone made Armando flush with embarrassment, unable to argue, for he knew those were indeed his very own words. As Rain continued his jest, a sudden movement caused his wound to sting sharply, forcing him to wince and halt mid-sentence. Watching this, Armando grew confused. He wondered silently if this noble was truly someone worth following. He acted so unlike the distant and arrogant lords he once despised. Despite the teasing, Rain's heart was genuinely pleased. He could feel Armando's loyalty swelling, reaching a solid 95 points. Inwardly, Rain smiled, knowing the young man standing before him had been completely swayed by the wonders of steam power. He said with satisfaction that from now on, Armando would become a good worker in his factory. The thought of this once fiery youth toiling in his industrial plans amused Rain so much that he burst into laughter. Seeing the strange look on Rain's face, Armando grew even more confused. In frustration, he cried out that he admitted his mistakes and begged Rain to stop teasing him. He pleaded for a clear order, asking if there was anything Rain required him to do. At this, Rain turned serious. His voice steady, he asked Armando with sincerity whether he was truly willing to become his subordinate. Armando straightened, answering solemnly that he was ready, that he would serve Rain wholeheartedly as a loyal follower. In that instant, the system updated. The number of talented individuals had increased to 2. Rain felt immense satisfaction and wasted no time in appointing Armando as the head of the city's first factory. Armando, however, was left utterly bewildered. The title meant nothing to him. He had no idea what the head of a factory even did. After all, he was trained as an alchemist, not an industrialist. Rain, unconcerned, did not bother to explain. Instead, he handed over a blueprint and instructed him to study it carefully. He added that once the dam was completed, they would begin the next stage of industrializing the city. Armando unfolded the blueprint, and his eyes immediately lit up with awe. The designs were intricate, ingenious, concepts even his teacher had never conceived. At that moment, he thought to himself that Rain's brilliance surpassed that of his own master. Suddenly, the office door burst open. Rosalind stormed in, her voice urgent, announcing that something had happened. The anxiety in her tone made Rain uneasy, and he demanded to know what it was. Rosalind reported that the bandit leader held in the dungeon had been murdered during the night. The news made Rain's eyes flash with intensity. He immediately gathered his men and hurried to the prison to investigate. The revelation stunned everyone. Such a crime occurring within the mansion itself, the most heavily guarded place in the city, was unthinkable. Inside the cell, the bandit's corpse lay sprawled on the cold ground. Rain's expression hardened with dissatisfaction as he asked when exactly the death had been discovered. Rosalind quickly reported, her face grave, that the guards had found him dead half an hour earlier when delivering his meal. Rain's eyes scanned the chamber, and soon he noticed 4 strange characters scrawled across the wall. He asked if anyone could identify them. Selena stepped forward silently, stretching out her hand. Closing her eyes, she seemed to sense the lingering energy clinging to the symbols. After a moment, her brow furrowed with concern. She explained that the writing pulsed with the residual power of a dark mage. The words struck Rosalind like lightning, her eyes widening in shock. She had never imagined a dark mage could infiltrate their castle. Rain himself knew well the reputation of such beings. He exhaled slowly, realizing that dangerous figures continued to appear in his city one after another. Leah, visibly worried, urged him to leave at once. She explained that dark mages were those who had abandoned the light, dwelling in shadows, and that the lingering magic could sicken him if he remained too long. Rain only smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively, saying that she need not worry. This prison, he remarked calmly, had no wind and was kept dry. There was little chance of contracting anything here. Yet Selena's eyes remained grave. She agreed with Leah and told Rain firmly that the danger was real. She said dark mages acted from hidden corners with terrifying precision, and their magic could bring calamities such as plagues. Hearing this, Rain thought privately that they did not sound much different from scientists experimenting with bacteria. He kept the thought to himself, however, and said nothing. Selena then warned them all to remain vigilant. The dark mage's purpose was unknown. If the assassination was merely to silence the prisoner, it was one matter. But if their true target was Rain himself, then they would need to prepare a countermeasure without delay. The following day, Rain visited the city's orphanage, where several of the kidnapped slave girls were gathered. He introduced himself with calm authority, explaining that he was the lord of the city and that he had rescued them from the bandits only yesterday. He offered them 2 choices. The first was to tell him where their homes were, and he would arrange for carriages to return them. The second was to remain in the city, where he would provide work with food and lodging, and eventually grant them the chance to become official residents. Rain gave them a gentle smile and asked them to share their wishes. Yet at that moment, the girls' faces fell, sorrow clouding their expressions. They lowered their heads in silence, not a single word escaping their lips. Their grief was heavy, and Rain could feel it pressing against the room. Rain's expression darkened with concern as he looked at the children. He asked them softly if none of them remembered where their homes were. Silence lingered like a weight, until Priestess, who stood nearby, finally spoke. She explained respectfully that most of the children had been kidnapped at a very young age. They had endured deception, cruelty, and endless threats, so now they dared not trust that anyone truly wished to help them. She warned Rain that gaining their trust could take a very long time. Rain, however, found such delays unnecessary. To him, coaxing children was the easiest task in the world. Without hesitation, he ordered Leah to have the kitchens prepare pastries, cookies in particular, and to ensure there were plenty of them. Not long after, trays of warm cookies arrived, their sweet aroma filling the air. Rain cheerfully carried a tray over to the girls. His smile gentle as he said they must be hungry. He told them these were the best cookies in the city and invited them to taste them. The children's eyes lit with curiosity and longing, but their fear held them still. Seeing their hesitation, Rain acted first. He picked up a cookie and gently offered it to one of the girls, telling her that she could try it, and that if she disliked it, she did not have to finish. He would never force her to do anything. Trembling, the little girl accepted the cookie. After a long inner struggle, she brought it hesitantly to her lips. The moment the sweet, crisp flavor spread across her tongue, her cheeks flushed pink, and she could not help but exclaim in delight at how delicious it was. The spell of fear broke. Realizing there was no danger, the other girls eagerly reached for the cookies and soon began eating happily, their faces brightening with joy. Watching this, Rain smiled with satisfaction, knowing his plan had succeeded. At that moment, he suggested they play a game together. The girls, curious, asked what kind of game it was. Rain explained that it was called Truth or Dare. He described it simply. Each person would draw a question card, and the one who drew it must either answer truthfully or accept a small challenge. Whoever did so would earn another cookie. Hours slipped by. Just as Rain had intended, the children's wariness dissolved completely. Laughter filled the room as they began to speak openly, their voices no longer trembling. One by one, they honestly shared where they lived and spoke of their family situations. Rain praised them for their courage and thanked them for trusting him, assuring them that they could rest easy. He would see to it they were escorted home safely. Turning to Priestess, Rain instructed that on the morrow, arrangements must be made to return those with families to their homes. Priestess bowed her head and promised the task would be completed. Rain's gaze then shifted toward the girls who had no family left. He decided that they would be placed into temporary foster homes. Yet before finalizing this, he suddenly remembered something important. He needed to check if any of them were gifted individuals. Quietly, he activated his system to assess their potential. Unfortunately, all of them proved to be ordinary children with no particular talents. Just as he was about to move on, his eyes caught sight of a red-haired girl sitting alone in a shadowed corner. Intrigued, he used the system on her. The display revealed her name, Alia, age 17. To his surprise, her statistics were extraordinary. Loyalty 50, leadership 42, strength 90, strategy 30, magic power 88. Nearly on par with his strongest warriors. Meanwhile, inside a chamber of the Lord's mansion, Priscilla was seething with anger. Before her knelt Nox, the dark mage. Her voice was sharp as she demanded to know why the prisoner had been found dead in his cell. She reminded him sternly that she had ordered the man kept alive, no matter the torture inflicted. Nox, visibly unsettled, hurried to defend himself. He insisted he had nothing to do with the death. He admitted to using dark magic to torment the man, but swore that when he left, the prisoner was still breathing. Priscilla's expression grew grave. After sipping her tea with icy calm, she ordered him to report everything he had learned from the interrogation. His answer, however, left her deeply dissatisfied. The prisoner had revealed nothing at all. He was a mere pawn, too low in rank to know anything of value. Priscilla frowned, her thoughts clouded with doubt. If he truly was a worthless pawn, then why had someone gone to such lengths to silence him? Nox suggested that the death may not have been to keep him quiet, but rather because his body was needed to trigger a ritual. Some dark magic, he explained, required a corpse as a catalyst. This explanation darkened Priscilla's mood further. Her eyes glimmered with concern as she ordered Nox to ensure that, no matter what happened, Rain must be kept safe at all costs. Nox bowed low, promised to obey, and withdrew. Left alone, Priscilla sat in silence, her expression unreadable, before finally whispering to herself that perhaps this time, she had indeed come to the right place. Far away, within the domain of Duke Eska, the corrupt lord reclined luxuriously in his chambers, indulging in the pleasures of two beautiful women. Growing rich from years of slave trading, he always surrounded himself with the most exquisite companions. His indulgence was abruptly interrupted when a soldier rushed in, visibly anxious. Bowing deeply, the man begged forgiveness for the intrusion but reported that an honored guest awaited him. Eska's face twisted with fury at the interruption. His eyes blazed with murderous intent as he demanded to know who dared disturb him. The soldier, trembling, explained that the visitor was none other than Lord Eldrick of Island, claiming he had urgent matters to discuss. At Eldric's name, Eska's rage eased. He muttered that it was odd for that fool to visit so suddenly, but perhaps he had brought along some new merchandise. He ordered the soldier to show Eldric into the drawing room, deciding he would join him shortly. As he rose, a greedy smile curled on his lips, remembering the stunning women Eldric had delivered to him in the past. Surely tonight would bring the same delight. Moments later, Eska strode into the drawing room, his mood bright. He greeted Eldric cheerfully, laughing that it had been too long, and asked why he had come at such a late hour, certain that he had brought new treasures. But Eldric's face was grim, clouded with unease. He apologized for the disturbance, saying that this time he had brought no woman, but instead information of the utmost importance. Eska's smile faltered, though he still hoped the news might prove valuable. Eldric then revealed bitterly that he had been driven out of Island City by the third son of Grand Duke Aldarion. From this moment on, he could no longer supply Eska with beautiful women. The words hit Eska like a thunderclap. Shock and fury twisted his face as he exclaimed that Aldarion had cast Eldric aside despite his years of loyal service. Eldric sighed and pressed on, saying that the new lord, Rain Edgar, was far too young and arrogant, convinced he could control everything. He explained that he himself had infiltrated Island and personally killed the bandit leader responsible for delivering slaves to Eska. This revelation made Eska reel, his eyes wide with alarm. Clearly, he had known nothing of the capture. With unease rising in his chest, he asked whether Rain had discovered their operations. Eldric replied grimly that it was likely. That, he said, was why he had rushed here to warn Eska. Eska asked anxiously whether this meant Rain intended to attack him. Eldric did not confirm outright but reminded him of a dangerous truth. The Empire strictly forbade cross-border slave trading, and Eska had no alliance with Aldarion. If Rain carried tales to the Emperor, Eska's death would be certain. Sweat began dripping from Eska's brow as dread consumed him. Desperate, he asked Eldric if he had a solution. Eldric smiled thinly and explained that he had overheard news earlier that day. The dam had been completed. This, he said, was their opportunity. He explained that the dam stored water that could be released downstream, flooding Island in devastation. If they unleashed it, the city would be drowned, its people destroyed. They could then send troops to seize it in the chaos. At this, Eska leapt to his feet in terror. He shouted that killing Grand Duke Aldarion's son was madness, that if the Grand Duke learned of it, they would both be executed. Eldric only smiled coldly and reminded him that if Rain exposed their crimes to the Emperor, their fate would be death regardless. But if Rain died in what appeared to be an accident caused by the dam, even the Grand Duke could say nothing. And once Eska seized Island, he could indulge in all the women he desired without limit. Temptation gnawed at Eska's greed. After a moment of heavy silence, he reluctantly agreed to Eldric's plan. Back in Island, Rain was already acting. Having discovered Aaliyah's extraordinary potential, he personally brought her into his mansion and saw to her care. Yet 3 days passed, and the red-haired girl had not spoken a single word. She now sat quietly in his study, her expression withdrawn. Rain, determined to reach her, attempted to start a conversation. He asked with a gentle smile how the cookies tasted that day. Aaliyah glanced up at him, startled, but quickly lowered her head again, sorrow clouding her features. Rain's heart grew heavy. He wondered how deeply this child had suffered, what kind of torment had left her so silent. He assumed the bandits must have brutalized her, leaving her unable to trust or open her heart. At that moment, Lily suddenly burst into the room, her face radiant with excitement. She announced with joy that the dam had finally been completed. After Lily came to announce that the dam had been completed, Rain was overjoyed. Holding the acceptance documents, his eyes gleamed with excitement. At last, the first step in his plan to build an industrial empire had been achieved. He immediately ordered Leah to summon all the elves and nobles of Island to the dam. He wanted them to witness the moment when the city would step into a new era. Once Leah left, Rain turned to Aaliyah and said cheerfully that he was about to attend a very lively event, and asked if she would like to join him. Seeing her hesitate, he added that there would be plenty of delicious food and many children her age to play with. Still, Aaliyah's face remained gloomy, and Rain realized she had no intention of coming. With a sigh, he told her he would leave 2 maids to look after her, and if she changed her mind, they would bring her to the dam. Not long after, Rain arrived at the enormous hydraulic structure. The reservoir behind it mirrored the appearance of a hydroelectric plant. an alien sight in a world powered almost entirely by sorcery. The dam sparked the curiosity of the people, some fascinated, others worried. The Elven Queen confronted him directly. She asked if the dam could really withstand such immense pressure, warning that if it broke, Islan and her village would be swept away. How could anyone live in peace under such a looming threat? Rain only smiled and reassured her that she should not worry about things that would never happen. He said the design had been optimized with natural laws and sound engineering, and he had personally inspected every detail. Today, he declared, they would witness its true power. At that moment, the sorceress Selena rose into the air and announced that everything Rain had requested was ready. She explained that 3 massive stone slabs had been installed beneath the outlet gates, heavy enough to withstand the water's force. An iron gear mechanism had also been set beneath them to regulate the flow and prevent sudden loss of control. Pleased, Rain thanked her. In this world, sorcery was sometimes still needed to complete heavy labor. He then turned to the Queen and his sister, telling them with pride that he was honored to invite them to release the water for the very first time. Together, they would see how this project brought new vitality and hope to Islan. The Queen, still uneasy, reminded him again of the danger. On the other side of the dam lay a massive body of water, and any accident could devastate the farmlands. Priscilla echoed her fears, asking if it was truly safe to release the water like this. They could not gamble with people's lives. Rain only smiled, his noble attire and calm presence radiating unshakable confidence. He told them not to worry, for the amount of water they would release was small and posed no danger. He explained that the design had been tested and verified many times, and he had personally ensured the safety of every connection. Once in operation, the water would flow downstream, the farmland would be irrigated, and Islan's future transformed. This dam, he promised, would be a miracle. His words eased their fears, and the 2 women nodded, moving forward to stand by his side. The 3 approached the lever. With a single pull, the sluice gates would open, but before Rain could act, a mocking laugh echoed from above. The sound froze everyone in place. Rain looked up and saw Eldrick in the sky. A flicker of concern crossed his heart. Eldrick's brazen return could only mean trouble. Eldrick greeted him loudly, saying it had been a long time. The Elven Queen demanded to know who he was, and Priscilla explained grimly that Eldrick was the former mayor of Islan, who had rebelled and fled after his defeat. Standing tall, Rain coldly declared that he thought Eldrick had perished in the last battle. To see him alive and well here only made Rain wonder what scheme he carried. He mocked that Eldrick's appearance was a mistake, for there would be no escape. Eldrick then boasted that he had joined the Orbis Empire and even earned nobility there. Rain sneered that Eldrick must have surrendered because he was dissatisfied with the title of nobility given here. Compared to Orbis, their empire's rewards were already generous. Eldrick dropped all pretense and declared his true hatred for Rain's family, stating that he was here for revenge. Rain almost laughed, saying that Eldrick alone could never hope to achieve such a thing, and asked if he had lost his mind. Eldrick's face twisted as he laughed again. He asked if Rain truly thought he came alone. Then he revealed his plan. A team of powerful sorcerers was already stationed upstream. At his command, they would unleash devastating water magic, summoning a colossal wave to crush the dam. He promised that when the dam collapsed, Islan would be wiped off the map. The Elven Queen froze, stunned by his words, while Priscilla trembled with fury, swearing in the name of the Edgar family that Eldrick would be dragged back and made to suffer the most agonizing death. Their rage only thrilled Eldrick further. He pulled out a glowing orb and hurled it into the sky. It exploded brightly, a signal to his hidden allies. Almost immediately, a deep rumble echoed from afar. A massive wave, towering dozens of meters high, surged toward the dam. The Elven Queen's eyes widened in shock. She urged Rain to retreat, saying it was far too dangerous to stay. But Rain stood firm, calmly watching the approaching wave. He told them not to panic, for no matter how much water Eldrick unleashed, the dam would never collapse. The Queen pressed him again, demanding to know if he was absolutely certain, but Rain cut her off with a confident smile. He assured her that every safeguard, every slab of stone, every gear had been precisely calculated. No matter how violent the flood, it could not shake this structure. At that moment, the colossal wave loomed before them, only meters away from striking the dam. Seeing the colossal wave rushing toward the dam, Rain immediately pushed the water control lever. The spillway system roared to life, torrents gushing from the massive gates and sweeping away everything in their path. The violent force shattered the giant boulders that had been placed to absorb pressure, damaging parts of the structure. Watching the stones crumble, Eldrick laughed maniacally, shouting that Rain's dam had been destroyed with ease. The elf queen grew anxious at the sight and told Rain that the dam had been breached. They had to leave at once before the flood swept them away. Rain stayed silent, displeased at the damage but confident in his work. Priscilla added her voice, urging Rain to order an immediate evacuation. But Rain, watching the floodwaters foam white as they struck the dam, reassured them once more that this amount of water was nowhere near enough to destroy it. Lifting his gaze toward Eldrick, he asked if this was truly the full extent of his power. Beneath one of the spillways, the immense pressure cracked a stone plate. Eldrick, high in the air, began condensing a glowing orb of power. He believed Rain was only pretending to be calm, hiding fear of the dam's imminent collapse. With cold contempt, Eldrick declared that if Rain was so eager to die, he would help him. Then he unleashed a devastating strike on the reservoir. A deafening explosion rocked the air. Pressure inside surged, and water thundered through the spillways with even greater force. A second stone slab shattered, the torrent below growing even more violent. The queen felt dread chilling her bones, warning that if this continued, the consequences would be catastrophic. Priscilla, now desperate, pleaded that they had to flee immediately. Rain's expression remained unchanged. Once again, he urged them to stay calm, telling them to wait a little longer. Eldrick, infuriated by his composure, gathered his strength again. Determined to break both the dam and Rain's confidence, he unleashed his strongest attack. The monstrous explosion thundered louder than before, shattering the final massive slab. Water from all three spillways surged downward at once, the current raging with unstoppable might. But then, machinery clanked and echoed. Downstream, several smaller gates opened, diverting the flow and slowing its force. Priscilla gasped as she saw the water spreading into the agricultural lands. To her astonishment, the flow calmed, causing little damage at all. At that point, Rain smiled and looked up at Eldrick. He said that without Eldrick's help, it would have taken much longer to release enough water for irrigation. He thanked him, calling his efforts impressive. Eldrick's magic was nearly spent, his strength drained, and Rain's mockery only deepened his rage. Rain then explained with confidence that the dam had never been built simply to block water, but also to harness it. The greater the flood, the better the irrigation for the farmlands. Once again, he thanked Eldrick for his assistance. Eldrick trembled with fury but had no strength left to continue the fight. Rain sneered that his plan had failed and said it was time to settle the matter of his rebellion. Eldrick spat that they would meet again soon, then turned and fled toward the Orbis Empire. Watching him retreat, Rain shouted coldly, asking if Eldrick thought he could come and go in Islan as if it were an amusement park. He immediately ordered Selena to bring Eldrick back alive. Standing atop the city walls, Selena gathered her power. Energy swelled in her hands before she unleashed it into a bolt of lightning that ripped through the sky. Eldrick sensed it too late. The strike engulfed him, paralyzing his body and stripping him of resistance. He was struck down in midair. Once Rain confirmed the dam was stable, he turned cheerfully to the Queen and Priscilla, saying it was done and that they should move on to discussing their investment and business plans. The three returned to his manor. The Queen praised Rain's knowledge and vision after all that had transpired. Priscilla agreed, though she pressed him for details about their cooperation. Rain smiled and explained that the dam had solved the flooding problem, but true prosperity required economic development. The Queen asked if he intended to make Islan a trading hub for the empires. Rain nodded, saying that was only part of his plan. He wanted to profit from the merchant guilds passing through the city. Priscilla frowned, asking if he meant to raise travel fees, warning that such tactics had already stirred resentment when Caesar extorted traders. Rain smiled again, declaring that he did not intend to exploit merchants. Instead, he wanted to build a thriving community that catered to their needs, ensuring they would spend their earnings right in Islan. After finalizing the plan to turn Islan into a trade hub between empires, Rain brought the Queen to a ruin just outside the city. He explained that this location was crucial. Situated on the only road from the border fortress to Islan, it was the perfect spot for development. Once, he said, the site had housed an illegal casino, and if rebuilt, caravans would surely stop here to spend money. The queen frowned. To her, it was nothing but rubble. She remarked that if it were as promising as he claimed, the casino would never have shut down. Rain grew uneasy, knowing full well that his own men had destroyed the place after confiscating it. Hiding the truth, he told her the casino had collapsed from poor management, but insisted that under his guidance, success was guaranteed. The queen sensed he was holding something back, but after a pause decided not to press further. Instead, she asked what exactly he intended to build. Rain spread out a map, marked with detailed plans. He explained that he would create not only service shops but a hub to meet every need. Inns, supply posts, rest stops, restaurants, and cafes. Caravans and travelers would find everything here, turning the ruins into a thriving commercial center. Though she didn't fully grasp his vision, the queen admitted it sounded good. Encouraged, Rain pressed on. He said that caravans constantly moved between Islan and the border fortress, and this project would spark consumption, investment, and industrial growth. The queen then asked what benefits the elves themselves would gain, since so far the advantages seemed aimed at humans. Rain smiled and assured her that the hub would double as a food distribution center. He explained that caravans would carry grain, spices, and crops from across the world, passing through this very road. The elves would never again worry about shortages. Their granaries would stay full, and they could buy from every nation at favorable prices. The queen was startled and asked if he was serious. Rain confirmed that he was. He said that not only Islan, but even the borderlands of the elves would prosper, enjoying endless reserves of food. The queen thought to herself that if this were true, her people would be free of hunger forever. Seeing her silent, Rain added that prosperity comes only by building roads and opening trade routes. With this hub, the elves would know stability like never before. At last, the queen smiled and said she was willing to trust his plan. If the road could bring food and wealth, the elves would support it. Rain thanked her and asked how much gold she would invest. She replied that she would begin with 150,000 coins as a trial, and if it succeeded, she would contribute more. Rain nearly lost his composure. Inside, he was thrilled. He hadn't expected her to be so wealthy. To him, the elves were fat sheep waiting to be sheared. The queen, however, demanded a full construction plan and strict accounting of the funds. She said her own people would supervise. Rain agreed readily and promised to oversee everything personally. Back at his estate, elation carried him straight to his study. He told Leah the elves had agreed to invest. Islan was saved. Leah, seeing his joy, shared his happiness, convinced his wisdom had secured Islan's future. But Rain knew that while funding was solved, management of the money was another matter. He instructed Leah to summon Selena. When she arrived, looking worried, she bowed and asked what falsifying the ledgers meant. Clearly, Leah had told her something on the way. Rain was surprised. He asked if she had studied mathematics. Selena lowered her head, saying softly that she had only learned spells and magic, never numbers or accounts. Turning to Armando, Rain asked the same, but Armando admitted he too knew nothing of ledgers and had not even mastered his role as overseer. Frustration welled up in Rain. These were his smartest people, yet neither could help him here. At that moment Leah suggested asking Lady Priscilla, since her domain was full of skilled merchants who would surely understand. Rain shook his head. He told her such sensitive matters could only be trusted to his inner circle, and the fewer who knew, the better. Instead, he ordered Leah to gather all merchants in Islan the next day. He would test them to see if any were truly intelligent. Meanwhile, at Islan's gates, a beautiful woman appeared for the first time. As she walked deeper into the city, she thought to herself that no matter the cost, she would force Rain Edgar to promise the release of Duke Castile. She swore she would save her father at all costs. As she walked deeper into the city, the liveliness immediately caught her eye. People hurried about with energy, their faces glowing with cheer. Curious, she approached a passerby and asked what festival was being held. The man, smiling, told her that she must be an outsider because today their lord, Sir Rain, was hosting an accounting examination, and everyone was rushing to witness it. The girl blinked in surprise. She asked what exactly such an examination was. The man admitted he didn't know much, only that Sir Rain had promised whoever passed would not only earn the chance to serve under him but also receive a wish of their choosing. At that, her heart jumped. A wish. If she could pass this test, would Rain truly agree to release Grand Duke Castile unconditionally? The crowd pressed forward, and she decided to follow, curiosity and purpose sharpening her resolve. Inside the city lord's estate, the examination had already begun. In a grand chamber, candidates bent over papers filled with questions Rain himself had written. He oversaw everything personally. The problems, designed around the service district he planned to build, were notoriously difficult, questions even seasoned businesses struggled to answer. Rain wanted to use the test not only to uncover hidden talent but also to collect fresh ideas for the city's future growth. Inwardly, he brimmed with pride. He imagined himself receiving glowing reports. Revenues surpassing expectations by 30%, trade routes monopolized, merchants from every land forced to spend their coin in Islan. He could almost hear the praises already. The image filled him with joy, and he had to resist laughing aloud. With so many participants, he was certain a true accounting genius would appear. His hopes rose further when one candidate finished quickly and approached, asking him to review the paper. The others whispered anxiously, astonished by such speed. Some recognized the man as the owner of a local brothel. Rain smiled inwardly, thinking his instincts were correct. Islan must harbor hidden brilliance. But his optimism shattered the moment he looked at the answers. The page was blank. The man, embarrassed, admitted he hadn't understood a single question. Rain's expression darkened as he demanded to know why the man had taken the test at all. The brothel keeper explained that terms like balance sheet, depreciation allocation, and working capital were entirely foreign to him, and he had hoped Rain might explain them in more detail. Fury surged in Rain's chest. He cursed silently. Fake ledgers, and this fool wanted clarity. Any clearer, and he'd end up in prison himself. Another servant stepped forward, handing him more papers. He read through them, only to grow red with rage. Not one submission had quality. Some were so bad they seemed like insults. One candidate had even scrawled, "I have an unmarried daughter, just 8 years old. If you would visit my home, I will prepare a private room for you." Rain's hands tore the papers apart in fury. He vowed silently to arrest that man later and send him to ideological re-education. But disappointment weighed heavy on him. In a city as vast as Islan, not a single person could falsify records. Hidden among the spectators, the young woman noticed the Lord's despair. Her curiosity deepened. What kind of problem could leave an entire city stumped? Unable to resist, she stepped closer to a guard and asked if she could still take the exam. The guard, startled, demanded to know who she was. She smiled and introduced herself simply as a traveler. If the rules allowed, she wished to attempt the test. The guard explained that only elves were forbidden, so she was free to join. Still, he warned her, so far, no one had solved even 2 questions. She accepted the paper and sat down. As her eyes moved over the questions, they gleamed with a mixture of disgust and excitement. The very first problem asked how to adjust a store's books so that profits of 8,000 gold coins could be reported as less than 5,000, thereby avoiding the 30% tax. 3 different methods were required. Her lip curled. So this was it. Rain wasn't looking for talent, he was looking for someone to falsify accounts. He was no different from the corrupt officials in her own kingdom, greedy to the core. But if answering these questions perfectly could give her leverage, she would not hesitate. Pride meant nothing compared to her father's life. If Rain wanted fraud, then fraud she would deliver. Meanwhile, Rain slumped in frustration as he reviewed more worthless submissions. Then a soldier brought him her paper. He took it without expectation, skimming through half-heartedly, until his eyes froze. Every question was answered. Perfectly. He read again, unable to believe it. Every calculation, every method was precise, executed with a mastery he hadn't thought possible. His eyes fell to the signature, Wolvina, a name entirely unfamiliar. Soon after, the girl approached. Rain looked up, meeting the gaze of the beautiful stranger. He couldn't help but wonder where she had come from. She introduced herself plainly, declaring that she was a noble from the Orvis Empire. The room tensed instantly. Soldiers exchanged nervous looks, uncertain why a noblewoman from a rival empire had appeared here of all places. Some whispered that she should be arrested immediately. But Rain raised his hand, commanding silence. He would not allow fear to dictate his hall. Smiling, he praised her honesty and asked what her true purpose was in coming to Islan. Wolvina answered without hesitation, she had come to negotiate. Rain's eyes narrowed. a flicker of intrigue sparking within them. It was as though he had already guessed the reason, and the thought of it thrilled him. Ren and Wolvina continued their conversation in Rain's office. He told her that he was very satisfied with her answers, noting that she had produced flawless solutions in a remarkably short time. He said that such speed and precision made him suspect she might be the Orvis Empire's financial advisor. Wolvina smiled and said that she only knew a little about finance, but that she was grateful he valued her so highly. Her modesty surprised Rain. Her responses had been not just correct but better than he had expected. Privately, Rain accessed the system to check her attributes. The readout confirmed what his instincts had guessed. She had talent for command, a cunning mind, and strategic potential. He thought that she would be a valuable asset and resolved to bind her to his designs for Islan. After a moment of thought, he said that since she had come to negotiate, he wanted to know precisely what her empire sought. Wolvina explained that she represented Grand Duke Castile of the Orvis Empire and that she had come to plead for his release. She said that, in exchange, the Empire would pay substantial compensation. Rain smiled and said that he did not need money at the moment. Wolvina stiffened. She had not expected that answer and wondered what Rain truly desired. She feared he might demand territory or concessions. When she asked what conditions he required to free Castile, Rain calmly pointed at her and said that what he wanted was her. He said that he wanted Wolvina to serve him. The demand shocked her. She asked what he meant, reminding him that she was a noble of the Orvis Empire and could not bow to a rival lord. Rain replied that he never joked about matters of value and that a talent like hers must not be wasted. He said that her worth far exceeded that of the swine Castile. Anger flared in Wolvina. She thought that Rain's demand was ridiculous and insulting. How could a noble become a servant? She spoke with dignity and disgust. Rain stated that he never joked about serious matters. Especially when it came to a talent like her, he would never allow such value to go to waste. Wolvina stared intently at him, calculating, was this man truly serious, or merely mocking her? But his attitude just now didn't seem like he was joking. If she refused, she thought, will he even allow me to leave here alive? Wolvina then tried to probe his intentions with her words. She asked that if she refuses, would there be nothing left to discuss? Rain smiled, believing that their conversation had not been in vain. Since her answers in the exam had helped him resolve several major issues, he could not say that their exchange had been without benefit. He needs talents like her to help build Islan into a more prosperous city. Hearing this, Wolvina sighed. She stated that she could not promise him anything. At this, Rain became worried and wanted to know why. Is it because she is a noble, and therefore must carry the pride of your nation, unable to bow before enemies? Wolvina shook her head and said that her objection was different. Her father remained imprisoned in the Orvis Empire's dungeon, and she needed Castile returned to exchange for her father's freedom. She pleaded that Rain keep the promise he had made publicly, that the examination winner would be granted a wish. Ren studied her and said that he understood. He agreed to honor the promise and ordered his soldiers to bring Grand Duke Castile from prison so that Wolvina could take him away. Wolvina rose and bowed seriously, thanking him for his generosity. Rain only smiled and said that they would meet again soon, words that left her puzzled. Why would he say that if they had settled everything? Soon after, Wolvina and her entourage departed with Castile, heading back toward the Orvis Empire. Inside the carriage, Castile's face twisted with displeasure. He seethed about the humiliation of his imprisonment and swore that once he returned he would have the Emperor gather an army to flatten Islan and kill that brat who had put him there. Wolvina watched him with contempt and thought him a fool. Already defeated, yet still plotting revenge, she called him a stupid pig in her head. The road's roughness jostled the carriage, and Castile complained loudly about the shabby conveyance, insisting that as Grand Duke he deserved the best. Wolvina, irritated but composed, explained that the road was rough and no fine carriage could eliminate the jolts. Castile ranted that he would report her to the Emperor, but Wolvina kept silent, cursing him inwardly and telling herself that the Emperor would have cause to punish the Grand Duke for his crimes. As dusk approached, a soldier called out that a stream lay ahead and asked if she wished to rest. Wolvina ordered the camp to be made. Traveling through the forest after dark would be dangerous. They halted and settled by the water. Castile disembarked in a foul mood. Freed from the carriage but bored in a desolate spot. Wolvina ignored his sulking and replayed Rain's words in her mind, wondering if he had truly meant what he'd said about wanting her as his servant. Nearby, A maid moved about the camp attending to tasks. The long confinement had left Castile irritable and craving distraction. When he saw the young servant, his frustration twisted into lechery. Without restraint, he strode forward, seized the girl, and demanded that she submit to him that night. The maid begged and pleaded, terrified, but Castile only mocked her fear and insisted that serving him was an honor. When she resisted, he struck her. He told her that if she did not yield, she would die. The girl crumpled to the ground, sobbing and scrambling backward, begging for mercy. Wolvina could not ignore the scene. She stepped forward and cautioned Castile to consider the image a noble should uphold. Castile snapped back at her with fury, insisting the matter was his alone and ordering her to look away. He did not notice the danger drawing close. In that instant a dark figure moved with blinding speed. Before Castile could react, the shadow was upon him and a sword drove through his body. His eyes widened in shock and agony as he confronted his assassin for a heartbeat, then sank. The assassination stunned every witness. Wolvina froze, staring at the killer. The iron blade drove straight through Grand Duke Castile's chest, ending his life in an instant. The assassin then turned his head toward Wolvina and said coldly that she was next. The suddenness of it all froze Wolvina in terror. Her hands trembled as she stumbled backward before instinct took over. She spun around and ran, shouting for her guards to protect her. Her cry pierced the air, and at once, her guards drew their weapons and rushed to her side. Seeing them approach, Wolvina called out desperately that Grand Duke Castile had been murdered. The captain of the guards stood in shock for a brief moment before barking an order for his men to form a defensive line. Behind Wolvina, the assassin advanced with slow, measured steps, his calmness chilling in its certainty. He swept his eyes over the gathered guards and smiled faintly. He said that it was convenient to see them assembled so neatly. It would save him the effort of hunting them down one by one. Then he declared that none of them would leave the place alive. Enraged, the captain shouted that the assassin was surrounded and should surrender before he was cut down. The assassin laughed darkly and replied that to be surrounded by them was a foolish illusion. Then, with a smirk, he placed 2 fingers to his lips and whistled sharply. The piercing sound was followed by the thunder of boots as knights poured out from hidden positions all around. Wolvina's heart dropped when she saw their armor. The insignia of the Olvis Empire gleamed on their chests. Panic flooded her mind. She thought frantically, why are Olvis soldiers here? The captain of the guards quickly realized they were hopelessly outnumbered. He ordered his men to tighten formation, then glared at the assassin and demanded to know how he could command the Olvis army, whether he was one of them. The assassin cut him off coldly, saying that since they were about to die anyway, he would tell them the truth. The emperor, he said, needed a war, and for that, a justification. Their deaths, along with that of Grand Duke Castile, would provide the perfect excuse for the Olvis Empire to strike at Islan. Wolvina's face turned ashen. The realization hit her like a blade. This was a trap. She had walked straight into it. Never had she imagined that the emperor would sink so low as to murder his own nobles to ignite a war. The assassin raised his sword toward the terrified guards and declared that whether they believed him or not didn't matter. Their fates were already sealed. With a cold command, he ordered his knights to charge. The clash was instant and merciless. Wolvina stumbled back, her breath quick and uneven. In her heart, she whispered an apology to her father, for disobeying him, for falling prey to another's plot, for being so naive. His warnings echoed in her mind. He had told her she was too trusting, too easily deceived. She had never understood until now. The battlefield became a slaughter. Her guards were being overwhelmed, one after another, by the ruthless knights of the Olvis Empire. Just as all seemed lost, a thunderous voice broke through the chaos. Rain appeared, mounted on a warhorse, his eyes cold as steel. He called out to Dawes of the Olvis Empire, demanding to know how he dared to trespass on his domain. Wolvina froze in shock as Rain's cavalry surged behind him, their banners of Islan fluttering in the wind. Rain's voice carried the weight of command as he ordered both sides to stop and demanded to know why foreign blood was being spilled on his land. The Olvis knights hesitated, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. They couldn't comprehend where Rain's forces had come from. By their intelligence, the area should have been secure. Rain noticed their confusion and smiled faintly. He said that the Olvis Empire's methods were laughably crude and transparent. Wolvina turned to him, her voice trembling as she asked why he was there. Rain replied calmly that he had come because of her. Then, his tone sharpened as he asked whether she had truly believed she and Grand Duke Castile could return safely to the Olvis Empire. She stared at him, stunned, her heart pounding with unease. When did he know what I didn't? She wondered. Rain's expression remained cold as he said that he had known from the very beginning that neither she nor Castile would make it back alive. Wolvina pressed him for an answer, But even before he could explain, realization dawned on her. She finally saw why Rain had so easily allowed her to escort the Grand Duke. Everything had been foreseen, calculated. Seeing the understanding in her eyes, Rain gave a chilling smile. He stated that the Emperor's plot to use their deaths as the spark for war was no secret to him. The Emperor was a fool, he said, to think Islan would remain blind. The assassin burst into laughter, mocking Rain, saying that even if the Emperor's scheme had been exposed, it changed nothing. He declared that if Rain died here, Islan would fall into chaos, and shouted that it was time to send them all to their graves. At his command, the Olvis knights advanced once more, but Rain's calm only deepened. With a quiet, almost amused tone, he ordered Rosalind to deal with the intruders who dared stain Islan's soil with their blood. In an instant, Rosalind descended from the sky, landing between Rain and the charging enemy. Her spear gleamed in her hands, and her gaze was cold and predatory, like a beast ready to tear through its prey. Rosalind's loyalty to Rain was absolute. Anyone who opposed him instantly became her enemy. The moment she appeared, she commanded the Knights of Islan to advance and crush the invaders. She moved like a storm incarnate, her spear flashing as she tore through the Olvis Empire's soldiers. Every swing shattered steel and pierced flesh. No one who faced her survived for long. The battlefield became a slaughterhouse. Soldiers at the rear froze in horror, whispering among themselves, wondering if the woman before them was even human. Seeing his men falter, the assassin shouted for them to steady themselves, saying that no matter how strong she appeared, she was still just one person. But his words drew Rosalind's attention. Gripping her spear, she charged straight at him, her roar echoing like thunder. The assassin barely managed to raise his blade in time. The clash cracked the ground beneath his feet. A knight lunged at her from behind, but Rosalind sensed it instantly. She spun, slicing him cleanly in half before driving a brutal kick at the assassin. He crossed his arms to block, but the force sent him sliding backward, breath ragged. For the first time, he understood her true power, and it terrified him. Rosalind leveled her icy gaze on him and stated that he had two choices: surrender or die. The assassin tried to sound defiant, claiming he felt no fear, but before he finished, Rosalind struck again. She moved faster than thought, her spear stabbing forward like lightning. He twisted at the last moment, the blade driving through his shoulder instead of his heart. The wound was deep, and the sight of their commander injured shattered the morale of the Olvis soldiers. They watched in terror, convinced no human could defeat such a monster. The assassin staggered back, realizing too late that Rosalind's strength was beyond anything he could have imagined. From a distance, Rain watched with a faint, satisfied smile. He thought to himself that with her current skill, and a bit of modern equipment, Rosalind alone could crush an army. Rosalind then scanned the battlefield and shouted that the soldiers of Olvis had only two choices: surrender or die. Her words rang with such authority that every knight fell to their knees, begging for mercy. They threw down their weapons, trembling, pleading to be spared. The assassin raged at their cowardice, calling them useless and spineless, but his fury meant nothing. His men had lost all will to fight. Soon, the battlefield was silent. Rosalind had won. She approached Rain, reporting proudly that all enemies were subdued. Rain praised her calmly, saying she had done well. The assassin was soon dragged before him. Rain ordered his men to release him, explaining that he needed the man alive for questioning. The assassin glared coldly and said that Rain might as well kill him, for he would never talk nor beg for mercy. Rain simply smiled and said he had no intention of killing him yet. He needed the assassin to deliver a message. That caught the man off guard. He asked whose message he was supposed to deliver. Rain answered that it was meant for the Emperor of the Olvis Empire himself. Confused, the assassin wondered what this lord was plotting. Rain then explained that since the Emperor sought an excuse for war, he would give him one. He told the assassin to inform the Emperor that Rain Edgar, Lord of Islan City, had betrayed their alliance and had slain Lady Wolvina, the Olvis ambassador. Rain paused, his eyes gleaming with cold intent, and said that the rest of the story would be for the assassin to embellish. But he should remember this. For every sin the Olvis Empire committed, Rain Edgar would reclaim it all, with interest. The fire in Rain's eyes made the assassin's blood run cold. He could only stand in silence, unsure whether he was facing a madman or a genius. When the exchange ended, Rain turned to Wolvina and told her that from this moment on, she would return to Islan City as one of its people, for as far as the world was concerned, she had already died here. As he spoke, the assassin used magic to vanish, but before disappearing, he swore that Rain would regret everything he had done. Rain merely replied that the man should stay alive on his journey back, because his death would disappoint him. Wolvina, anxious and uncertain, asked whether he wasn't afraid the Olvis Empire would retaliate with full force. Rain smiled with calm confidence, saying that what he feared was not their attack, but their hesitation, because the things he needed could only come from them. Startled, Wolvina asked what he meant. Rain's expression turned sharp as he said that what he wanted now was Olva's territory. But he offered no further explanation. She was not yet someone he could trust completely. Then he ordered Rosalind to take the prisoners away for labor reform, saying they would serve to fill the manpower shortage for Island's future projects. Later, Rain personally escorted Wolvina back to his manor. As she followed him through the long corridor, her unease deepened. She wondered if he planned to imprison her, to turn her into a bargaining chip. When they stopped before a massive door, she muttered bitterly that she had been right. He was locking her away in a dungeon. Rain turned to her, puzzled, and asked who had ever told her that. Then he opened the door and gently guided her inside. It was not a dungeon, but an office. Inside, a young woman lay slumped over a mountain of paperwork, Selena, exhausted beyond measure. Seeing Rain, she jolted up and pleaded for forgiveness, saying she couldn't handle it all. Rain smiled reassuringly and told her not to worry, because help had arrived. Turning to Wolvina, his tone lightened as he thanked her for her hard work. Wolvina froze, then realized what he meant as she stared at the mountain of documents. She felt fury rising, suspecting he was trying to trick her. Reading her thoughts, Rain explained that the Elf Queen would be arriving in 3 days to review Island's finances and that he needed her help to cover it up. Wolvina's face turned crimson with anger as she shouted his name in outrage. Under Rain's orders, Wolvina was put to work as a full-time accountant, forced to help falsify the city ledgers for his scheme. After many sleepless hours she completed the task. Carrying a heavy stack of books, she approached Rain exhausted and told him that the work was finished and that she needed rest. Rain inspected the records, smiled with evident approval, and praised her as a genuine accounting talent. His compliment left Wolvina both relieved and a little bitter. Revising those accounts had felt like fighting for her life. Rain told her not to be so tense and reminded her that since he had rescued her and brought her to Island City, he had no intention of killing her. Then he asked what reward she wanted for her help, saying that he wished to thank her properly. Wolvina replied sadly that what she most desired was something he could not give directly. That answer piqued Rain's curiosity. He guessed that she wanted her father rescued. The remark stunned Wolvina. She had never mentioned her father, yet Rain explained that human feelings were easy to read, especially in someone like her, and that she need not hide her thoughts. Wolvina asked if he could truly free her father. Rain answered that nothing came without conditions, and the harsh practicality of his words snuffed the small ember of hope in her chest. She acknowledged that forging books alone could not earn rescue and asked what else he wanted. Rain complimented her wits and then proposed that she continue managing his accounts. Indeed, he wanted her to become his attendant. The seriousness of the offer confused her. For a moment she feared possession, but Rain cut that notion off, saying that if he freed her father only for her to return to the Olvis Empire, she would become an enemy and create future complications. To save her father, she would have to renounce Olvis ties and become a citizen of Island. Wolvina recognized the logic but recoiled at betraying the land of her birth. Still, if she refused, her father would likely die in the prison. Seeing her hesitation, Rain softened his tone and allowed her time to decide. She needed sleep after days of work and should think it over upon waking. With that settled, Rain signaled Leah to accompany him to the construction site to inspect progress. The site was tense but orderly. Most laborers were Olvis prisoners captured earlier, working under watchful supervision with no signs of escape. An overseer warned Rain to be careful as he moved about. Rain, pleased at the steady progress, noted how useful captive labor could be. Nearby, Rain spotted a supervisor beating a prisoner. Curious, he asked why the man was treated so harshly. The supervisor explained that Olvis invasions had taken his family and that he could not summon sympathy for the captives. The chief overseer moved to placate the subordinate, but Rain interrupted with a cold pragmatism. Why treat them gently when the Olvis had shown no mercy to Island? His only concern, he said, was that none of the prisoners die before the service district was finished. Any death would slow work, and he despised delays. The overseer faltered at Rain's unexpectedly hard edge but agreed to keep them alive and productive. When Rain pressed about hours and rations, the overseer answered that prisoners worked 8 hours a day and received 3 meals. Rain found the schedule too lenient with autumn approaching and ordered 2 extra hours daily. The overseer bowed, accepting the directive without protest. After inspecting the site, Rain took the ledgers to the Elven Queen. He bowed and presented the complete records of construction and investment, asking that she review them as agreed. The Queen examined the books and grew uneasy, not because of mistakes, but because the numbers were unnaturally neat. She asked if the figures were certain. Rain maintained composed confidence and said that he had ensured every record's accuracy and would not allow the Queen's wealth to be squandered. A flicker of doubt crossed the Queen's face, but she found no fault and chose to trust him. She ordered a chest of gold to be brought forward, the 150,000 gold coins they had agreed upon, and instructed that the service district be completed swiftly. Rain accepted the chest with a satisfied expression and declared that a prosperous commercial center would rise there soon. The queen, however, remained uneasy. She recognized that Rain's conflict with the Olvis Empire could escalate to war and feared such a war might endanger their alliance. Rain almost smiled and assured her that she need not worry, claiming that he had prepared a special performance to welcome the Olvis Empire, and that everyone would profit from the outcome. At that very moment, chaos erupted in the Olvis Empire. Inside the royal court, every noble had been summoned. Upon the highest throne, the king announced grimly that Grand Duke Castile had been assassinated on his journey home. The hall fell into panic. None were more shaken than Craven, who had been the one to suggest peace negotiations to bring the Grand Duke back. He stood abruptly and demanded to know what had happened, asking if the Lord of Islan had arranged the assassination. The king then revealed a blood-stained letter, claiming it was a report carried back by a dying envoy. A trembling servant stepped forward to read its contents aloud. The message stated that Reign Edgar of Islan and Lady Wolvina had conspired with foreign forces to ambush Grand Duke Castile's escort, slaughtering all his guards. The writer urged the king to avenge this treachery and restore the empire's honor. The reading ignited outrage throughout the hall. The nobles erupted with fury, condemning Wolvina as a traitor who had betrayed her homeland for Islan's sake. None could believe that a noblewoman of the empire would side with outsiders to assassinate one of their own right after peace talks. The act was seen as unforgivable, and the nobles demanded war. Islan must be erased to cleanse their shame. Seeing his plan unfold perfectly, the king turned to Craven with a voice dripping with feigned sorrow, reminding him that it had been his idea to negotiate peace. He asked how Craven felt now that Castile was dead and the empire humiliated. The entire court turned their gaze upon Craven. Rage and helplessness churned inside him, but he bowed his head in silence. He knew the truth. Wolvina would never betray them. This was the king's doing, a carefully orchestrated murder meant to create a reason for war. Now, the king was shifting all the blame onto him. But without proof, Craven could do nothing. Swallowing his fury, he fell to one knee and declared that he had been deceived by Wolvina's treachery and would take full responsibility. The king stepped down from the throne, standing over him with mock sympathy, and demanded to know how he intended to atone. Under the king's piercing gaze, Craven trembled but forced himself to answer that he would personally lead the imperial cavalry into battle, vowing to wash away the empire's shame with the blood of Reign Edgar and Wolvina. The king's expression twisted into a cold smile. He said that since Craven had chosen to redeem himself, he would grant him the chance. Soon after, the king commanded the army to assemble on the western border. He ordered the summoning of the Silver Wolf Knights and the Red Flame Mage Legion, declaring the destruction of Islan City. None in the hall dared object. Their minds burned with vengeance. The nobles shouted together for war, demanding that the traitors be slain and the Grand Duke avenged. Watching their blind fury, the king smiled faintly, satisfied. Inwardly, he thought that Rain had played perfectly into his hands, providing him with the ideal justification to ignite a war. Meanwhile, far away in Islan City, Rain sat in the highest room of his mansion, sipping tea and gazing over the bustling streets below. His calm expression reflected quiet satisfaction. Everything was proceeding according to his design. He mused that if war truly began, the people of Olvis would flood toward Islan for refuge, solving the city's labor shortage. And if he won, he could finally expand into the lands he had long coveted. As he pondered, Rosalind entered, her face composed but tinged with unease. She reported that the first group of border settlers had arrived, as ordered, and that they had been provided housing, food, and clothing in the service district. Rain remarked that it seemed the Olvis Empire had finally lost its restraint. He then asked how many migrants had arrived so far. Rosalind replied that about 3,000 had reached the city. Among them, roughly 800 were fit laborers, while the rest were women, children, and the elderly. Rain appeared pleased. With such numbers, the city's development would continue unhindered. After another sip of tea, he instructed Rosalind to distribute more supplies and to post new proclamations offering 3 years of tax exemption and free housing to attract even more settlers. The elves' funding, he said, should be used to its fullest. Just then, Leah entered and announced that Lady Wolvina requested an audience. Rain allowed it, and Wolvina soon appeared, her face drawn with anger. She told him that the Olvis army was already on the move and accused him of causing it. If he hadn't let the assassin escape, she said, she might have returned home and prevented the war. Rain listened calmly, almost amused by her conviction, and replied that she was mistaken. The war was inevitable, and he had long since prepared for it. Wolvina, her voice shaking with frustration, accused him of ignorance, saying that as a noble, he could not possibly understand the suffering war would bring, the countless families broken for his ambition. Rain met her anger with composed indifference. He said that her compassion surprised him and even praised her kindness. But Wolvina shouted that she despised warmongers above all. Rain's faint smile deepened as he remarked that they were, in fact, alike. Startled, Wolvina demanded to know what he meant. Rain rose slowly, stepped closer, and said that he too despised those who started wars, but that was precisely why he needed one. When he won, he explained, people would hate him and fear him in equal measure. None would ever dare rebel again. There was no noble reason for war. It was merely power asserting itself. The Olvis Empire believed he would fight them head-on, but he planned instead to let them destroy themselves, to watch their unity crumble, their people starve, and their empire rot from within. Wolvina stood frozen, unable to grasp his reasoning. Rain placed a steady hand on her shoulder and, in a softer voice, told her to rest, assuring her that soon, she would see her father again. After learning that the Olvis Empire was preparing to attack Islan, Rain and Rosalind began organizing the city's defenses. Rosalind watched in confusion as Rain instructed the soldiers to dig small pits along the inside of the trench near the city walls. To her, the pits made more sense outside the trench, where they could hinder a cavalry charge. Rain disagreed. He said the pits needed to be close together near the wall. That was the key to his plan's success. His eyes drifted toward the barrels of oil stacked beside them, and a faint smile crossed his lips. He reminded Rosalind of Castile's old boast about destroying 100,000 men with a single forbidden spell. Rosalind nodded, puzzled about the connection. Rain told her that those barrels were his forbidden spell. The realization shocked Rosalind. She asked if simple oil barrels could really match the devastation of a forbidden spell. Rain confirmed it calmly. He explained that this weapon required no mage, no complicated ritual, only fire. Anyone could ignite it, from a child to an old man, and once lit, the resulting explosion could obliterate everything nearby. His tone then hardened as he gave Rosalind an order. When the Empire's army arrived, she must not win the first battle. Rosalind froze, unable to understand why he would forbid victory. She argued that defeating the enemy at the border could delay their advance and save countless lives. Rain dismissed the idea, saying her view of war was too simple. A costly victory would only drain their own forces. What he wanted was not to hurt the enemy, but to deceive them. He said he wanted the invaders to believe Islan had fallen, that they had already triumphed. He wanted them to march forward full of pride, straight into the graves he had prepared for them. Rosalind began to understand. She repeated his intention aloud. To feign weakness and lure the enemy deeper. Rain nodded, pleased. He told her that when the Olvis vanguard arrived, she would lead the defense, but she must lose, convincingly, yet not disastrously. She was to fight just hard enough to make them think Islan's forces were struggling, but not surrendering. Then, when they pressed forward in confidence, they would cross into the field of buried oil barrels. Rain smiled as he said this was the moment he was waiting for, the moment their enemies would walk willingly into hell. Rosalind, inspired, vowed to carry out his strategy precisely. Rain commended her resolve and instructed her to finish the fortifications while he checked on the weapons project with Armando. He believed this battle would change the course of history. At the forge, Armando and Bram were locked in a heated argument. Armando accused Bram of defying Rain's blueprint, while Bram insisted the design was flawed. He claimed that the gun's steel tube was too thin to withstand the pressure of gunpowder and would burst before firing. Armando defended the plan, saying the dimensions were Rain's calculations, and every detail had been tested. They were to follow the instructions exactly, without alteration. Their argument was still raging when Rain arrived. Hearing the dispute from outside, he asked why they were fighting. Armando explained that Bram refused to follow the plans, while Bram countered that the design was dangerous and impractical. He said that even if Rain had improved their furnaces, he clearly knew nothing about proper metallurgy. A thin barrel, he argued, could never endure an explosion. Rain listened patiently, then smiled faintly. He admitted Bram's caution was reasonable but assured him the barrel would not burst if used correctly. He explained that the design relied on precise ratios of powder and pressure. Controlled properly, it would not explode. It would unleash enormous force. Bram remained skeptical, doubting that such a small device could generate enough power to matter. Rain replied that at 50 meters, it could punch straight through a knight's steel armor. The dwarves burst into laughter, thinking he was exaggerating. They believed he was mocking them. How could a mere metal tube surpass their best weapons? Rain didn't argue further. Only proof would convince them. He asked if all the components were ready. Bram admitted that most were finished and promised to complete the final parts immediately. Driven by curiosity, the dwarves worked tirelessly, and soon the prototype was ready. Rain lifted the completed weapon with care, admiring its craftsmanship. Its weight, balance, and polish exceeded his expectations. He praised the dwarves, calling their work exceptional. Bram, flattered but still unconvinced, suggested they test it right away. Rain agreed, inviting them to witness its power firsthand. Armando hesitated, offering to test the weapon himself, fearing for Rain's safety. Rain refused, assuring him the design was perfectly stable. They moved outside to the testing yard. 50 meters away stood a steel breastplate mounted on a wooden post. Rain took aim, his mind steady and focused. Everything, he thought, had been calculated exactly. This moment marked the dawn of a new age. He pulled the trigger. A sharp explosion thundered through the yard, and the lead ball shot from the barrel with astonishing speed. When the smoke cleared, a clean hole marked the center of the steel plate. Bram and Armando stood frozen, staring at the shattered armor. Their disbelief slowly turned to awe. What they had just seen defied everything they knew. Rain's strange device had worked exactly as he said it would. Seeing the hole torn through the armor, the dwarves who had mocked Rain fell silent. None of them had imagined that such a small tubular weapon could unleash such destructive force. Bram stared at the firearm in Rain's hand with awe and fear, trying to grasp how something so compact could pierce a knight's breastplate. He wondered how Rain conceived such ideas and realized that this single weapon could overturn warfare across the continent and even end the age of knightly rule. Rain, pleased with the test, turned to Bram and asked what he thought of its power. Bram, shaken, suddenly knelt. He said that the dwarves would pledge eternal loyalty to Rain, that Rain's brilliance surpassed theirs, and that they were willing to forge whatever weapons he desired. The two dwarves behind him panicked and begged their master to reconsider. Bram rounded on them in anger and demanded if they understood what they had witnessed. He asked whether they believed their bodies could withstand even one shot from the weapon, and they fell silent. The truth was obvious. Before the power of gunfire, all beings stood equal. Moments later they knelt as well and declared loyalty, asking Rain not to make things difficult for them in the future. Rain laughed and said that he had never forced anyone to please him. Bram only grew more confused. Rain then explained that oaths were not what bound people to him, only shared interests. Bram, stunned, understood immediately. He lowered his head again and vowed that the weapon's design would never be leaked and that they would never betray him. Rain, satisfied, helped him to his feet and said they would discuss details later. For now, he wanted the dwarves to gather their people and begin full production because war was coming. Bram straightened and promised to work at full capacity. Outside the border city, the vanguard of the Olvis Empire arrived and set camp on the rocky cliffs near the walls. Duke Craven ordered his soldiers to rest and forbade reckless action. A knight rode up, puzzled, and asked why they did not seize the town immediately. Another knight agreed and said that Aislinn was only a remote outpost without a proper garrison. Craven sighed at their foolishness. He reminded them of how Grand Duke Castile had died here. He explained that Castile had written him a letter claiming that Reign Edgar had used forbidden magic. All human empires had agreed that forbidden magic violated the world's rules. Craven asked what would happen if Reign truly commanded a mage capable of such spells. The knights laughed, insisting that a backwater like Aislinn could not possibly produce a forbidden mage. They dismissed Castile's words as excuses for his humiliating defeat. Craven refused to argue. In his heart he believed Castile completely. No ordinary force could have wiped out an army of 100,000. He ordered his men to speak no further on the matter. He stated that he would enter Aislinn city the next day with a mage to meet Reign Edgar. One knight reacted with shock and asked if Craven intended to negotiate peace. Craven said he wished to meet Reign for two reasons. First, he needed to confirm the existence of a forbidden mage before risking reckless action. Second, they had come to suppress rebellion, not invade, and they needed legitimate justification. He warned his men to restrain themselves or face severe consequences. The next day, in the Reign mansion, a soldier announced that Marshal Craven sought an audience and had brought a representative from the Mage Association to investigate the rumored forbidden magic. Reign's eyes gleamed with interest and he allowed them in. Craven entered Reign's study and introduced himself with measured politeness. Reign, curious, asked why an imperial commander would walk into the stronghold of his enemy before war even began. Craven replied that Castile had reported Reign's use of forbidden magic and that the Mage Association demanded an investigation. The mage behind Craven stepped forward with a sharp tone and said that Reign was expected to cooperate. Before he finished, Rosalind's furious voice cut in. She said that he had no right to address Lord Reign without respect and asked how a mage could forget basic etiquette. The mage sneered and declared that the association did not follow noble customs or administrative rules. He said the association bowed to no one and that Rain was no exception unless he proved himself both smarter and stronger. Rosalind held back her anger and coldly asked how Lord Rain was expected to prove such things. The mage smirked and placed a strange device on the table. He said it was a toy he had acquired and claimed that if anyone could fit the white wooden board perfectly into the frame, he would bow to Rain with the highest respect and acknowledge Rain's superior intellect. Rain looked at the puzzle and smiled inwardly, recognizing it as a child's educational toy. He thought that a man of 40 playing with such a thing did not seem exceptionally intelligent. Selena, observing from nearby, whispered that she recognized it from the mage promotion exams, calling it the legendary tangram puzzle. Rain asked if she understood its workings. She explained that although the puzzle had many possible solutions, only very rare arrangements allowed the pieces to fill the frame perfectly, requiring exceptional spatial and logical skill. The old mage nodded proudly and added that even high-ranking mages needed considerable time to solve it. He boasted that it had taken him a month. He said that if Rain truly possessed the brilliance people claimed, he should solve it immediately, and the mage would bow before him. He laughed confidently, certain Rain could not do it. Rain sighed inwardly at the arrogance, thinking that the old man had spent a month on a toy meant for very young children. He looked at the puzzle on the table. Selena asked Rain for permission to attempt the puzzle, explaining that she had solved a similar one during the advanced mage exam. Rain allowed it, and she focused intently on assembling the pieces. 30 minutes passed, yet she still could not complete it. Exhausted, she admitted that she had failed. Rain stared at the scattered pieces and sighed inwardly, wondering why the mages of this land struggled with something so simple. The old mage began to mock Selena, saying that with comprehension so poor she had no right to dream of advancing in magic. He then declared that their failure proved there was no forbidden spellcaster in Islan and that all of them must be fools. His insults enraged the guards, who viewed ridicule toward Rain as a crime worthy of death, but the old mage ignored their outrage. He believed Rain was nothing more than a rural noble, powerless to retaliate. He said that since no one could solve his puzzle, there was no reason for him to remain, and he turned to leave. He had barely taken 2 steps when Rain told him to stop. Rain asked who had told him that no one in Islan could solve the puzzle. The old mage frowned and asked if Rain had someone else. Rain smiled and said that he would solve it himself. Hearing this, the old mage burst into laughter, convinced Rain was delusional. He reminded Rain that he had failed even the basic mage exam as a child and called him a pampered noble unfit to solve an advanced puzzle. Rain, irritated but composed, said that he had never bothered with their exams because the questions were too foolish to waste time on. The old mage roared that Rain was making excuses and challenged him to solve the puzzle immediately. Rain did not act yet. Instead, he proposed a wager, saying that solving the puzzle alone would be dull. The old mage, confident in his superiority, agreed and asked what Rain wanted. Rain said that he would assemble the puzzle in under 30 seconds, and if he succeeded, the old mage must kneel and apologize to Selena. Selena grew nervous. To her, the test was extremely difficult. She feared Rain had overreached, but he reassured her that as long as he stood here, no one would be allowed to bully his subordinates. He then waited for the old mage's answer. The old mage immediately accepted and created his own condition. If Rain failed, Rain must kneel and apologize to the entire mage alliance. Rain accepted without hesitation and began working. His hands moved with astonishing speed, and within 30 seconds, the puzzle was completed flawlessly. The old mage froze, shaken to his core. He whispered that it had taken him more than a month to solve the same riddle and could not comprehend how Rain had done it so easily. Rain smiled and reminded him of their wager. The old mage trembled and tried to regain his pride by saying Rain must have been lucky and that luck did not count as skill. Rain replied that luck or strength did not matter. What mattered was that the puzzle was solved. His voice grew cold, heavy with threat. He stated that the mage now had 2 choices: kneel and apologize, or die by Rosalind's blade. Rosalind slammed her sword into the floor beside her, radiating clear murderous intent. The old mage stumbled backward in terror, soaked in sweat. Before he could react further, Craven intervened. He said that the mage had sworn the wager before everyone and that breaking it would disgrace both the Empire and the Association. The old mage stammered that he had not expected anyone to solve it, but Craven cut him off sharply and demanded that he honor his oath, threatening to report his behavior upon their return. Hatred twisted the old mage's expression, but he accepted the terms. He knelt before Selena and apologized. Internally he raged, vowing to return the humiliation to Rain 100-fold. Craven watched Rain with new caution, recognizing that Rain was far from an ordinary noble. Rain, seeing the mage kneeling, sensed the deep resentment boiling inside him but dismissed it as meaningless. The man lacked the power to threaten him. Rain then said it was time to move on to the real matter. The mage, burning with anger yet unable to retaliate, thanked Rain for sparing him and then stated that he would now begin the investigation into the alleged use of forbidden magic from Grand Duke Castile's report. He declared that he would inspect every mage registered with the association in Islan and, if necessary, every academy student. Rain rejected the proposal immediately. The mage narrowed his eyes and asked if Rain intended to oppose the Mage Alliance. Rain replied calmly that he had never used forbidden magic and never would. The mage asked why. If that was true, Rain refused a full investigation. Rain's expression darkened. He repeated that he had not used forbidden magic, so the investigation was unnecessary, and he added that the mage had no authority to investigate his association in such a way. Each word he spoke landed with heavy pressure, and the mage felt cornered. Furious but powerless, the mage clenched his fists and glared at Rain with bitter resentment, unable to do anything except endure. At this moment Craven stepped forward and stated that the Mage Alliance existed to uncover truth and prevent wrongful conclusions. He explained that if forbidden magic was used in human warfare, the resulting casualties could be devastating. Rain smiled, though his voice gained weight. He said that calling such casualties catastrophic was ironic, since the Olvis Empire had invaded their borders for years and slaughtered far more of his own people than any forbidden magic ever had. As he spoke, he approached Craven and met his gaze directly. He said that Craven seemed to believe the Empire was free to butcher his citizens while his people were forbidden to resist, and now Craven dared to speak about avoiding casualties as though war were a harmless pastime. Craven did not grow angry. He bowed his head slightly and said he understood Rain's hatred, but insisted that he had not come to fight Aislan City to the death. Even if Rain did not trust him, he truly wished to prevent war. Rain answered without surprise. He said that avoiding conflict was simple. Craven only needed to bring Wilvine's father so the two could reunite, and after that surrender the 3 southwestern border cities to Aislan. Peace would follow immediately. Craven's eyes filled with disbelief. His hands tightened as he said these conditions could never be accepted. Rain's tone hardened as he replied that negotiations were then finished and war was inevitable. With that, the talks collapsed. Craven left with a final warning, saying that Rain should not regret this when they met again. Outside Aislan's border fortress, the Olvis Imperial Legion had already established a vast camp and prepared for assault. Inside the command tent, the generals gathered around a large map while Craven felt a quiet disappointment. The battle he had hoped to prevent was now certain. A knight voiced his opinion that they should launch a full assault the next day, arguing that they had defeated Aislan before and had nothing to fear. Another insisted the mode should be handled first or the troops would have difficulty advancing. When Craven still remained silent, one knight stepped forward and asked for his plan. Craven advised them not to underestimate the enemy, reminding them that Grand Duke Castile once led 100,000 troops and still failed to take the city. This angered the commanders, who dismissed Castile as inexperienced. They claimed that if they had been present, Aislan would have fallen long ago. Craven's disappointment deepened. He considered them fools. Castile may not have been the strongest commander, but he still commanded a massive force. If these arrogant officers did not understand how Rain had destroyed that entire army, then sending even 1,000,000 men would only lead them to the same fate. Suddenly a voice called from outside, remarking that the marshal seemed troubled about how to take Aislan City. Startled, Craven turned as the mage entered the tent. Craven addressed him as Lord Orin and asked why he had come. Orin replied with a sly smile that the Mage Alliance had suffered humiliation, and if they did not take revenge, they could not maintain their honor within the Empire. Craven asked what Orin intended. A cruel glint flashed in Orin's eyes as he announced that he could dismantle the magical barrier protecting Aislan City. If the Imperial Legion happened to attack at that moment, he said, the city would fall easily. He did not finish the sentence, but every commander understood his intent. They were delighted at the idea. Without the barrier, Aislenn's defenses would collapse. Craven did not share their excitement. He stared at Orin, realizing the mage's reasoning had been consumed by rage and ambition. Still, Craven knew he could not refuse. With a tired breath he agreed to cooperate. Orin bowed eagerly and praised Craven's wisdom before leaving. Craven watched him go with a faint sigh, thinking that in this contest no one would walk away untouched. Outside, Orin's expression darkened. He knew that if he stole the magic crystal powering Aislenn's protective circle, the barrier would crumble. He muttered that tomorrow's siege would show Rain the cost of humiliating the Mage Alliance. Back in Aislen City, Rain sat in Aaliyah's room. Seeing the girl's worried expression, he smiled and told her it was time for her to sleep. He opened his system interface and checked her loyalty, now at 74. With cookies and sweets he had raised it from 50, though her silence troubled him. He suspected she might be mute. She continued staring at him lying down, and he sighed, admitting to himself that he was terrible at putting children to bed. So he offered to tell her a story, choosing Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. But just as he began, a massive explosion tore through the city. Rain shot to his feet and rushed to the window. A pillar of light surged upward from the city center. Across the barrier that protected Aislen, cracks spread like fractures in glass, threatening to shatter the shield completely. His expression hardened, anger rising at once. Selena and Leah burst into the room. Leah reported anxiously that the central magic circle had gone out of control and that the citywide barrier was on the verge of collapsing. Rain demanded to know what caused it. Selena explained that the guards had been attacked by a powerful mage cloaked in black, and many believed him to be the same mysterious sorcerer who had killed the bandits in the prison days earlier. Rain's gaze darkened. After considering the details, he doubted it involved any dark sorcerer. The first person who came to mind was the arrogant mage who had visited earlier that day. As he pondered, Leah urged him to remain in the castle for safety. Selena agreed, insisting she should handle repairs while he stayed behind. Rain frowned sharply and told them both to stop talking nonsense. He reminded them that he was not a sheltered noble who hid behind others, nor someone who needed women to fight in his place. The two fell silent, stunned by his anger. Ignoring their reactions, Rain opened a drawer, took out his gun, and left the room. He intended to confront the one behind this attack. At the central district, chaos consumed the area. Houses burned, rubble trapped civilians, and knights struggled to extinguish flames and rescue survivors. When they noticed Rain's arrival, one knight knelt in shame and begged punishment for their failure. Instead of scolding him, Rain helped him stand and calmly asked for a clear account. The soldier, collecting himself, said that everything had been normal until a wave of exhaustion struck all at once. They lost consciousness immediately, and when they awoke, the entire area was destroyed. Selena surveyed the residual magic and confirmed there was no trace of dark sorcery. She believed the earlier prison incident was unrelated. Rain then stated his own conclusion. The culprit could only be the vengeful mage who had been humiliated in the morning. He ordered the guards to count casualties and mobilize every rescue team to treat the wounded and evacuate the trapped. After the knight sprinted off to carry out the command, Rain told Selena to lead him toward the core of the magic circle. He expected to find the fool there. His assumption proved correct. At the center stood Orin, encased in a magical barrier that kept everyone away. When he saw Rain, Orin grinned with feverish excitement and declared that this destruction was the price for daring to offend him and the Mage Alliance. Selena shouted that a Grand Mage should not interfere in conflicts between nations. Orin dismissed her, saying he was not interfering in war at all, merely delivering a minor punishment to a noble who lacked respect. If war happened to break out afterward, he claimed that was not his concern. His arrogance made Selena tremble with rage, but Rain stopped her. Rain met Orin's gaze with open contempt and asked how he intended to answer for the deaths and devastation he caused. Orin laughed and said the idea was absurd. He described the civilians as worthless trash with no magical talent and said their deaths meant nothing. He added that by tomorrow the Olvis Empire would reduce the city to ashes, killing Rain along with the rest. He taunted Rain again, calling him a useless man with no magic whatsoever. Rain's expression turned as cold as stone. He spoke in an icy tone, offering Orin one last chance. Heal the wounded and repay their losses triply, and he might spare him. Orin howled with laughter, calling Rain insane and insisting he did not understand his own position. He pointed out that even Selena, a high-level sorceress, ranked far below him, and he wanted to see who would spare whose life. He began an incantation. A fireball swirled into existence in his palm and quickly expanded into a massive fire dragon that lunged at Ren. Selena reacted instantly, raising an ice barrier to shield him, but the difference in power was overwhelming. She managed to block the spell, yet the force still struck her hard enough to wound her. She staggered back and coughed blood. Orin became ecstatic, shouting that they would all die. Rain, however, remained perfectly calm, merely thinking that this mage was too loud. While Orin shouted, Rain raised his gun and aimed directly at him. He spoke with chilling finality, saying that since Orin had chosen death, he should accept the consequence. He pulled the trigger. The gunshot cracked like thunder. The bullet pierced Orin's barrier as if it were paper and bored into his arm. Orin screamed in disbelief as the barrier collapsed. Clutching his bleeding arm, he stared at Rain in terror, unable to understand how someone without magic could harm him. Rain walked up to him and pressed the gun barrel against his forehead. He ordered Orin to heal every wounded person or die. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Rain's eyes, the mage finally felt fear. For the first time, he understood Rain truly meant to kill him. Orin, shaken by Rain's threat, demanded to know how Rain had broken a Grand Mage's barrier. Before Rain could speak, Orin's eyes widened in horror as he seemed to reach his own conclusion. He shouted that it was impossible for a low-born noble with no magic to shatter a Grand Mage's defenses. His panic made it clear his mind had cracked, and Rain chose not to explain anything. He ordered the knights to arrest Orin and throw him into the dungeon, intending to use him as leverage when the Olvis Empire arrived. As Orin was dragged away, Selena examined the damaged magic circle, her expression tight with worry. The magic crystal lay shattered across the ground, and she explained that with the crystal destroyed, the city's barrier would soon collapse. Rain demanded details, and Selena explained that Orin had forcibly removed the crystal, causing its stored magic to erupt uncontrollably. Now the crystal was useless, and worse, the core of the magic circle had been damaged. Rain looked up at the cracks spreading across the sky's magical dome and asked if the stone worked only with Aislenn's circle. Selena confirmed it and said the barrier would last only one more night. By dawn, it would fall completely. If the enemy attacked then, Aislenn would be at a serious disadvantage. Leah cursed Orin for destroying the city's protection out of petty revenge. Rain told her not to let emotions cloud judgment, reminding her that war drove people to do anything for victory. He reassured them that even without the barrier, the Olvis army would not take the city easily. Selena, understanding the value of the barrier better than anyone, asked what he planned to do. Rain answered calmly that the situation was under control, told them to rest, and promised he would give them a satisfying answer the next day. The next morning, tension filled the Olvis military camp. Every knight stood ready for the assault. Inside the command tent, Craven looked grim. He did not want this battle but could not defy imperial orders. Worse, they still had no understanding of what had annihilated Castile's army. A knight entered and reported that Orin had not returned. Scouts had searched all night without finding him. Craven's expression darkened. He wondered what had happened to the mage who had claimed he could dismantle Aislenn's barrier. Another knight impatiently urged Craven to attack immediately, volunteering 20,000 vanguard troops. Craven warned them not to underestimate the enemy and pointed out that Orin's disappearance meant something had gone wrong. The commanders ignored him, calling the Mage Alliance unreliable parasites and insisting that even if Orin had died, the Alliance would do nothing. Exhausted with their arrogance, Craven reluctantly ordered the two commanders to take 20,000 troops and probe Aislenn's strength, warning them not to act recklessly. They accepted the order with obvious indifference. Outside Aislenn City, on a small hill, Rain and his subordinates waited. Selena, hovering above, spotted the Olvis vanguard approaching and alerted him. Rain turned to Rosalind with a calm smile and reminded her it was time to enter the battlefield, repeating that she was allowed only to lose, never to win. As the 20,000-strong force neared, their knight commander recognized Ren. Instead of caution, he showed arrogant confidence and announced that Rain should surrender if he wished to be spared. Rain replied with equal calm that the commander should leave if he did not want his soldiers to die needlessly. Enraged, the knight ordered a full assault. The ground shook as the vanguard charged. Rain looked to Rosalind and gave her the signal to proceed with the plan. She assured him she understood and rode forward with Aislenn's cavalry. The Olvis commander charged at her, swinging a massive axe. Rosalind blocked it easily and realized his strength was laughably low. She suspected he was not holding back. This was his full power. Killing him would be simple, but she needed to fake defeat convincingly. When he raised his axe again, she dug her heel into her horse, making it rear violently as though frightened. She leapt away, feigning struggle, then stabbed her spear into the commander's horse, dropping it instantly. She then turned and pretended to flee in panic. Seeing her retreat, the commander burst into triumphant laughter, mocking Aislenn's knights as weak cowards who could not withstand even one strike. He ordered his troops to pursue and slaughter them. The 20,000 soldiers charged like a flood toward Aislenn's walls. Selena, despite trusting Rain's plan, felt her breath tighten at the sight of such overwhelming numbers. She turned to Rain and asked if they should begin. Rain smiled with complete confidence and nodded. He said it was time to send them on their way. Rosalind drove her horse toward Aislen City, satisfied that the plan was unfolding exactly as intended. When she reached her marked position, she pulled the reins hard, forcing the horse to rear and stop abruptly. The knight pursuing her burst into mocking laughter, shouting that the cowards of Aislen should keep running instead of pretending they could resist behind their walls. His taunts echoed across the battlefield as the Olvis army surged forward like a flood. At this rate, nothing seemed capable of stopping them. Watching the troops advance, Rain looked disappointed. He remarked that only 20,000 had come and that he had hoped to eliminate far more in one strike. The knight commander screamed back, accusing Rain of hiding fear with nonsense and insisting that 20,000 soldiers were more than enough to flatten the city. Rain merely sighed and told Selena to begin. Selena rose into the air and chanted. Heat swelled around her as flames gathered, condensing into a massive fireball overhead. The scorching light washed over the field like a second sun when the fireball reached full size. The vanguard halted instinctively, unaware they had stepped atop the hidden oil barrels Rain had planted beforehand. Selena hurled the fireball, and the moment it struck the ground, the battlefield exploded. The blast shattered the earth, igniting the buried oil and unleashing a chain reaction of violent detonations. Firestorms consumed everything in sight, swallowing soldiers in an instant. Screams and frantic cries were drowned beneath the roar of the inferno. Those who tried to flee found themselves surrounded by walls of flame. The knight commander shrieked in terror, declaring it must be forbidden magic, but his realization came too late. He and 20,000 soldiers were reduced to ash. Even Rosalind felt a chill run through her. She had known the plan, yet the sight of such destruction made her believe she was witnessing a genuine taboo spell. Seeing Rain stand calmly before the burning wasteland made her feel both fear and awe. With a leader like him, she believed their nation would one day dominate the continent. Rain did not linger on the scene. He immediately ordered the cavalry to prepare to strike at the remaining Olvis forces. 20 minutes earlier, in the Olvis encampment, Craven and his officers anxiously awaited news. Suddenly a massive explosion shook the plains, rattling the tents and deafening those inside. Craven demanded an explanation, and a knight stumbled in, shouting that Rain Edgar had unleashed a forbidden spell on their vanguard. Cold sweat gathered on Craven's face as he repeated the accusation in disbelief. The commanders erupted in outrage, condemning the breaking of continental law. Craven seized the knight and demanded a precise account. The trembling soldier described an enormous fireball erupting from the earth. Terrified, Craven ran from the tent and ordered all mages to follow him to extinguish the blaze. Outside, the guards were staring upward in horror. Craven looked up and froze. A colossal fireball still blazed in the sky. Blotting out the sun, he ordered all mages to unleash water magic and raced toward the battlefield. Upon arrival, dozens of mages summoned storm clouds, pouring rain across the burning valley. Yet the flames refused to die, fueled endlessly by the exploded oil stores. Despair washed over Craven as he realized Rain had not used forbidden magic. He had used something worse. If that same power could be used in open battle, then the Empire itself could collapse within days. As he trembled at this realization, another knight reported that the flames were finally weakening. Craven felt no relief. He only prayed someone had survived. But by then, Rain and his army were already standing outside the Olvis encampment. Rain approached calmly and greeted Craven, Craven lifted a hand to quiet his terrified soldiers and pleaded for the chance to end the war here. He promised to return and secure a decree to stop the conflict. Rain's expression darkened. He asked if Craven truly believed war could be started and stopped at whim, and if he thought Rain was someone to be negotiated with so casually. He said it was already too late. Behind him, Aislin's knights raised their rifles and aimed at the mages hovering above. The mages stared at the strange metal tubes in confusion, unable to sense any magic. They mocked Rain, claiming he was nothing without forbidden spells. Rain showed no mercy. He ordered his soldiers to kill every mage in the sky. Gunfire erupted instantly. The bullets tore through the air, shattering magical barriers with ease. Screams filled the sky as the mages were ripped apart, unable to comprehend the invisible power striking them. Craven felt horror flood him all over again. This was not magic, yet it was more lethal than any spell he had ever seen. While he struggled to understand, Rain smiled and told Craven to deliver a message to his emperor. Rain Edgar is coming for him. Inside the vast grand hall of the Olvis Empire, the king sat surrounded by kneeling nobles. Among them was Craven, recently released by Rain and returned in haste. His posture was rigid, his face strained with fear as he reported that the siege of Island City had failed and that 20,000 vanguard soldiers had been completely annihilated by Lord Rain Edgar. The king reacted instantly, slamming his hand against the armrest, his fury impossible to hide. He demanded an explanation for such a catastrophic defeat. Craven, still shaken by what he had witnessed, explained that Rain wielded a form of power unlike anything the Empire had ever encountered. He described a valley consumed by infernal flames, an overwhelming firestorm that erased everything in its path. He added that Rain also possessed iron tube weapons capable of piercing magical shields and killing flying mages with a single shot. Overcome with panic, Craven raised his voice and warned that continuing the war would lead to the Empire's total destruction. He begged the king to halt the campaign and pursue peace negotiations with Rain. The king's expression darkened further. He rebuked Craven, accusing him of cowardice and betrayal. He declared that dying for the emperor was the highest honor for Olvis soldiers and claimed Craven was allowing personal fear to cloud his loyalty. Craven frantically bowed again and again, insisting that he feared neither death nor disgrace. He said he had seen the flames firsthand, heard the screams, watched mages fall from the sky, and endured relentless artillery bombardment. He stressed that what occurred was not a battle but a massacre, and warned that if the war continued, the entire empire would be doomed. Before he could finish, the king cut him off, declaring that Craven had disgraced the empire. He accused him of groveling and announced that he had misjudged him entirely. With a single command, the king sentenced Craven to lifelong imprisonment. Sweeping his gaze across the hall, the king then proclaimed that he would personally lead a crusade to raise Island City. Craven cried out in desperation, insisting the war was unwinnable and pleading for release. His words were ignored. Knights seized him and dragged him away as he struggled and shouted. He was thrown into a dark, damp dungeon cell, cold stone pressing against his body as he hit the floor. He quickly sat up and pleaded with the knight to release him, insisting the king could not be allowed to continue this war, as it would only invite catastrophe. The knight showed no reaction, locking the door and walking away. Left alone, Craven felt absolute despair. None of this was what he had ever wanted. His thoughts narrowed to a single goal. He had to find a way to stop the war. A voice suddenly spoke from behind him, remarking with mild amusement that Craven had ended up there as well. Startled, Craven turned and realized he was not alone. Sitting calmly in the corner was a familiar middle-aged man. It was Duke Richard. Craven hurriedly asked why Richard was imprisoned. Richard laughed faintly and reminded him that he had been locked away for many years, adding sarcastically that Craven had been imprisoned once before for offending a noble's daughter. Craven sighed and replied that if the situation were truly that simple, things would be far easier. Richard immediately grew serious, noting that Craven's expression suggested something far worse had occurred. Craven then recounted everything, from the failed siege to Rain's overwhelming power, concluding that Rain was an enemy the Empire could never defeat and that continuing the war would only result in meaningless slaughter. Richard listened in stunned silence. When he finally spoke, he summarized the situation in disbelief, noting that a young man with only a few hundred followers had destroyed 20,000 elite soldiers and wiped out an entire mage unit. Craven confirmed it without hesitation and insisted every word was true. Craven then admitted he could not understand why the king was so obsessed with Island City, arguing that the empire could easily expand by attacking weaker nations instead. Richard responded that there was a reason, and when Craven pressed him, Richard explained. Years ago, before his imprisonment, Richard had traveled with the king to the western region. Near Island City, they discovered an abandoned underground temple containing a monster sealed within an ancient magical circle. The creature communicated with the king through psychic means and promised him absolute power and dominion over the entire continent in exchange for breaking the seal. Craven was horrified and asked if the king had accepted the offer. Richard confirmed that he had, explaining that the king was never content with ruling a single empire and was obsessed with total domination. He described the king as mad and warned that releasing the creature would destroy not only Island City but the entire Olvis Empire. Richard revealed that he had used his family's unique sealing technique to hide the magic circle's fluctuations. Despite the king sending troops to spill blood in Island City year after year, the seal remained inactive. Craven finally understood why Richard had been imprisoned for so long. Richard explained that the king could not kill him because he alone knew how to remove the seal. He smiled faintly and remarked that if the king insisted on continuing the war, then the Lord of Island would teach him a harsh lesson. By then, Craven had calmed. He admitted that Richard's explanation had terrified him and that he truly believed the empire was on the brink of collapse. He then said he would pretend he had never heard any of it and planned to seek a position under Wilvina after the war, noting that she had gained considerable fame. At the mention of his daughter, Richard's eyes lit up with sudden excitement. He eagerly asked if she was truly doing well. Leaning back, Craven answered quietly that she was currently in Island City, serving under Rain's command. The moment he said this, Richard's calm vanished. He turned sharply toward Craven, visibly shaken, and demanded clarification. Upon realizing his daughter was in Island City, Richard was overwhelmed with fear. His reaction struck Craven as deeply unsettling, and with growing confusion, Craven asked what had truly happened. Richard's face darkened with grief as he explained that he had fallen straight into the king's trap. When Craven reacted in shock, Richard clarified that breaking the ancient seal required blood from either himself or Wilvina. That meant if the king succeeded in killing Wilvina inside Island City, the sealed monster would be released into the world. The realization struck Craven with crushing force. Fear and betrayal twisted his expression as he understood that the deaths of countless soldiers and his own actions had all served a purpose he had never imagined. None of it had been meaningless by accident, it had been planned. Richard sighed heavily and admitted that he once believed his continued survival would restrain the king. He never expected the king to resort to such vile schemes, deliberately placing Wilvina in Island City because he knew she was the true key to the seal. Richard confessed that he had underestimated how far the king was willing to sink, even using innocent lives to achieve his ambitions. Craven's anger quickly gave way to panic. He rushed to the cell door and screamed for the guards to release them, shouting that the empire itself was in danger and hurling curses when no one answered. His desperation echoed uselessly through the corridor. Then a sharp cracking sound rang out behind him. Richard had shattered the shackles binding his wrists. A strange, flame-like aura flickered around his body as he calmly approached the cell door. When Craven demanded to know what he was doing, Richard stated coldly that there was no reason to remain imprisoned now that the king intended to sacrifice his daughter. He asked whether Craven was ready, declaring that they would drag the Mad King down from his throne. Craven was stunned, unable to understand why Richard had endured imprisonment for so long despite possessing such terrifying power. Richard explained that exposing the king's final trump card had always mattered more than escape. With that, Richard extended his hand. Power surged forth and blasted the prison door apart in an instant. The thunderous crash alerted the guards, and fully armed knights quickly swarmed the corridor, ordering the two men to surrender or be executed. Richard remained unfazed. Craven nervously warned him that the knights would not hesitate to kill, but Richard simply acknowledged the warning. He stated that he would clear the path while Craven found an exit. Richard began casting a spell, slowly forming an unfamiliar magic circle in his palm before slamming it into the ground. The floor shattered, cracks racing outward as flames erupted from below. Fire swallowed the corridor in moments. Knights screamed and fled, while those too slow were burned to ash. As chaos erupted, Craven quickly spotted an escape route. Together, they rushed through it and burst outside the prison. Two exhausted knights stood guard nearby. One noticed them too late and was knocked aside by Craven in a single blow. The second knight awoke in shock but was struck down before he could cry out. Richard watched with clear approval, praising Craven's decisiveness. Craven ignored the compliment and urged them to take the horses and leave immediately. As they fled, alarm bells rang throughout the city. News of the prison break soon reached the king. The reporting knight begged for punishment, but the king showed no anger. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction, convinced that his suspicions had been correct and that Wilvina truly was the key to the seal. He declared inwardly that the final game had begun. The king ordered the Dark Blade reconnaissance unit to secretly track Richard's movements. Once alone, he gazed at the black crystal in his hand, consumed by anticipation. He believed that once the monster was freed, the continent would belong to him alone. The scene shifted to Island City deep into the night. While the city slept, Bram's smithy still burned with red-hot light. Rain entered quietly, greeting Bram and asking about the progress of the work. Bram admitted he had been planning to summon rain and revealed the finished product beneath a cloth. The covering was pulled away to reveal a completed cannon. Rain examined it closely, running his hand over its components and praising its craftsmanship. Bram responded with quiet pride, explaining that such speed was natural for dwarven smiths, though the weapon had consumed enormous resources. Refined iron was nearly depleted, and even the copper used for city wards was running low. At most, only 2 more cannons could be produced without securing new materials. Rain judged that 3 cannons would be sufficient. He planned to claim the Olvus Empire's ore mines once the war ended, eliminating future shortages entirely. All that remained was to wait for the king to arrive in person. Rain intended to show him the true power of the industrial age. 3 days passed swiftly. The king of the Olvus Empire personally led his army to Island's border. His presence ignited the troops' morale, and their shouts echoed with confidence as they launched an immediate assault. The defenders outside the walls suffered heavy losses, prompting Rain to order a retreat into the city to preserve strength. The Olvus knights mocked Rain's withdrawal, believing him afraid. They boasted that their army of 100,000 could simply surround the city, starve it, and force surrender without effort. From the city walls, Rain watched the encirclement form. The taunts below slowly ignited cold anger in his eyes. That night, candlelight flickered inside Rain's study. Rosaline and Selena stood before him, both visibly anxious. Rosaline asked to lead an attack the next day, warning that continued retreat would damage morale. Selena supported her, arguing that striking first still offered a chance at victory. Rain calmed them, explaining that war was not about winning every battle, but about winning the decisive one. Meaningless engagements only wasted lives and resources. He pointed out that the city lacked sufficient weapons and ammunition for an offensive and warned that arrogance often led to defeat. He explained that their goal now was to encourage the enemy's complacency. He revealed that 36 large barrels of oil had already been buried in the designated area. Once ignited, they would be enough to completely incinerate the Olvus Empire's vanguard. Rosaline's eyes immediately brightened when she heard Rain's plan. She had not expected him to have prepared such a decisive countermeasure and openly praised his brilliance. Rain, however, showed no satisfaction. He sighed and explained that the situation was far more dangerous than it appeared. If all the buried oil barrels detonated at once, the protective wall surrounding Island would collapse instantly. Selena's face paled as she realized the implication. She anxiously stated that losing the city wall meant losing their only shield against the Olvus Empire. Rain confirmed her fear and explained that this was precisely why they had only one chance to succeed. At that moment, the door burst open and a soldier rushed in to report that 2 enemy spies had been captured and claimed to carry vital information. Rain was surprised, as there was little reason for espionage with the city already under siege, but he still ordered them brought in. When the prisoners were escorted inside, Rain immediately recognized one of them as Craven. Unable to hide his surprise, he questioned why Craven was there. Craven avoided answering directly and instead introduced the man beside him as Duke Richard, a former high-ranking official of the Olvus Empire and the father of Wilvina. Rain, usually calm, pressed them sharply, assuming they had come to surrender and questioning whether the Emperor was aware of their actions. Craven replied solemnly that he had not come to surrender but to beg Rain to stop the Emperor. This only deepened Rain's confusion, prompting him to demand an explanation. Craven suggested that Richard explain everything. Richard stepped forward and spoke gravely, asking Rain to hear him out despite his suspicion. He revealed that deep beneath Islan lay an ancient sealing array. Years ago, he and the Emperor had discovered ruins containing an ancient monster sealed within it. The Emperor now intended to break that seal using blood and unleash the creature for his own ambition. Rosaline reacted in visible panic, while Rain fell into deep thought. The revelation aligned perfectly with the predictions he had made earlier. After a brief pause, Rain asked Richard to explain the exact condition required to break the seal. Richard answered honestly that the seal would break if either he or Wilvina died within the city's vicinity. The Emperor planned to use the war as cover to have Wilvina killed. Richard then pleaded with Rain to send troops to escort them out of the sealed zone, insisting that even if he died afterward, the monster would no longer be able to awaken. Rain fell silent again, but only briefly. He decisively refused. Richard reacted with agitation, accusing Rain of not understanding the severity of the situation and reminding him that this concerned the fate of the entire continent, not just two nations. Rain responded coldly, asking whether Richard expected him to abandon Islan, sacrifice its civilians, and mobilize his armies solely to protect them. Richard countered by accusing Rain of selfishness, claiming he was gambling the world's future to preserve his own territory. Rain remained calm and smiled faintly as he clarified his stance. He explained that he did not gamble with fate and would never entrust the continent to a mad emperor. Nor would he abandon the people of Islan. What he wanted was for that emperor, who believed himself supreme, to personally witness his ambitions crumble piece by piece. Far away in the imperial military camp, the Emperor of Olvis spoke quietly into the air, signaling that the time had come. Black smoke condensed into a cloaked figure kneeling behind him, identifying himself as a shadow guard awaiting orders. The Emperor instructed him to infiltrate Islan during the next day's assault and assassinate Wilvina amid the chaos. The assassin acknowledged the command and vanished into smoke. Left alone, the Emperor's eyes gleamed with obsession as he imagined the seal breaking, the gods kneeling, and the world bowing before him as the sole ruler of the continent. The following day, the Olvis army fully assembled outside Islan, poised to strike. From the city walls, Rain surveyed the vast force, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes despite his preparations. No one could remain entirely calm before such overwhelming numbers. Richard, watching the enemy ranks, warned Rain with visible anxiety. He explained that the Volois regiment was the elite heavy cavalry of the Olvis Empire and the backbone of its military strength. Even the strongest defenses would collapse after a single charge from them. Rain found the warning amusing, dismissing the knights as little more than moving metal shells. Richard frowned and insisted that Rain had never faced true Olvis heavy cavalry and could not comprehend how terrifying they were. Rain cut him off with laughter, declaring that such cavalry posed no real threat and that he could destroy them effortlessly if he chose. Richard, angered by Rain's arrogance, silently judged him as reckless and overconfident after his recent victories. Though things still seemed manageable, Richard feared that once Rain faced a real heavy cavalry charge and tasted true panic, he might finally agree to evacuate him and his daughter from the city. At that moment, Rosalind spoke from behind, reporting that the Olvis Empire's heavy cavalry appeared ready to attack and asking whether they should go out to provoke them. Rain agreed and said it was a suitable opportunity. He ordered her to lead troops out to stall the enemy, stressing that she must only feign an attack and retreat immediately, under no circumstances engaging the Imperial army head-on. Rosalind looked confused and asked what he meant. Rain grew serious and explained that the enemy's armor was extremely heavy and consumed enormous stamina. If she led them in circles and kept them chasing, like teasing an animal, they would quickly become exhausted and unable to continue fighting. Understanding his intent, Rosalind's eyes shone with admiration. She expressed confidence that such a tactic had likely not been used against them for centuries. Soon after, she led her light cavalry out of Islan City and charged toward the Olvis army. When the Imperial Knights saw the small cavalry force approaching, they laughed mockingly, convinced the enemy was throwing their lives away. The commanding knight immediately ordered the heavy cavalry to charge. As both forces thundered forward, the ground shook under the hooves of countless warhorses. Just before the two sides collided, Rosalind suddenly pulled her reins and veered sharply aside, avoiding direct contact. The Olvis knights erupted in rage, interpreting this as cowardice. Furious, the commander ordered the entire heavy cavalry regiment to pursue her unit relentlessly, determined to crush them. Seeing the plan succeed, Rosalind smiled. As Rain had predicted, after 2 full laps of pursuit, the Olvis heavy cavalry began to lag behind, their exhaustion clearly showing, while Rosalind's troops still maintained strong momentum. The Imperial Knights grew even angrier as they realized they were being deliberately toyed with. One knight shouted that they had not come to fight, but to humiliate them. The commander understood this perfectly but still ordered the pursuit to continue. Halting now would be an unforgivable disgrace to their honor. From a high cliff overlooking the valley, the Emperor of the Olvis Empire observed the battlefield with his guards. He sneered and remarked that Rosalind truly lived up to her lineage, possessing natural leadership talent. He acknowledged that using speed to wear down heavy cavalry was clever, but judged her commander to be far too naive. Turning to a mage beside him, the Emperor ordered the mages to restore the knight's strength. He said they would see who collapsed from exhaustion first, the prey or the hunter. The mage immediately left to carry out the command. A knight stepped forward with concern and warned that if all the mages' mana was spent reinforcing the cavalry, they would be unable to deploy defensive or fire-resistant spells should Rain unleash another large-scale forbidden spell. The Emperor smiled calmly and reassured him that Rain would not dare to use it. When asked to explain, the Emperor pointed out that the battlefield lay in a valley and that Island City had already lost its magical barrier. If Rain used that spell again, not only would the Imperial army be incinerated, but the city walls and Island itself would be reduced to ashes. He explained that Rain would never destroy the city he had built so carefully, and that this situation forced him to hesitate for the sake of civilians. The knight praised the Emperor's wisdom. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Rosalind's cavalry continued to ride with steady pace, still relatively relaxed. A knight behind her reported that the enemy could not hold on much longer and had been completely worn down. Rosalind nodded, believing everything was unfolding exactly as Rain had foreseen. Suddenly, her smile vanished. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky as a blue magical formation formed and enveloped the Olvis heavy cavalry. Their exhaustion disappeared instantly, replaced by renewed vigor. With their stamina restored, the heavy cavalry accelerated once more, steadily closing the gap. One rider cried out in alarm, asking how the enemy had suddenly become so powerful. Rosalind herself was stunned, never expecting the Empire to expend such valuable magic simply to restore stamina. As thousands of cavalry thundered behind them, panic began to spread among her troops. Riders shouted that both men and horses were reaching their limits and asked whether they should continue dragging things out, as exhaustion was setting in rapidly. Rosalind was gripped by anxiety. She had never imagined the situation would spiral so quickly out of control. As panic crept in, she recalled Rain's instructions before she left the city. He had told her that if anything went wrong, she was to lure the Olvis cavalry close to the city walls, and he would handle the rest. Though she hated the thought of showing weakness in front of Rain, she had no alternative. She decisively turned her horse and ordered the cavalry to retreat toward the city, carefully instructing them to keep their formation spread out so the pursuing enemy would be drawn into range. Seeing the Island cavalry flee, the Olvis knights assumed their opponents had reached their limit and were breaking in fear. Their commander immediately ordered a full acceleration, shouting for the charge and urging his men to tear the cowards apart. Laughter and battle cries rolled across the field as the chase intensified. By the time the Olvis cavalry realized what was happening, Rosalind's forces were already nearing one of Island's gates. On the city walls, Island's defenders prepared their weapons. For the first time in a world ruled by magic, rifles were about to be used in open battle. As the gates opened, a small group of knights rushed forward without hesitation. They carried no blades or spears, only pitch-black metal weapons unfamiliar to this world. The Olvis knights noticed the strange objects immediately. Some were confused by the small number of defenders, while others laughed openly, mocking what they assumed were useless iron rods. Their ridicule lasted only moments. When the lead Island knight judged the distance sufficient, he gave the order to fire. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, the sound sharp and overwhelming. Bullets tore through the air, ripping into the Olvis cavalry. Knights at the front were pierced instantly, screams filling the battlefield. Those behind froze in horror, unable to understand what they were witnessing. Their thick dragon-scale armor, once a symbol of invincibility, was pierced as if it were thin parchment. Only one thought echoed among them. What kind of weapon could do this? From the city wall, Rain watched without emotion. He murmured that no matter what armor they wore, it was meaningless before a gun barrel. To him, the battle was already decided. He then told Grand Duke Richard that it was time to leave and turned back toward the city interior. Richard remained behind, his face pale and rigid. He had never imagined that Rain possessed such a terrifying weapon. Below, the gunfire faded as suddenly as it had begun. The surviving Olvis cavalry fled in chaos, abandoning their fallen comrades whose bodies now littered the field. The Knights of Islan erupted in celebration, cheering loudly and praising Rain's leadership. Amid the excitement, no one noticed three dark figures slipping silently into the city. Cloaked in advanced concealment magic, they left no trace as they moved unnoticed into the stables. When their feet touched the ground, the shadows revealed themselves as an assassination squad sent by the Olvis Emperor. Even their leader was surprised by how easily they had infiltrated the city. He immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare for entry into the Lord's residence. Suddenly, his expression sharpened as he sensed someone approaching. The three assassins vanished back into the shadows just as a knight entered the stables, cheerfully stroking his horse and praising the day's victory. His joy vanished in an instant when he felt danger surge toward him. Before he could react, his throat was cut, and his body collapsed soundlessly. The lead assassin immediately cast a high-level dark spell. Sinister energy enveloped the corpse, twisting and reshaping it. Moments later, the assassin transformed into a perfect replica of the fallen knight. Once the disguise was complete, he ordered his two companions to remain outside as support while he infiltrated the Lord's residence under his new identity. The dead knight's name was Khan. That evening, a small banquet was held inside the residence. Rain sat among the knights who had distinguished themselves in battle as they praised him enthusiastically, recounting the sight of Olvis soldiers fleeing in terror. Disguised as Khan, the assassin joined in, declaring that without Rain's leadership, Islan would have fallen long ago. Rain accepted the praise calmly, reminding everyone to enjoy the night but not forget that the war was far from over, and warning them not to drink excessively. In a quiet corner, Wilvina observed the gathering in silence. When her gaze landed on Rain at the center of the hall, a trace of sorrow crossed her face. She remembered their past interactions and his invitation for her to work under him. Lost in thought, she slipped out of the hall, wondering what kind of relationship awaited them once the war ended. Her departure caught the assassin's attention. He watched her leave with calculated focus and followed discreetly. Wilvina walked toward the garden fountain, her emotions heavy. Though she was a noble of the Olvis Empire, she was now aiding Rain against her homeland. Suddenly, she sensed someone behind her and spun around in alarm. The assassin stepped forward, smiling gently, asking why she had left the banquet and whether she was lost in thought. Recognizing the face of Khan, Wilvina relaxed and explained that she was simply tired and wanted some fresh air. Then suspicion flickered in her mind. He had addressed her as Lady Wilvina, yet everyone in the city, under Rain's orders, called her the Minister of Finance. Concealing her unease, she decided to test him. She casually asked about his wedding preparations with Lyria, mentioning a past argument near the kitchen. The question caught the assassin completely off guard. After a brief hesitation, he replied vaguely that everything was fine and claimed they had already reconciled, adding that Lyria was a good person despite her temper. Wilvina's expression instantly turned cold. She stepped back and stated with quiet certainty that he was not Khan, and that no one named Lyria existed in this city. She asked coldly who he really is.
When he heard her words, the assassin released a quiet breath of relief. At least his disguise had not failed, his technique had been flawless. Then Wilvina's expression shifted. As if a realization had struck her, she demanded to know whether he had broken in to assassinate Rain. He stated flatly that Rain would be dealt with personally by the Emperor. He declared without hesitation that Wilvina herself was his true target. The answer left her frozen in disbelief. With a trace of excitement in his voice, he explained that once her blood was delivered to the sealing barrier beneath the ground, the sealed monster would finally be released. Those words brought back a memory her father had once shared in secret. The horrifying possibility surfaced in her mind at once. She exclaimed that he had lost his sanity. She warned that if the monster escaped, the entire continent would be reduced to hell. She demanded to know whether he believed only enemies would die, and reminded him that ordinary people, children, and even his own family would be slaughtered. She shouted that he had no humanity left. Though anger blazed in her chest, she herself seemed surprised by the force of her reaction. The assassin responded in a cold, unwavering tone that he was loyal only to the emperor. He stated that whoever His Majesty ordered him to kill, he would kill without question. Wolvina screamed that someone like him was not even worthy of being called a dog. At that insult, the assassin drew his sword. His gaze sharpened like a blade as he declared that they would see how a dog could bite a noble to death. He swung his sword and charged straight at her. Wolvina had no strength to resist. She could only watch as death rushed toward her. Then a sharp clang shattered the air. His blade had been stopped mid-swing by a strange weapon that looked like a silver fork. Wolvina stared in shock at the figure who had appeared before her. It was Aaliyah, the beautiful red-haired girl. With nothing more than a fork in her hand, she had blocked the assassin's strike. The assassin stiffened. He could not believe his sword had been halted by such a ridiculous object. Aaliyah stood firmly in front of Wolvina, shielding her. In a gentle but steady voice, she warned that he must not hurt her, or Brother Rain would be heartbroken. Wolvina was stunned for a different reason. Ever since Rain had rescued Aaliyah from human traffickers, the girl had not spoken a single word. Yet now she spoke clearly and without hesitation. The assassin sneered and asked mockingly whether she truly believed she could stop him with only a fork. Aaliyah answered that she could. Her eyes shone with quiet, unshakable resolve. Her confidence infuriated him. He had never imagined being looked down upon by a child. Rage twisted his expression as he lunged again, slashing toward her. A surge of black aura burst from his body, swallowing both girls in its darkness. The night filled with sharp, metallic clashes as blade and fork collided again and again. Inside the mansion, however, the banquet carried on as if nothing were happening. Grand Duke Richard looked at Rain, anxiety and fear mixing in his expression. He admitted that he had never expected the rifles to pierce the iron armor of the Ulvis Empire's cavalry. Before he could continue, Rain cut him off with a smug smile. He assured him that there was no need to worry. He explained that the rifle's current firepower was still insufficient. After the war, he intended to have the dwarven race develop an even stronger type of firearm. He stated confidently that when that time came, no monster would withstand overwhelming firepower. Suddenly, Richard's expression changed. He turned toward the windows and said in alarm that he sensed fluctuations of magical energy nearby. He reported that someone seemed to be fighting. Rain's eyes swept across the hall at once. He asked Leah urgently where Lady Wolvina was. Leah answered that a few minutes earlier she had seen Wolvina leave through the side entrance, heading toward the garden. The wineglass in Richard's hand slipped and shattered on the floor. Realizing his daughter was in danger, he looked at Rain with desperate hope in his eyes. Rain's expression grew grave. He immediately ordered his subordinates to search for Wolvina and rushed out himself. The others followed close behind. When Rain arrived at the garden, a modern pistol was already gripped tightly in his hand. What he saw made him stop in surprise. The attacker had been defeated. He was kneeling before two girls. The moment Aaliyah saw Rain, she hurried to report that the assassin had come to assassinate Sister Wolvina. Rain's worry dissolved instantly, replaced by curiosity and interest. He had not expected Aaliyah to block a trained assassin's attack with nothing more than a fork. Aaliyah explained that she had acted because Rain had once said he did not want to see his loved ones die. Rain gently patted her head and praised her for doing well. With the assassin subdued, Rain stood surrounded by his subordinates. He raised his pistol and aimed it at the kneeling man. In a calm tone, he stated that since he was in a good mood, he would offer him a chance to live. The assassin refused immediately. He shouted that he did not need mercy. He repeated that he was loyal only to the emperor. At that moment, he secretly activated his magic. Two black shadows seeped from his hands and slipped into the ground. They glided silently across the earth toward Richard and Wolvina. Richard and Wolvina stepped back in terror as they watched the shadows race toward them. Before anyone could comprehend what kind of magic they were witnessing, the shadows split open. Two assassins burst out from the darkness, each gripping a razor-sharp sword. The gleaming tips aimed straight at Richard and Wolvina. They moved so fast that no one had time to react. Driven by pure instinct, Richard threw himself toward his daughter, determined to shield Wolvina with his own body. Just as disaster seemed certain, a deafening explosion tore through the night. The sound was unmistakable, a gunshot. One of the assassins was struck instantly. The bullet pierced straight through his body. His strength vanished, and he collapsed to the ground. Shock and terror filled his eyes as he stared at Rain, unable to understand what kind of weapon had struck him. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the strange object in Rain's hand. Rain alone remained composed. He casually blew the smoke from the muzzle like a seasoned gunslinger and remarked that within 7 steps, a handgun was exceptionally fast and accurate. Seeing his daughter safe, Richard finally breathed again. In his relief, he momentarily forgot that one assassin still remained. The surviving assassin faltered for a split second at his companion's sudden death. Then his mission returned to his mind. Seizing the opening while Richard's guard was lowered, he rushed forward and delivered a vicious slash. Grand Duke Richard barely managed to step back in time. The movement spared his life, yet the assassin's blade still cut across his arm, leaving a deep wound. Even so, the injury did not shake him. As a veteran of countless battles, he had long grown used to pain. The assassin seemed momentarily thrown off by the fact that his strike had not landed cleanly. Richard seized that brief opening. He drove a heavy punch straight into the man's torso. The impact sent the assassin flying backward, though not enough to finish him. The man hit the ground, rolled several times, and forced himself steady again. The tide had clearly turned. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the assassin immediately chose retreat. Without hesitation, he bolted toward the outer grounds of the castle, intent on escaping. Wolvina rushed to her father's side the instant she saw blood on his arm. She says that she will bandage the wound right away. Her voice trembled with worry. Grand Duke Richard ignored her completely. His eyes locked onto Rain instead. He shouts that Rain must not concern himself with the injury and must pursue the assassin immediately. He insists that the man cannot be allowed to escape. He adds that the assassin's weapon has already been stained with his blood. Wolvina stiffened at those words. She says that he cannot possibly mean what she thinks he means. Her expression turns pale as she seeks confirmation. Richard nods grimly. He says that if the assassin escapes, the seal within the ancient ruins beneath the city of Uzlan will break. He explains that the monster imprisoned there will be released. Father and daughter both look toward Rain with visible anxiety. Rain, however, wears an easy smile. He says calmly that they need not worry about such matters. He addresses Richard with respect and tells him to allow Wolvina to treat the wound first. Without further discussion, Rain orders his men to remove the corpse of the fallen assassin and imprison the surviving one in the dungeon. In truth, Rain feels no concern at all. To him, the possible release of the monster beneath the city is not a disaster. It is an opportunity. He views it as the perfect chance to test the true destructive power of the cannons he has recently completed. Later, the scene shifts to Rain's office. He sits across from Alia and thanks her sincerely for stepping in to save Richard's life. He says that he would like to ask her a few questions, if she is willing. After all, this is the first time she has chosen to speak since being rescued from the slave traders. Alia responds with a small nod. Even so, Rain feels unsettled. He cannot understand why she continues to hold herself back. He asks her directly why she remained silent for so long after arriving here. Alia answers that she kept quiet because she did not want to be sold again. Her reply catches him off guard. He asks why she would think something like that. He explains that slave trading is strictly forbidden within his territory. A sharp edge enters his voice without him realizing it. Sensing his anger, Alia grows anxious. She hurriedly explains her past. She says that she lost her parents when she was very young. A couple took her in and adopted her, but they soon decided she was too strong and yet incapable of doing anything properly. She says that she often broke bowls and plates, damaged furniture, and caused accidents without meaning to. Eventually, they chose to sell her. After that, she was sold again and again. Each new owner reached the same conclusion, that she was useless at work. She explains that whenever she spoke, she was punished. Remaining silent helped her avoid attention. It also made her harder to sell, since few buyers wanted someone who seemed dull and unresponsive. As she recounts this, the weight of her suffering becomes painfully clear. Rain feels a tightness in his chest. He reaches out and gently strokes her hair. He reassures her that no one here will ever dare sell her again. He steps closer and speaks with sincerity. He says that she has already proven her strength by protecting Wolvina from the assassins. He asks whether she would be willing to use that strength to protect even more people. Alia does not immediately understand his meaning. What truly worries her is something much simpler. She asks whether she will be driven away for breaking things. She asks whether she will be sold again for saying the wrong words. Tears begin to fall as she speaks. All the fear and pain she has held inside finally spill out. Seeing her like that, Rain feels genuine heartache. He tells her firmly that this place is safe. He assures her that she may stay here for as long as she wishes. He promises that no one will ever force her to leave. His words slowly warm her expression. Suddenly, Alia steps forward and throws her arms around him. She clings to him like a younger sister who has finally found someone she can rely on. Rain smiles softly. He tells her that it has been a long and exhausting night, and that she should return to her room and rest. Alia wipes her tears, then speaks again with urgency. She asks whether she can become his subordinate. She says that she wants to fight for him, just as Leah does. She insists that she is very strong. Rain nods in approval. He agrees to her request. He tells her that tomorrow Selena will evaluate her abilities to determine whether she is suitable. For now, she must get some sleep. At that very moment, a notification echoes in Rain's mind. The system announces that he has successfully recruited his fourth talent. It states that mission progress now stands at 4/5. Rain feels deeply satisfied. Only one more person remains. He cannot help but wonder what reward awaits him once the mission is complete. And the final candidate he has in mind is Wolvina. In his judgment, this is the perfect time to bring up the matter. Night had settled fully over the castle. Beneath a thin crescent moon and a sky scattered with cold stars, The fortress rested in deep silence. Inside her lavish chamber, Lady Wolvina sat alone at her desk. Moonlight brushed against her fiery red-orange hair, giving it a faint glow. Her posture was straight, yet her eyes carried caution and thoughtfulness. The door opened quietly. Rain entered with steady confidence, his presence calm and controlled. He says that he wishes to discuss an important matter. Without wasting time, he steps further into the room and makes his intention clear. He says that he formally invites her to join his service. He explains that he hopes she will become a key pillar in the grand plans he is preparing. Wolvina freezes for a brief moment, then she gathers herself. She says firmly that she must decline. Her gaze is steady, though a trace of insecurity lingers beneath it. Rain shows no displeasure. He takes a seat calmly and says that he would like to know her true reason. As she pours tea, Wolvina admits that she does not believe she is capable of supporting someone with ambitions as vast as his. She says that their positions are fundamentally different. She is a noble from a rival nation and therefore unfit to serve him loyally. With a faint, self-mocking smile, she adds that she has no exceptional martial talent. She says that her only ability lies in falsifying ledgers. A subtle smile forms on Rain's lips. In his eyes that is not a flaw. Wolvina insists that such a minor skill is meaningless compared to his grand vision. She says that many people on the continent can falsify accounts, and that there is no reason he must choose her. Rain raises an eyebrow and asks whether she even knows what his true ambition is. Wolvina shakes her head and says that she does not. However, she adds that a man as capable as him cannot possibly lack ambition. The room falls quiet. Rain says that someone of her talent should understand the power of resource coordination. After taking a slow sip of tea, he explains that while many can tamper with ledgers, only she can manipulate them flawlessly. He says that his ambition does not rely solely on warriors to clear the path. It also requires sharp minds to design the battlefield before a single step is taken. His words leave her stunned. For the first time, she begins to question whether she might truly matter. Then Rain reveals something new. He says that he intends to teach her a discipline far beyond simple ledger fraud. With quiet intensity, he speaks its name: finance. The unfamiliar term confuses her completely. As a noble, she has never heard of such a concept. Rain explains that this knowledge uses numbers to control war and rules to direct the flow of all resources. He says that in the right hands, a treasury ledger can become sharper than any sword on the battlefield. To him, finance is a golden key. With it, he can swallow an empire without sacrificing soldiers. He says that he will place this weapon in her hands. One day, when the world stands in awe, her name will be remembered as the pioneer of a new era. Wolvina holds her breath. The future he describes feels vast and overwhelming. She senses that a door is opening before her. Rain extends his hand once more. He asks whether she is willing to step into a new era with him. She stares at his hand, her heart racing. Her cheeks flush slightly. A bright smile blooms across her face. She says teasingly that he is more dangerous than any swindler in the world. Then her expression turns firm. She declares that from this day forward, she is willing to devote everything she has to young Master Rain. At that instant, a system notification appears before Rain's eyes. It congratulates him on successfully recruiting 5 high-tier talents and announces that a reward has been unlocked: an extremely valuable artillery shell blueprint. Rain can barely contain his excitement. He resolves to urge the Dwarven clan to manufacture the ammunition immediately and use it to obliterate every monster that stands in his way. Far away, in a desolate land under another crescent moon, a different scene unfolds. A mysterious army gathers silently before ancient ruins. At the center stands an enormous wall covered in glowing arcane symbols that radiate a dark, oppressive aura. The king of the Ulvis Empire stands before it, holding a vial of blood. His face is twisted with cruel anticipation. He laughs wildly and declares that the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. He says that his dream is about to become reality. Without hesitation, he pours the blood onto the ancient wall. The crimson liquid seeps into every carved symbol. The runes tremble and erupt with a blood-red glow. The entire structure appears drenched in scarlet light as the air around it distorts under a rising evil force. The king roars the name of the Empire's master. He offers sacrifices and begs the darkness for ultimate power. From deep underground, a colossal pillar of black smoke erupts into the sky, swallowing the stars. Within the smoke, a gigantic shadow monster slowly takes shape, its crimson eyes open, radiating terror. Dark markings spread across the king's face. He smiles triumphantly and declares that the world will kneel before him once more. He turns toward the distant, radiant city of Iceland beneath the moonlight. He gives the order to advance. He commands total war and says that the world will suffer the full weight of his vengeance. The next morning, outside the city of Iceland, the sky is clear and blue, yet the air feels heavy. Death is drawing closer. Beneath the walls of Iceland, a dark army advanced in suffocating silence. At its front walked the emperor of the Ulvis Empire. A violent violet aura poured from his body as if it wished to swallow the sun. His crimson eyes burned unnaturally, and his skin was cracked and blackened by corruption. Even the knights marching behind him trembled. Some whispered that they could no longer recognize their emperor. Others muttered that the way he looked at them made them feel like prey rather than subjects. The massive city gates creaked open. Rosalind strode out at the head of Island's forces. She stood tall before the encroaching darkness. She shouts that the enemy is powerful, but behind them stands their home, the city of Island, and retreat is not an option. Her voice rolled across the battlefield and stirred the soldiers' courage. The clash began at once. Hooves thundered. Steel shrieked against steel. Order dissolved into chaos as both sides collided with grim resolve. Yet the knights of Ulbus pressed forward with overwhelming force, and Island's lines began to falter. The emperor lifted one hand and coldly signaled slaughter. With a casual motion, waves of black energy exploded outward, killing knights near him without distinction, ally and enemy alike. He roars that their deaths will become his strength. A torrent of dark power devoured the life of anyone who approached. Soldiers did not fall to blades, but to something far worse. Their souls were torn away, their bodies shriveled in agony and collapsed into bleached skeletons. In moments, living warriors became piles of white bones. This magic surpassed anything the knights had ever faced. Fear replaced discipline. Empowered by stolen souls, the Dark Emperor proclaims madly that he will build a cruel empire spanning the entire continent. He attacks. A spiraling vortex of dark energy surges toward Island's forces. Soldiers scream that he is no longer human and urge retreat. Black tendrils lash outward, harvesting death across a wide radius. The battlefield becomes a vision of hell. Unable to watch her troops perish, Rosalind shouts that they must not retreat and that she will hold him back. She charges straight into the storm. Her spear erupts with radiant light as she gathers all her strength into a single strike meant to halt the tyrant. Light and darkness collide in a violent explosion. She pushes herself to the brink, trying to pierce his dense shield of dark power, but he is too fast. He evades effortlessly and closes the distance. With a simple sweep of his hand, he sends her flying like a leaf in a gale. She crashes hard, struggles up from the rubble, her eyes still blazing though her body is riddled with wounds. She attacks again. He dodges again. In the next instant he appears before her, laughing at what he calls futile resistance. A mass of black energy gathers in his palm. The strike pierces straight through her body. Blood spills from her lips. Pain tears through her flesh as she is hurled backward into a boulder. Her strength fades under his overwhelming might. He walks toward her slowly, shadow swallowing her form. Contempt fills his face as he regards her as a foolish woman who dared challenge absolute power. High above on the city walls, Rain observes calmly. Beside him, Grand Duke Richard trembles at the Emperor's terrifying strength. Sweat runs down his face as he clenches his fists. He says urgently that they must retreat because this battle cannot be won. Looking at the field of corpses, he realizes bitterly that this is not war but massacre. He presses Rain to request reinforcements from the Magic Association, insisting that such a monster cannot be faced alone. In sharp contrast, Rain maintains a faint, unreadable smile. He says calmly that there is no need to panic and that he wishes to see how durable this so-called Dark Emperor truly is. He turns to Lee and asks for a report on civilian evacuation. Lee reports that all residents have been moved to secure shelters. Rain nods, his gaze turning cold. He says that the operation will now begin. He draws an engraved signal flare gun and fires. A blinding beam shoots into the sky. He declares loudly that the campaign to purge the tyrant has officially begun. Below, Rosalind clings to life under the Emperor's pressure. At the brink of death, she sees the brilliant signal from the wall. Recognizing Rain's order, she forces herself upright and reignites her will. She shouts to all units to retreat immediately toward the southeastern mountain flank and withdraw into the inner city. The Dark Emperor watches with amusement. He does not pursue at once. In his eyes, the prey has nowhere to escape. He roars an order for the knights of Ulbus to charge and grind the city into dust. Cries of "Long live the Emperor" echo as they advance. Standing at the base of the wall, the Emperor calls out Rain's name. He declares that if the gates are opened and surrender is offered, he will grant a painless death. Rain looks down with open disdain. He replies calmly that it is still undecided who will be the one lying down. Along the walls, rows of pitch black barrels are raised. Soldiers and new equipment hold their breath. Rain sweeps his arm forward and orders fire. Deafening blasts erupt in unison. For the second time, modern industry speaks on a battlefield ruled by magic. Bullets rain into the dark barrier around the Emperor. Metallic impacts ring repeatedly as rounds strike his defense. Dust and smoke engulf him. The soldiers cheer, hoping the monster has fallen. When the smoke clears, he still stands untouched. Not a single scratch mars him. He casts a contemptuous glance upward as the black smoke thickens. He sneers that this is their trump card and calls it ridiculous. Panic spreads along the walls. Soldiers cry out that he is not human. The rifles they trusted most have proven useless. Rain remains composed. He murmurs that ordinary rifle rounds cannot penetrate such dense dark magic. He says quietly that it is time for the industrial age to speak with something heavier. He raises his hand and declares that his Italian cannons are to be brought forward. He announces that this is the opening order of a new era of warfare. Heavy footsteps follow. A squad of dwarves strains to push massive artillery into position. 3 enormous cannons are rolled into place, their black barrels exuding iron and gunpowder. The steel beasts seem to shake the air itself. Rain looks down at the tyrant and smiles arrogantly. He says coldly that they will see whether the dark barrier can withstand this firepower. Below, the Emperor scoffs. He shouts that scraps of iron without magic cannot frighten him. Rain simply smiles and declares that the destructive power of this toy surpasses any magic the Emperor has seen. He waves his hand and orders Bram to fire. Bram follows the procedures exactly as trained. The 3 cannons align with the Emperor's position. 3 thunderous explosions erupt simultaneously. Shells rip through the air at speeds invisible to the eye. Blazing firepower lights the sky and engulfs the Emperor's location. Even he feels fear at the sound. He glimpses only a blinding streak before impact. Knowing the scale of the blast, Rain orders Selena to move everyone away from the wall, warning that the structure cannot withstand the pressure. Selena raises her staff and casts a teleportation spell. A blue aura envelops them. In a flash they vanish and reappear far from the wall. Selena asks anxiously whether Rain is unharmed, admitting that the spell and the cannon's power have shaken her. They look back. The sky glows red. A massive explosion erupts. Rain pulls Selena into his arms and shouts for everyone to lie down to avoid the shockwave. At the center, a colossal pillar of fire rises, devouring everything. The ground trembles as if splitting apart. Sections of the sturdy city wall collapse under the blast. Dust fills the air. The destructive force surpasses any recorded forbidden spell. Soldiers lie flat on the ground, trembling, wondering what kind of power they have just witnessed. Even legendary forbidden magic, they think, could be no stronger than this. When the explosion finally faded, a massive crater lay at its center. Thick smoke coiled into the sky. The knights stared at the devastation and became convinced that the Emperor of the Alvis Empire had been obliterated. They shouted that the Emperor was dead, that victory was theirs, and that long live young Master Ren. Cheers swept across the battlefield. Then a hoarse voice echoed from within the smoke. The voice says that it never expected Rain to be capable of casting a forbidden spell. The celebration died instantly. Soldiers looked at one another in horror. They could not believe that such a catastrophic blast had failed to kill him. The nightmare was not over. Rain remained eerily calm. His eyes stayed fixed on the thinning smoke, as if he had already predicted that a tyrant empowered by dark magic would not fall so easily. Purple smoke churned violently. From the crater, the Emperor of Alvis stepped out. His body was covered in wounds, yet he stood upright. He says with anger and mockery that he is truly surprised to find a mage capable of casting a forbidden spell in such a remote place. He declares that it has been a long time since he tasted pain, but that everything ends now. Within the swirling haze, his crimson eyes blaze with killing intent. He roars and charges forward like a storm of darkness. He shouts that if the forbidden spell cannot kill him, then he will force Rain to watch every citizen of the city die in despair. He intends to drag Rain into hopelessness. Rain does not move. A faint smile curves on his lips. He raises a finger and asks lightly who told him that the weapon could fire only once. Those words strike the Emperor like ice water. He freezes. Cold sweat slides down his face, still marked by purple magic. He demands to know what Rain means. Rain does not answer directly. He gestures toward Bram, who stands beside the cannons, their barrels still smoking. Bram grins and reports excitedly that the barrels are still scorching hot. He asks whether young Master Rain would like to give the Emperor another round. The Emperor screams that it is impossible. He insists that a spell of that level can be cast only once, even by the strongest archmage. He demands to know what cursed magic was used. Rain replies coldly that magic is outdated. He says that the Emperor should welcome the industrial age. The second barrage erupts. Blinding fire tears across the sky once more. With the Emperor's death, the authority of the Alvis Empire collapses. Its symbolic towers fall in the flames of war. An ancient era ends in a way no one could have imagined. Seizing the chaos, nobles and warlords rise up, proclaiming themselves kings. The once unified empire fractures into violence and disorder. Rain moves swiftly. He expands his territory and secures the strategic locations he has long desired. Later, inside the city lord's mansion of Iceland, Rain convenes a meeting. He spreads out a detailed urban development map. Pointing to a vast area, he declares that it will become Island University, the most prestigious academy of the empire's future. He continues outlining the city's layout. He says that the north will become the industrial district, the east along the river the commercial quarter, the south the residential zone, and the west a designated district reserved for the elf race and diplomatic affairs. The elf queen standing beside him cannot hide the astonishment in her amber eyes. She thinks that he has truly overthrown an ancient empire using only the strength of a border city. Rain sips tea calmly and says that if anyone has questions, they should ask freely. He states that the city belongs to all of them, not just to him. The elf queen asks why a separate residential district must be planned for the elf race. She explains that her people are accustomed to forest life and that a single woodland would suffice, saving construction costs. Rain closes his eyes briefly and chuckles inwardly, thinking that if the elves do not take on housing debt, he cannot profit, and that there is no such thing as a free benefit in this world. Returning to a serious tone, He explains that the elves have lived isolated from human society for too long, which has bred misunderstanding and division. Using a pointer, he indicates sections of the map and emphasizes the need for cultural exchange, shared customs, cuisine, and art. He states that this plan will serve as a bridge toward long-term coexistence. The meeting is interrupted when a knight rushes in and reports that a royal envoy from the Carador Empire has arrived with an imperial decree. The elf queen's expression tightens. She asks anxiously whether she should step aside to avoid causing diplomatic trouble. Rain calmly sets down his teacup. The faint smile on his face suggests he anticipated this visit. He orders the soldiers to escort the envoy inside. His silence toward the elf queen's concern shows that he feels no fear in facing another emperor. Bootsteps echo arrogantly down the corridor. The council chamber doors swing open. Envoy Enric enters with an air of superiority. He introduces himself as a special representative of the Carador Empire, bearing the supreme will and command of its emperor for the city of Isilin. However, when his gaze falls upon the elf queen seated beside Ren, his expression shifts. With open contempt, he sneers that an elf is allowed to sit at the same table to discuss imperial affairs. His words cut like a blade. The elf queen clenches her teeth, her amber eyes burning with anger. The chamber grows cold. Before she can respond, Rain rises quietly and steps in front of her. His silence carries invisible pressure that causes even Enric to hesitate. Rain stares directly into Enric's eyes and shouts that he should shut his mouth. He warns that Enric must apologize to the elf queen immediately. Otherwise, he says that there will be one more corpse in this room. The air freezes, and the tension becomes suffocating as all wait for what will happen next. Although Rain had warned him seriously, Enric ignored every word. As the Emperor's special envoy, he believed no one would dare touch him. His arrogance only amused Rain, who glanced back and told Rosalind to teach Enric how a proper person should speak. Rosalind respectfully obeyed and stepped forward, drawing her sword in one smooth motion. When the blade leveled at his face, Enric panicked and cries that harming him would mean declaring war on the entire Caradorial Empire. Rosalind showed no reaction. With eyes as cold as death, she swung at him without hesitation. The strike came so suddenly that Enric barely ducked in time, stumbling backward in terror. He exclaims that he cannot believe she truly dared to attack him. He wants to keep threatening them, but Rosalind is already on him again. Her next strike forces him back once more, and his mind goes blank as he fails to understand how the situation has spiraled this far. Fear quickly turns into rage. He roars that she must have a death wish and hurriedly draws his own sword to block. Their blades crash together with a sharp ring, but his strength is nowhere near Rosalind's. In an instant, she overwhelms him and blasts him backward. The impact makes him cough up blood and cry out in pain. Rosalind presses the advantage mercilessly, driving him back with one attack after another and denying him even a moment to breathe. Then she ends the exchange with a crushing kick that sends him sprawling across the floor. He lands face first, blood spilling from his mouth, able to do nothing but groan. When Rosalind lifts her sword for the finishing blow, terror completely breaks him. He drops into a frantic kowtow, begs for mercy, and repeatedly admits his fault. Just as the sword's tip nears his throat, Rain orders Rosalind to stop. Enric remains stunned that the son of Grand Duke Aldrian truly allowed a subordinate to beat him like this. Though fury boils inside him, survival forces him to endure it. Inwardly, he vows that once he returns to the king's side, he will make Rain pay dearly. Suppressing his hatred, Enric lowers his head and stammers an apology to the elf queen, humbly begging her forgiveness. After seeing the arrogant envoy finally submit, the elf queen thanks Rain for standing up for her. Rain smiles and says that there is no need for such formality because they are partners. Hearing that, Enric lowers his head further, hiding the hatred burning in his eyes. Rain then strolls up to him and coldly orders him to read the Emperor's decree. With blood still seeping from his lip and grievance written all over his face, Enric kneels, opens the scroll, and reads aloud that by imperial order, Rain must return to the capital within 3 days to seek an audience and receive his investiture. He continues that the ownership of Enoch City will also be discussed in detail by the Empire. The Elf Queen immediately questions why a city personally conquered by Rain should even be subject to discussion. Enric bows his head and explains that this is simply the rule of the human empire. Rain listens in silence, fully aware that his current strength is still not enough to challenge the Empire head-on, especially while he still does not understand the true intentions of his father, Grand Duke Aldrian. After weighing the matter, Rain declares that he will obey the imperial decree and leave promptly for the capital to seek an audience with the Emperor. Enric rises at once, and though he outwardly urges Rain to depart as soon as possible, a sinister smile flickers across his face. In his heart, he sneers that once Rain reaches the capital, then he will see how he is dealt with. The scene shifts to the imperial garden of the Caradorial Palace, a place of luxury and elegance. There, the second prince remarks that the fourth prince has arrived even more punctually than expected. The fourth prince steps into the tense atmosphere and immediately asks what important matter required such a meeting. The second prince does not waste time. He says that their third brother has been far too active in court lately, and if this continues, neither of them will have any chance at the throne. He explains that the nobles are currently divided into 3 factions. One supports the third prince, one follows himself, and a smaller faction leans toward the fourth prince. Of the 3, the third prince's side is the strongest. Hearing this, the fourth prince narrows his eyes and asks in a lowered voice whether the second prince intends to repeat the tragedy that once befell the eldest prince. The second prince merely sneers and calmly lists the possibilities: an accident, a fall, or, in the worst case, a poisoned cup of wine. He says that the only thing that matters is the third prince's death. As for the cause and the scapegoat, someone will handle that. The fourth prince then asks the crucial question. If the third prince dies, he asks whether the throne will belong to the second prince or to him. The second prince immediately reassures him, promising that no matter which one ascends the throne, the other will receive half the benefits. As he sips his tea, he explains that resources, military authority, land, and territory will all be split evenly, and neither will interfere in the other's domain. Tempted by the offer, the fourth prince curls his lips into a sly smile and agrees. He says that one man can take the throne while 2 men enjoy the rewards. With the deal accepted, he asks when they will act. The second prince chuckles darkly and begins to reveal the expendable pawn in his plan. He brings up Rain, the youngest son of Grand Duke Aldrian, whose recent actions have shaken the empire. The fourth prince says that he already knows the matter, mentioning that Rain single-handedly defeated the Ovis Empire and that the emperor is preparing to reward him richly. Only then does the full plan become clear. Raising his wineglass, the second prince smugly explains that the emperor will surely demand a return of Enoch City. They will use that dispute as the perfect chance to assassinate the third prince, then let events unfold in a way that places all blame on the Aldrian family. The fourth prince is thoroughly pleased by the scheme. He clinks glasses with the second prince and imagines how, once the emperor is enraged, he himself will step forward to suppress the chaos and restore order, earning overwhelming favor in their father's eyes. In the midst of the beautiful royal garden, the 2 princes raise their cups and proclaim wishes for the emperor's long life, while in their hearts they plot fratricide and the ruin of a loyal house. A savage political storm is already gathering over the imperial capital. 2 days later, a luxurious carriage carries Rain back to the family estate after a long absence. The ride is quiet, broken only by the steady roll of wheels along the familiar road. The moment he steps down, he realizes just how much time has passed. It has been nearly half a year since he left for the frozen north. An elderly butler hurries out to greet him and happily reports that the Duchess is waiting in the sitting room. Rain nods and quickly heads inside. Entering the familiar room, he greets the woman who has been waiting for him all this time, his mother. She immediately comes to him, her eyes full of worry and affection as she notices how much thinner he has become during his long time away. She keeps asking about his life in Elon, worrying over everything from his meals to how he has been governing the people. Rain smiles, embraces her, and reassures her that he is no longer a child. She gently replies that in a mother's eyes, her children will always remain little ones who need protection. Rain tells her that he has brought back specialties from Islan as gifts. At that moment, Leah carries the bags inside. The Duchess smiles warmly and praises her son for being thoughtful and filial. Just then, the butler returns and reports that Grand Duke Aldalian has come back and wishes to see Rain in the study immediately. At once, the Duchess's expression turns serious. She tells Rain that although his father appears stern, he truly missed him, and she urges him not to take harsh words to heart. Rain agrees and promises to return to her after speaking with him. She smiles and gives him an encouraging wink before he leaves alone for the study. The vast silence of the room makes it clear that the coming conversation will not be easy. Standing before the door, Rain formally announces his return. From inside, Grand Duke Aldalian responds coldly and reminds him that the task originally given to him was only to resolve the food crisis. He asks whether that is correct. Rain calmly confirms that it is. The Duke then harshly lists Rain's actions one by one, assassinating an imperial commander, forming an alliance with the Elf clan without permission, and provoking conflict on the border with the Ovis Empire. He questions whether Rain had truly begun treating that land as though it were his own personal domain. Rain met Duke Aldalian's gaze and answers seriously that the land may not be his by name, but its people have placed their trust in him. He says that they truly believe his family can give them a better life, and he has only done what any lord must do to protect those under his care. A faint change passes through Grand Duke Aldalian's eyes. He silently realizes that Rain has truly matured and may even carry ambitions greater than the ones he held in his own youth. He admits that Rain's achievements have far exceeded expectations, that both pleases him and leaves him uneasy. He then warns that the real challenge will come at the investiture ceremony the next morning, where many will surely try to use these recent events to stir trouble. He asks what plan Rain has prepared. Rain confidently replies that his father need not worry. He says that as long as he has no intention of surrendering, no one will be able to take that city from him. Then his tone shifts, and he asks his father how he views the Empire's current condition. The question carries obvious weight. Catching the brief hesitation on Aldalian's face, Rain presses further and asks that when the decisive moment comes, which side his father will choose in the struggle for the throne. Grand Duke Aldalion falls silent for a moment, his gaze turning deep and unreadable. At last, he says that Rain is still too immature and too arrogant. He asks whether Rain truly thinks the Empire is just a crumbling wall that can collapse with a light push. He warns that if Rain continues underestimating the Emperor, failure will be unavoidable. He makes his own stance clear and says that unless their family is pushed too far, he will not act. Rain nods to show he understands, and the tense discussion about the Empire's future comes to an end. Aldalion exhales heavily, then changes the subject. Since Rain is already thinking this far ahead, he says there is another matter they must discuss. Rain asks what it is, and the Duke lifts a stack of papers from the oak desk. The topic is Rain's marriage. Aldalion quickly explains that the list contains daughters of powerful noble families, all suitable matches who could become strong support for Rain in the future, but Rain cuts him off and says that there is already someone in his heart. The Duke freezes and hurriedly asks which noble house the girl belongs to. Rain smiles and says that it is Leah. He says that she is beautiful, intelligent, and above all, the one who has always stayed by his side. The moment Leah's name leaves his mouth, Grand Duke Aldalion slams his hand onto the table in anger. He says that Leah is only a servant and has no right to become the wife of the family's heir. Rain does not yield. He lifts his chin and firmly says that whether she is worthy or not is not his father's decision, but his. His father tries to reason with him. He says that the road Rain is walking cannot be supported by force alone. He will need allies, resources, and political backing, and only a noble marriage can provide those things. But Rain, carrying the mind of a modern man, rejects that thinking completely. He says that his future will not depend on political marriages, but on the strength of the prosperous industrial age he is building. Seeing the determination in his son's eyes, Grand Duke Aldalion finally relents. He says that the list will still be sent to Rain's room and asks that, regardless of his feelings, he at least meet a few of the candidates. That night, deep within the magnificent imperial palace, the Empire's most important decisions begin to take shape. In the Grand Hall, a blonde-haired man stands before the Emperor and presents a report. He proposes that Rain be allowed to continue governing the newly conquered city. The Emperor, seated upon his throne, seems intrigued and asks why such a favorable arrangement should be given. The young man, Alonso, explains that forcibly reclaiming the city could provoke dissatisfaction from the Edgar family. He adds that he is also deeply interested in the new ideas and concepts Rain has introduced. The Emperor looks down at him and asks whether he knows what a ruler lacks most. Alonso respectfully admits that he does not understand the meaning behind the question. The Emperor answers that what a ruler needs most is ruthlessness, a heart of iron that is willing to kill when necessary to secure power. A sinister smile appears on the Emperor's face as he declares that whatever he allows Rain to do, Rain must do, and whatever he forbids, Rain will never accomplish no matter how much he desires it. He proclaims that imperial authority is absolute and cannot be challenged. Alonso seems ready to speak, but under his father's overwhelming presence, he can only remain silent. At that moment, a woman's voice sounds from behind. An elegant figure enters the hall, asking why Prince Alonso is still there. The newcomer is Lilith, a seductive woman with long pink hair. She pouts and reminds the Emperor that he had promised to spend the evening with her instead of burying himself in affairs of state. The atmosphere shifts the instant she appears. Alonso lowers his head and respectfully greets the imperial consort, while the Emperor's stern face softens at once. Unable to resist her charm, he pulls Lilith into his arms and promises to return with her, nearly forgetting the serious discussion entirely. Lilith smiles playfully and leans near his ear, telling him that his reward tonight will depend on how well he behaves. With Lilith in his arms, the Emperor dismisses Alonso and tells him that the decision has already been made. He simply orders him to leave. It is obvious that the Emperor now cares far more about his pleasures than the Empire's future. Alonso has no choice but to obey. He bows and withdraws, hiding the frustration growing inside him. Only when he is alone does he let his true feelings surface. He realizes that his father no longer cares about the future of the Empire, but only about maintaining petty balances of power and indulging his own desires. Alonso's gaze grows cold and dangerous as he vows that if this rotten rule continues, he will be the one to burn everything down and rebuild it from the ashes, no matter the cost. The next day, the magnificent imperial hall fills with nobles as the Emperor formally announces that he is pleased with what Rain has accomplished in Islan. Because of those achievements, he says that he wishes to reward him greatly. Standing at the center of the hall, Rain listens in silence as the Emperor declares that Enoch City will be annexed into Rain's original territory. He continues that the two regions will be merged into a single new domain and that Rain will be granted the title of Count to rule it. Then he asks whether anyone objects. The hall immediately fills with whispers. The gathered nobles are stunned that someone as young as Rain is about to become a count. To everyone present, it becomes clear that his future within the Empire seems nearly limitless. Rain remains calm. Remembering his father's warning, he realizes that events are unfolding exactly as expected. The real test is only beginning. Just then, a gray-haired man in a purple robe steps forward. It is Minister Fields. In a loud voice, he declares that granting Rain such a title would be a grave mistake. Rain does not react. He simply studies Fields with a calm expression, knowing that this greedy old minister is only the first piece the Emperor has chosen to move. He recalls Duke Aldalian's warning about the venomous snakes in the capital. His father had predicted that the Emperor would arrange for someone to publicly challenge him, and had told him that no matter what was said, he must endure it calmly and look for a way to resolve the situation. Now, facing Fields, Rain wears only a subtle smile. He knows his father was right, but he also believes that the one about to fall into trouble is not himself, but Fields. The Emperor watches with mild curiosity and asks Fields to explain why he believes the reward is inappropriate. Fields argues that military victories alone do not qualify someone to govern a territory. He claims that Rain lacks the administrative and economic skill needed to rule, and that giving him such authority would only bring chaos to the people. Several nobles chuckle in approval, clearly entertained. They think Fields is completely right, just as expected of the Minister of Finance. None of them notice the confident glint in Rain's eyes. He has now fully identified his opponent. So this is the famed Minister of Finance. In Rain's mind, it is time to show him that modern economics functions very differently from the world Fields understands. The Emperor pretends to grow uncertain and asks Fields whether he has a better proposal. Fields bows, hiding a faint smile, and insists again that Rain is far too young and reckless to control such responsibilities alone. He says it would be disastrous to hand everything over to him. The Emperor seems quietly pleased by the internal conflict. Inwardly, he reflects that as long as the nobles keep fighting one another, his own throne will remain secure. Then, before Rain can answer, Fields presents his carefully prepared plan. He says that since Rain is talented in warfare and security, he can be left in charge of those matters. But finance and civil administration, being far more complicated, should be placed in the hands of experienced officials. According to Fields, this would spare the common people from suffering under Rain's poor administration. The Emperor strokes his beard and acts as if he is considering the proposal. Then he turns to Rain and asks what he thinks of his plan to split authority within his new domain. Rain firmly rejects it. He says that he cannot accept Minister Fields' arrangement. He states with confidence that he is fully capable of handling financial matters himself, and that he already has many capable assistants in different fields. He even declares that he personally has experience in economic management. If Fields doubts him, he says that the minister is welcome to test him then and there. Fields bursts into laughter, convinced that Rain has become absurdly arrogant. He says that since Lord Rain has offered himself so boldly, he happens to have a suitable question. Then he produces an enormous and chaotic ledger from the tax bureau and explains that the accounting system has become a complete disaster. Previous inspectors, he says, all fell ill after failing to untangle it. Looking at Rain with open mockery, Fields is certain that a youth who only knows battle will drown in such manipulated records and never uncover the hidden transactions buried inside them. With a false smile, he formally issues his challenge. He proposes that since Rain claims expertise, he should personally repair the most chaotic accounting system in the Empire. Turning to the Emperor, Fields asks him to witness the wager. He declares that if Rain cannot sort out the entire mess within 1 month, the financial authority of the city of Enorkul should be stripped from him. The Emperor finds the wager amusing and immediately agrees. Looking down at Rain, he asks whether the young man truly dares accept such a difficult and dangerous challenge before the entire nobility. Rain does not hesitate for even a moment. Clenching his fist with a confident smile, he accepts, seemingly stepping right into the deadly trap that Fields has prepared. Among the observers, Duke Aldalian watches with obvious worry, sweat forming on his brow. He fears that Rain is being too impulsive and throwing himself into a swamp even seasoned politicians avoid. Still, the Duke quietly sighs and decides that perhaps this trial is necessary. He can only hope that a little hardship now will prevent his son from being devoured later by the venomous snakes of the capital. When night falls, the brilliant palace stands quiet beneath the stars, but behind closed doors, the true manipulators of the Empire begin celebrating what they believe is a victory. In a private chamber, the Emperor meets with Fields and asks whether everything has been arranged to guarantee the young prodigy's downfall during the audit. With a smug smile, Fields reports that everything is in place. He reveals that he deliberately scrambled the tax records of several regions and hid the original ledgers from the Empire's most important economic zones. He is certain that Rain will fail. He adds that even the best accountants under his command would need months to untangle the mess. Laughing confidently, he declares that Rain has leapt into a pit he can never escape. The Emperor gazes into the night, satisfied with how the pieces on the board are moving. He does not care about individuals. The only thing that matters to him is that the balance of power remains in his hands. Meanwhile, under the same moonlight, the silent fortress of the Royal Ministry of Finance stands still. Neither the Emperor nor Fields realizes that the prey they think they have trapped is actually the hunter, who has been waiting for exactly this chance. Back in his office, Rain dives into the sea of ledgers with Leah's help. Selena looks exhausted just from facing the mountain of records. She asks why he did not bring Wilvina, since Wilvina is the true expert in data management. Rain explains that Wilvina is far too busy rebuilding the tax and mining systems in Islam. To him, this chaotic imperial audit is not a burden but an unexpected gift within a much larger plan. Selena looks at him as if he has lost his mind. She exclaims in disbelief, unable to understand how a mountain of manipulated records could possibly be called a gift. Rain only smiles and lifts a ledger as though he is holding treasure. He understands that these tangled books are the Empire's true lifeblood. Once he breaks their hidden codes, every filthy secret will land in his hands. With a cold smile, he points at the ledgers and says that they will expose everything, from corruption to the Empire's real wealth, and he is fully prepared to turn the entire system upside down. Then he turns to Leah and Selena and instructs them to sort everything by tax category, administrative region, and time period. As for the calculations, he tells them to leave all of that to him. Leah stares uneasily at the mountain of work and suggests hiring more experts from the guild so they can keep up with the deadline. Rain rises calmly and says that a few ledgers like these are nowhere near enough to challenge his mind. He pats her head to reassure her, then explains that anyone in the imperial capital who truly understands taxation would never be foolish enough to step into this swamp and offend the powerful forces behind it. Leah remains doubtful and says that guild people would do almost anything for enough money. Rain lets out a cold laugh and explains that this whole matter is essentially a test set by the Emperor to strip him of authority. He says that under such circumstances, no one would dare stand against the ruler of the Empire. Hearing that, both Leah and Selena are stunned by the level of corruption hiding behind the court. A moment later, Selena suddenly looks troubled. Leah quickly asks what is wrong, and Selena explains that she followed Rain's instructions and organized the records, but several regions are missing entire portions of their documents in a strange way, making the numbers impossible to match. She assumes the Ministry of Finance may simply have been careless and forgotten to provide them. Rain chuckles at her innocence and says that it is no mistake, but a trap. He explains that those records were withheld on purpose so he could never calculate the Empire's true financial losses. Selena proposes that they report the missing documents to the Emperor and demand a complete set for fairness, but Rain dismisses the idea immediately. He says he expected such a trick from the beginning, and as long as the missing portion is not too large, the remaining data is enough to reconstruct what was hidden. Pointing at one ledger, he begins to explain. He says that land rent in the northwestern region has dropped by 17% compared to last year, yet agricultural output has not fallen at all. As his pen moves rapidly, he calculates that under the old tax rate each acre should have paid 0.7 silver coins, but this year only 0.42 was reported. He concludes that the difference was clearly embezzled. He then points out that the land administration and property transfer records were never properly updated, exposing how little transparency exists in the system. He says this is the classic method of off-the-books land. Unregistered plots are used to evade taxes, and fake numbers are inserted later to cover the gaps. Rain moves to another inconsistency and says that the salt tax in the Northern Territories was delayed by a full month, which should indicate operational trouble, yet the recorded transport costs remain unchanged. To the girl's astonishment, he calmly explains that this is a phantom shipment scheme. He says that the same batch of goods is circulated repeatedly on paper, so the officials can claim transport routes again and again and siphon subsidies from the imperial treasury. Leaning back, Rain gives his final verdict. He says that the Empire's financial system has turned corruption into an art form. From distorted tax structures and duplicate land registrations to empty invoices and manipulated standards, every layer is rotten. He lightly shakes his head and says that it is no wonder no one has managed to produce a clean calculation in all these years. Selena looks at him with open admiration and wonders what kind of magic let him solve everything so quickly. Rain points proudly to his head and says that it is not magic at all, but a modern financial system built on logic, classification, and cross-verification. Far away in the palace, beneath the night sky, the noble's schemes continue to ripen. The Emperor asks about Rain's progress halfway through the audit period, and Minister Fields bows with complete confidence as he reports that he personally tampered with the data. He says that several ledgers were deliberately left incomplete, and nearly a third of the numbers were entirely fabricated. The Emperor smiles with satisfaction and remarks that Fields has taken excellent care of Rain. Fields confidently adds that even if 30 of the ministry's best experts worked together, they would still need at least 3 months to untangle those accounts. A crafty light fills his eyes as he says that Rain will never escape the trap. The Emperor agrees and treats the matter as an expensive lesson for youthful arrogance. He declares that once Rain fails, the entire financial administration of Enocol will be handed over to Fields. Fields can barely hide his delight. He quickly expresses gratitude for the Emperor's trust, while inwardly treating this as a perfect chance to warn Rain and insult his father, whom he has never liked. When the deadline finally expires, the air outside Rain's study is unnaturally still. Then the door opens, and Fields enters at a leisurely pace. He loudly reminds Rain that the 1-month limit has ended and demands to know how far the audit has progressed. Rain sits calmly at his desk, flipping through the ledgers, and replies that he finished the calculations the night before and had intended to report the results in the morning. Fields freezes in disbelief and blurts out in shock that the work is already finished. Rain is pleased by the panic on his face and smiles faintly as he asks whether, judging by that reaction, this pile of records was supposed to be impossible to complete. Fields flinches, then hastily recovers and says that he is only amazed by Rain's speed. Without delay, he demands to see the results so he can verify them himself, hoping to catch an error and reverse the situation. Rain's calm smile never changes. He says that Fields may review the work, but he has one condition. Fields suppresses his irritation and asks what it is. Rain looks straight into his eyes and firmly says that the verification must be done publicly before the Emperor. He makes it clear that otherwise the result would depend entirely on Fields' one-sided judgment. Fields' face darkens, but he has no choice except to accept. He coldly says that at the next morning's court assembly, he will personally examine the ledgers in front of His Majesty and the full nobility. He storms out at once, and as he leaves, a vicious light flashes in his eyes. Inwardly, he swears that tomorrow, in the imperial court itself, he will make Rain suffer the deepest humiliation possible. That same night, beneath a sky full of stars over the imperial palace, the conspiracy deepens further. After leaving Rain's study, Fields goes directly to the Emperor. Kneeling before the throne, he reports Rain's demand for a public audit and confidently says that he is completely certain Rain will be disgraced. The Emperor shows some surprise and asks how he can be so sure. Fields explains that he planted 3 traps in the ledgers. First, 1/3 of the data was deliberately concealed, and that missing portion is directly tied to the Empire's most critical financial flows. Second, part of the records was personally falsified by Fields years ago, filled with chaotic and illogical numbers that no outsider could ever identify. Third, even if every figure were accurate, the volume of work alone is so enormous that no one could finish it within a month. A sinister smile spreads across the Emperor's face as he praises the arrangement. He orders Fields to make sure all nobles and high officials are present the next morning to witness the spectacle. Then he commands that the 3 princes also be summoned. He says that they too should watch and learn how brutal power can be. The next morning, the palace is wrapped in tension as the tax audit begins before the Emperor and the assembled court. Rain enters with a calm face, holding only a single thin scroll in his hand, immediately arousing the nobles' curiosity. Many wonder whether he truly completed the wager, though most believe he has simply acted with reckless boldness. Fields steps forward with polished confidence and greets him with false courtesy. He announces that the Ministry of Finance worked tirelessly for a month to process the difficult accounts and has now finished the task. He says that today he and Lord Rain will verify the results before His Majesty and the ministers. Then Fields puts on a concerned expression and adds that because this is Rain's first time dealing with imperial finance, the Emperor has graciously allowed some leniency. He says that if Rain's calculations contain only minor discrepancies, they will reluctantly accept them. Before the performance can continue, Rain cuts in and asks that if the ministry's calculations are wrong, what reward he will receive. His provocative question stuns the entire hall. The nobles find Rain's challenge ridiculous. To them, one man daring to oppose the entire Ministry of Finance is pure madness. One official angrily demands to know whether Rain truly means to claim that all the ministry's experts together are inferior to him. Rain gives a faint, arrogant smile and says that yes, that is exactly what he means. His answer ignites the hall. The ministry nobles erupt in anger, feeling openly insulted. Fields cuts through the noise and reminds them not to quarrel before the Emperor. He urges the court to begin comparing the figures. The Emperor gives the order, requiring Fields and Rain to present their calculations one after the other. Fields opens his dossier with complete confidence and declares that the ministry's numbers show the Empire's total tax revenue for the quarter at 14,083,000 gold. He says that border tax accounts for 16 million and mineral tax for 8 million. Then he turns to Rain with a challenging look and invites him to present his own results. Rain answers firmly that the true total should be 16,057,000 gold with border tax at 12 million and mineral tax at 65 million. The enormous gap shocks the hall at once. Members of the Ministry of Finance immediately declare that Rain's numbers are absurdly wrong. The Emperor remains outwardly neutral and says that Rain's report differs massively from the ministry's figures, so he demands an explanation. Rain smiles coldly and says that the answer is simple. He says that the Ministry of Finance falsified the books, so naturally the numbers do not match. The accusation freezes the hall. To the court, Rain now seems like a madman daring to accuse the entire ministry of fraud in front of the Emperor himself. Fields explodes in fury and accuses Rain of slander, swearing that no one will be allowed to stain the ministry's name. Rain stays calm and asks what Fields would say if evidence exists. That single line unsettles Fields. He tries to convince himself that Rain must be bluffing, because even many inside the ministry do not know the true figures after years of manipulation. Clinging to that thought, he demands that Rain present his proof immediately. Rain slowly unrolls his scroll and says that since Fields insists, he should not blame him for what follows. He begins with indirect taxes and lays out the numbers one by one with relentless logic. He says that the empire's taxes are divided into direct taxes, indirect taxes, and royalties, and that he will begin with indirect taxes. He explains that for border taxes in the first 3 months, using actual trade flow data, historical transport averages, and export volume at the western frontier, the correct figure should be 12 million gold. Yet the ministry reported only 16 million, creating a shortfall of exactly 30%. He moves on to the salt tax and says that the expansion of the northwestern salt fields was already completed, increasing production by 10%, yet tax revenue somehow fell by 40,000 gold. With sharp mockery, he asks whether the salt somehow flowed back into the sea or whether the ministry's brain stopped working. Then he turns to land tax and says that according to the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs, the number of farmers across 37-count territories rose by 5%, yet total land tax revenue fell by 2% compared with last year. He states that this is an impossible contradiction, then fixes his eyes on Fields and asks whether, according to the ministry's records, half the empire's farmers somehow fell into hell this year. The Grand Hall drops into dead silence. The ministry nobles tremble and cannot answer a word against Rain's precise logic and solid evidence. Sweat pours down Fields' face as disbelief overwhelms him. He cannot understand how someone like Rain uncovered such buried rot. He begins to wonder whether this young man truly possesses master-level knowledge of taxation. Rain stares straight at him and asks whether he has any defense. His voice grows colder as he mocks Fields and asks whether he truly believed no one in the capital could see through such filthy schemes. Fields screams in desperation and rage, but the outburst only exposes how cornered he is. He collapses to his knees, hands trembling against the red carpet beneath the crushing weight of the numbers Rain has revealed. From the throne, the emperor erupts in fury and demands to know how the Minister of Finance dared falsify records and embezzle tax funds. Realizing he has been abandoned, Fields panics and begs for mercy. He claims it was only a small oversight and an unintentional mistake, not a deliberate crime. But the emperor, disappointed that the plan has failed, immediately orders Fields thrown into prison. He also commands a full investigation into all financial records, every subordinate involved, and the origin of any related assets. He declares that everyone tied to the case will face the harshest punishment. Fields is seized at once. Despite his desperate pleas, the guards drag him away without mercy. In the damp darkness of the dungeon, silence fills the suffocating cell. Then the iron door creaks open, and faint light spills inside. Fields lifts his head in shock when he sees who has come. Standing before him in the dead of night is the emperor himself. The emperor looks down at his kneeling minister with a cold and unreadable expression. His voice holds no warmth as he makes clear that this arrangement is meant to preserve Fields' life after the tax fraud scandal. Fields trembles violently and presses his forehead to the ground, repeatedly expressing gratitude and showing that he fully understands why the emperor acted as he did. But in his heart, he knows the truth. He has barely escaped death. The emperor remains stern and says that the matter is extremely serious, and the first priority now is to silence everyone involved. Fields immediately understands and hurriedly offers a solution. He presents a perfect scapegoat. An inspector from the Western Border Tax Office of Bellhorn, a man of peasant and military background with no status or influence, the ideal person to carry all the blame. A faint, calculating smile appears on the emperor's lips. He gives the order at once and says that if Fields already has a suitable candidate, the case should be concluded quickly. As the emperor turns to leave, Fields keeps a respectful posture, but his mind is already racing. Finding someone to sacrifice is easy. What truly troubles him is something else entirely. He cannot stop wondering why the emperor needs such enormous sums every year that he is willing to falsify the empire's accounts for them. Before leaving, the emperor delivers one final warning. He says that if Fields disappoints him again, the price will not stop at the loss of a title. After the emperor disappears into the dark corridor, Fields bows one last time in gratitude. But once he is sure no one is watching, he collapses to the ground with a grim face and mutters with restrained hatred that the waters of his capital run far deeper and deadlier than any young man could imagine. Later, at Rain's residence, Selena is filled with excitement. She praises Rain's brilliant performance, saying that he sorted the impossible tax records flawlessly and forced Fields into disgrace and arrest. Rain calmly lifts his teacup and, with a composed face, says something that halts the room. Fields will be fine. Selena is stunned. Tax fraud is a grave imperial crime, and she cannot understand how the mastermind could escape so easily. Rain sets down his cup, a sharp light passing through his eyes, and says that the emperor knew about the falsified accounts all along. Those words leave Selena speechless. She cannot believe the ruler of the empire would cooperate with his own ministers to fabricate financial records on such a scale, and even less can she understand why. Rain begins to explain slowly. He says that the false numbers were never mistakes but tools. They were used to create the illusion of prosperity, steady public sentiment, and convince the nobility that the empire remained healthy and strong. It was a cold political calculation designed to preserve stability, even if the financial system rotted from within. Selena still struggles to accept it and asks how Rain can be so sure the Emperor and Fields were working together rather than Fields acting alone. Rain gives a faint smirk and says that the answer lies in how the Emperor handled the matter. He points out that despite the weight of the accusation and the formal setting, the Emperor gave Fields no chance to defend himself, no questioning, no inquiry, not even a chance to explain. The arrest order came instantly. Rain says that this was not justice, but theater. Lowering his voice, he concludes that the Emperor could not allow Fields to speak, because even one testimony might expose an entire network of corruption behind the scenes. By silencing him and staging the arrest, the Emperor cut off loose ends, calmed public outrage, and kept himself untouched. Rain states that the truth of the Empire is now plain. This state does not run on truth, but on what people are permitted to believe. Selena slowly realizes that Fields was never truly condemned, but merely sacrificed as a shield to protect the darkness behind the throne. Rain lets out a faint cold laugh. He understands that the Emperor is shielding himself, but the price for that protection is being forced to hand financial authority over Enoch to Rain. It is an unspoken concession, but one filled with calculation. At that moment, Grand Duke Aldelion enters with a stern expression. He immediately scolds Rain for overstepping in court earlier that day. Rain does not avoid the charge. Calmly, he asks why speaking the truth in court should be considered wrong. The Duke slams his hand on the table and says that this was not merely telling the truth, but striking the entire financial establishment of the capital across the face. He warns that Rain has offended forces even nobles treat carefully. In this place, he says, power does not rest on right and wrong, but on who cannot be touched. Rain is not shaken at all. He answers that if those who falsify accounts feel no fear, then the one holding the truth has even less reason to fear. The room falls quiet. Grand Duke Aldelion lets out a long sigh and does not continue. He understands that this has gone beyond right and wrong. It is now about survival. Then he changes the subject. A list of noble daughters is placed before Rain. Aldelion orders him to choose a suitable marriage candidate, because political unions are something every great house must accept to survive. In the corner, Leah freezes. Her hands tremble slightly as she prepares tea. She lowers her head in apology, trying to hide the tears already gathering in her eyes, because more than anyone she understands that in this world, feelings have never been the priority. She quickly excuses herself under the pretense of preparing more hot water, but in truth, she is only trying to hide tears she can no longer restrain. Rain watches in silence and understands exactly what she is thinking. Out in the corridor, beneath the dim light, Leah stands still and looks toward the night sky, though there is nothing there for her. The gap in status has made her realize that she has no place in Rain's future. Rain quickly follows and stops behind her. He softly asks whether she is upset. Leah shakes her head and answers in a calm but distant voice that she is only a maid and his marriage has nothing to do with her. She does not look at him, but that avoidance already reveals everything. Before she can leave, Rain steps forward and wraps his arms around her from behind. His voice drops as he says that he hopes it has everything to do with her. Leah freezes, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Those words shatter every noble rule. Rain smiles gently and tells her that from Anako until now, the only person who has remained by his side and truly understood him is her, not the names written on any marriage list. Tears finally fall from Leah's eyes, but fear still remains. She knows too well that she is only a servant, and she cannot help wondering whether Rain can truly defy his family for her sake. Rain does not answer that doubt directly. Instead, he asks her one question. He asks whether she is willing to stay by his side. It is not merely a confession, but a challenge to the entire noble order. Leah stands frozen for a moment, and then all her fear seems to melt away. She rushes forward and embraces him tightly. She says that she is willing. Amid a capital overflowing with schemes and poison, a bond forged by the heart is born. Yet with the darkness of the imperial palace still spreading outward, whether that vow will be enough to protect them from the coming storm remains uncertain.